Hello everybody and welcome to SW19. It is semi-finals day for the gentlemen finals and we're getting set then. Tomorrow it's the ladies finals, Sunday it's the men's finals. It's all ramping up here on day 12 and with that we'll hand you down to Wimbledon Radio as we get the matches underway.
Just grateful he is still competing at the highest level.
At this stage that I'm still able to battle these young guys that have 15 years less than me and that I'm able to beat them at the tightest possible scoreline. So of course, in a sense, it is really a nice surprise. But at the same time, I always have, the highest expectations for myself, and I can be very self-critical, very hard on myself. But at the same time, I try to also enjoy the moments like this, where I'm still in the tournament and still want to go at least one more step further.
I'm always fascinated to hear Novak talk. I kind of feel like if when he does finally hang up the racket, he should just record like motivational messages. He'd make a fortune, wouldn't he?
I mean, I can't wait for his movie coming out. I mean, that's going to be just to see how he gets ready for matches. But at 39 years old, it's unbelievable what he's doing.
I wonder what he will do when he does finally hang up the racket. Obviously, the world will be his oyster, but it would be fascinating to see which direction he heads into.
Well, he's gonna have a well-earned break. That's for sure. Spend more time with the family and take some time to decompress and look back at the numbers, because whenever you bring up the numbers with him, you know what? I'm not looking at 55th semi-final now in the majors. He was like, no. I'll look at those numbers when I'm done. So maybe he'll reflect on those sort of things. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating, that documentary. It's coming out on Prime just before the US Open thing. I think that sort of time.
Looking forward to that, yeah.
Just to see behind the scenes, the preparation, how it all is days before a match, a tournament, hours before a match is played. It's I guess he can. I wouldn't be surprised if he ran for president of Serbia. I mean, I'm convinced he is going to, he's going to do something pretty special in his home country at some stage.
Well, and you look at just even this year, you talk about how Novak takes care of his body so well. I mean, he's 14-4 on the year. Sinner 42-3. So Sinner's played 45 matches. Novak has played 18. So it's only his fifth tournament. So, for people who are maybe just coming in to watch Novak here and they think he's played a full season, he's only played 5 tournaments and 18 matches, whereas Sinner's played 45, right? So it's being able to just understand your body and then peak at the right moments as he's doing right now.
I think that's something that Yannick will certainly look maybe next year when he does his schedule and the calendar. I think he's going to look at that, because I do wonder if part of what happened in Roland Garros was his body just almost closing down. Time zones, matches, titles you've won, too much tennis.
I think, seriously look at your scheduling. I mean, you're going to have to make some hard decisions. There's congested parts of the season. You throw in an Olympic year as well, in 2028 coming up. And you've got to say, some tournaments have to go. So this is a decision that I think every player has to make of that sort of level. Obviously, when you're of a lower ranking, you're getting in the tournaments. You're trying to elevate your status into the game at that sort of level. But to be smart, how physical it's getting now, you have to make some tough decisions. Sometimes not play every week, resist the temptation. A lot of players get trapped in that FOMO sort of, I'm missing out. There's titles to be won. Why can't that be me? Sometimes you've got to make those hard decisions. Obviously, it's easier for someone like Djokovic or Federer at the end of his career. It's like, well, I've won everything. And so it's all about longevity and adding to my records and playing when I want to play and playing at the biggest events and most important events to me.
Well, I think also in a way, having been like a bulldozer through the ATP 1000 Masters events this year and having won all of them, that will make it easier for him next year to maybe miss a Monte Carlo or a Madrid. He's never going to miss Rome because that's his home tournament leading into Roland Garros. But certainly there are decisions to be made in and around that part of the season. Yeah,
maybe that was the moment, wasn't it? Monte Carlo maybe could have done without that, but then Madrid, so then you got Madrid, but Alcaraz pulled out. Come on, you need to play for us. Madrid's kind of begging him to play because there's no Alcaraz. And then it's then it's Rome, but I'm going to play Rome because it's my home tournament. He kind of got handcuffed there. I'm just thinking aloud here. Maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe he said, no, I'm playing every week. This is great. But maybe that coming into the French didn't help. that obviously the heat and maybe all the matches he's won, these are things you have to kind of gain experience from.
It must be tough being the best player in the world, right? It's just winning match after match. It's a tough deal out there being Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, no, you're right. You make a very good point, Nick Munro. Come on then, tell us who you think's going to win today, both of these semis. Nick, you go first.
Look, I think Sinner's going to win. You know, as you mentioned, Sue, he's been on court 3 hours less, 3 hours and 16 minutes less. But yeah, I'm just interested in how Novak's body is going to hold up. I mean, if it gets to 1 set all, things can get very interesting. I think if it goes 2 sets of love for Sinner, it could be a quick one there. I think it'd be difficult for Djokovic, maybe physically, to come back 3 more sets against Jannik Sinner. But again, as we said, I mean, Novak's going to have to play kind of as big as he's been playing, which is he's gone big on second serves, which is a bit risky, right? But he's going to have to do it. I mentioned Australia on the run forehands. He was going big and making them down the line cross-court winners on the run forehands. He's going to have to play big in a way, right? Because as we said, if you kind of go into lockdown mode as Novak does, Sinner also can do that. And then if you kind of leave one in the middle of the court, he's going to hit it bigger, right? And that's something that Novak has mentioned is, hey, sometimes I get this guy on the run, and actually I think he's on defense, but he's going from defense to offense because he's sliding into the shot and then able to come back and hitting it bigger than anyone else on the tour. So, you know, obviously Novak knows what to expect, but he's going to have to just play a little bit bigger than maybe we've seen as well.
Yeah, so 2 matches. You want the winners from both matches.
Nick,
Did you give
the first one, Nick?
Oh, the first one, you know, guys, I think I'm going Arthur Ferry. I think I'm going Arthur Ferry in this one. I just
punching.
That's a, you know, a big call, but I'm going with the Stanford University Cardinal. I'm going with, he's shown no nerves. You know, maybe we mentioned Zverev could be a little bit tired. Arthur, I loved his interview, how he mentioned, yeah, I've seen this before where maybe I go up against bigger servers. He's never been the tallest guy, Arthur Ferry, so he understands he's going to get aced. He, you know, like, look, I look back at Roger Federer and Andy Roddick when they played. Andy was just rolling through games, and Federer talked about that. He's like, yeah, I know the guy's just going to hold serve. That's fine. And now I just need to hold serve, take it to a breaker, and then see what happens. So I think Arthur Ferry's going to go in, you know, a little bit of that mindset. Okay, if he holds serve, it's not a big deal. Now I just need to hold serve, take it to a breaker, and go for there. So I think Ferry. Are we calling it Ferry Field as well? It's not okay. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? What were the names? Ferry Field and Arthur's
Seat.
Arthur's Seat.
Okay.
Yeah. I like your optimism. Yeah, that's awesome. But I'm going to say the opposite on that match. I'm going to say, my heart says Arthur. Of course, it said that everywhere. But logically, I'm thinking, well, how can I go?
Everyone logically has gone against Arthur in pretty much every match.
I know. Logic will prevail eventually. I feel in my mind anyway. But tennis sport, you never know. That's why they lace them up, as they say. But I'll go with Zverev. I think this is a massive opportunity to make another major final. I don't think he'll pass up on it. If he is mentally tired, I think he just has a way. He's one of the best competitors in this sport. You know, he never gives up. He never gives up on any point in a match. I think he'll dig deep, and his game is, he's got to serve well. That's for sure, which he seems to do all the time these days. In the 70s, pretty much all the time. But yeah. Going there, and I'm going to go with Sinner. I think he's going to step it up a couple of levels today, tennis-wise. If Djokovic is to win, then he's going to, I think, if he can win the first set, then I think that will just give him a huge boost. But I'm going to go with Sinner.
Okay, so Sinner and Zverev for you.
And last thing on Arthur Ferry. I mean, you know, he mentioned to the Queen, hey, if I make the final, it's on my birthday. I feel like he's already envisioning it. I feel like he's visualizing that he's going to be there on his birthday, center court, and visualization goes a long way.
Oh, I've loved you lots, but I'm going to disagree with you today. I am siding with
Let's
Nick
go.
Monroe. Let's go, Nick Monroe. Only because every round I've thought this is where the end of the road comes for the ferryman, and every time he's proven me wrong. So I think it's time to jump on the ferry all the way to the final here at Wimbledon. So I'm going to pick Arthur Ferry, and I think also I agree with you, Jannik Sinner. I think it might just be a step too far for Novak Djokovic today, but we will find out. And of course, it is very dangerous to back against the 7-time champion here, 24-time Grand Slam champion. Guys, it's been a pleasure to have your company. Thank you so much for this morning. It's been lovely here, actually. What a nice spot.
Oh, you're the best. It's amazing.
Oh, it's lovely.
Lovely breeze up here.
Lovely breeze.
Yeah,
we
thank
are
you very much.
here
It's
for
been
that. Thank
most
you, guys.
enjoyable.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you've enjoyed the listen. I think we're going to be taking over from the roof, actually. I think it might be Marcus Buckland who's taking over in a very short while. It's Lindsay Hooper. I do apologise, Lindsay. I'm going to be throwing you away very shortly. But before that, we're going to go and join Lily Coleman, who is joined by the finest band in SW19.
One of the loveliest traditions on the semi-finals day at Wimbledon is the music that greets the fans as they arrive through the gates every Thursday and Friday. The incredible musicians from the Merton Music Foundation fill the grounds with live music. I've been walking past, I was here yesterday, it was amazing, and I'm delighted to be joined by the CEO, David. We have Matt, the singing groundsman. I want to find out more about what that even means. And then we've got two lovely musicians, Kieran and Jan, joining me. Thank you all for joining me. Now I'm going to come to you first, David. Just tell me a little bit about the Merton Music Foundation and what you guys do here at Wimbledon.
So Merton Music Foundation, we're an independent charity. We've been going since 1991. Every week we teach directly around 5,000 children and young people in our local borough. And we run instrumental lessons, classes, groups and ensembles like the one that you're going to hear today, our Merton Youth Jazz Orchestra.
What's one of the best songs to play here at Wimbledon? What gets the vibe going?
We're contractually obliged to play the Wimbledon theme, Purple and Green, but actually every year when we kick off with it, you feel the goosebumps and everyone really gets into the vibe, so that's definitely my favourite.
I mean, you have to play. It would be rude not to play the theme tune. Now, Matt, the singing groundsman, why have you got this title? What does that even mean? Who are you? What do you do?
Well, I work on the ground staff here, so that's my proper job. And by chance in 2016, just happened to be walking past the band and they asked for someone to join in and I went for it. I've sung a little bit over the years, here and there, get a great lot of pleasure out of it. I love that type of music. The foundation and the band are brilliant, so yeah, it's been a nice combination every year.
What sort of songs do you sing? Is it, I don't know, I don't think the theme tune has any lyrics.
Well, being a jazz orchestra as they are, it's all Rat Pack and swing, that type of music, which is the stuff I've been singing over the years. So it's Frank Sinatra, that sort of stuff.
And am I right in thinking you go around the entire grounds, or do you just do it here outside the sausage grill with the band?
Just here.
Oh, fine.
Just here, just the one song, just here, yeah.
I was going to say, you can't be putting off the tennis over on court 12.
Absolutely not, no.
Right, I'm going to come to you, Kieran and Jan. I'm not very musical, you see, but what instrument do you play?
I play the saxophone, but today for a couple of tunes I'm playing soprano sax.
Ooh, what does that mean, soprano sax? What's the difference?
It's just a higher key, means I can get extra high, yeah.
Love that. And what do you play, Jan?
Also saxophone, I'm playing the alto. It's a bit lower than the soprano.
Now, how special is it for you both to be playing here at Wimbledon? You know, is this like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
It's definitely the highlight of the year. I've been lucky enough to come here a couple times before, but I'm always looking forward to it just as much.
What are some of your career highlights, let's say? Where are some of the cool places you've performed?
We got to play at the Royal Albert Hall back in March. That was really cool. And also we do a tour every year. So a couple of years ago I went to Lake Geneva. That was really fun.
Did you say this is your 30-year anniversary?
We think so, yes. We're not 100% sure when it started, but my colleague Norma, who's been with us from the start, recalls that her daughter was about 10 or 11 at the time, and she thinks that means it's about 30 years this year, which is very exciting.
Wow, that is amazing. In terms of welcoming everyone through the gates, can you tell what the day's going to be like from the buzz and the atmosphere and how many people there are coming through each morning?
So I think buzz and atmosphere are the absolute right words. We always start with purple and green. We get an announcement, an official announcement that the gates are about to be opened. The band leader counts it off and we're in. And then the people start flooding in and they come and gather around us and listen, and you can really feel the atmosphere then. I'm afraid, commenting on the tennis, I can't because I have to leave every year with all the equipment in the van. I've never stayed to watch a match. No! I know! But next year we've resolved that I will make sure to be able to stay and watch something.
Well, Arthur Ferry's playing today, so you need to get yourself onto Henman Hill because the atmosphere is going to be incredible on there.
Oh yes, I can't wait. It's going to be brilliant.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, you guys. It's lovely to chat to you, and have a lovely day and enjoy playing your music. I'm going to be sat here watching and dancing.
Thank you so much.
what a lovely atmosphere to get us started, hearing that music in the background. I've heard that walking into the grounds before. It just starts your day in such a great fashion. So from the IMG suite with Sue, had the warm-up show over on number 1 court. You join us on the broadcast centre roof. I'm Lindsay Hooper, joined by Barry Cohen and Jill Crabass today. Really good to see you both. How are you feeling post the Wimbledon radio get-together?
I'm actually feeling pretty good. I think it's the best morning I felt like more awake. I don't know. You guys lifted me up so much last night. I feel good today.
It was a great evening. I felt so much better when I ran my 10K at 6 in the morning.
I don't believe a word of that. Don't believe a word of it. And
how are you feeling, Lindsay?
I'm feeling fine because
Yeah.
I didn't really drink,
Okay.
and the food was fantastic, company
was good.
fantastic, speeches. Yeah, we have a lot of speeches on the Wimbledon radio nights out. Let me just say that. But for everyone else in the restaurant, they were good sports.
They were great sports,
and
yeah.
they joined in as well. Just to paint the atmosphere here up on the broadcast centre roof this morning, it's gone quieter now, but there was a huge TV team here doing a big shoot earlier. We've had the Wimbledon behind the scenes. You might have seen some of that if you've been catching up on some of the action. There's a behind the scenes crew when we don't even know they're there. There's a camera. You've probably got you, Barry, from day one. Maybe dropping something down your linen.
No,
that was Marcus. That was Marcus.
Twice.
But they might have caught it. So all of those TV teams have now dispensed. I imagine they've gone round to centre court, number 1, round the grounds as all the fans come in. And it's a little bit quieter. And to sum up what Jill said, a bit breezy.
It is. I was surprised actually because when I was walking here, I didn't feel like it was that windy, and then all of a sudden, when I came up here, I was like, wow, it's pretty breezy. I mean, it comes and goes, so it's kind of just like bursts of wind. Yeah.
We love a little bit of cloud cover.
Yes,
That helps.
definitely.
What do we think that means for today when we look at men's semi-finals? Is it going to play any part, a little bit of breeze?
I think if it is breezy, I think that helps Ferry, to be honest. I think with his skill set, his tennis IQ, and I think he will feel a little bit more comfortable in the blustery conditions than Zverev. So that's box ticked for Arthur, and we know that Djokovic he's the GOAT, but he's not the GOAT in the wind. But I mean, at the moment, it's fine. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be, personally, I don't think it's going to be a factor. I think it's going to be 2 wonderful semi-finals, and the 2 best players will prevail later on. And I'm sure we'll get into the teeth of the both semis and what we think is going to happen.
Oh yeah, we've got plenty of build-up to both of the semi-finals to come, and we will be talking to one of the very first coaches who coached Arthur Ferry a little bit later on in this show, so hang around for that as well. Alison Taylor's going to be joining us. We'll be going around the show courts as well. We'll also, obviously for building up to action on number 1 first and then centre court later, but also on the outside courts we've got reporters. Rob Nothman's out there, Abigail Johnson, Peter Mercato. We'll go over to those for some updates throughout this show too, as we get into that business end of the Wimbledon Championships, which we love so much. How excited were you by these semi-finals today in comparison to previous years? You know, they've had this lovely story of Arthur Ferry, wild card coming through, but how does it compare? First of all, for you, Barry.
That is a tricky question.
That's tricky, yeah.
I thought obviously Sinner played Djokovic last year, but I felt after the first game, the match was over. I felt that Djokovic just wasn't fit enough last year, and I think that was pretty obvious early on that he, in the baseline rallies. I think this year's different. I think Djokovic is in a really good place. The way he came through that match the other night was exceptional. I think Sinner is a fascinating one in a sense that I don't think he's been at his best. He has on serve, but I don't think the rest of his game he's been at his best. But he's in the Wimbledon semi-finals. I mean, it just shows what a great player he is. And then just a wonderful story with Ferry. I mean, it's just extraordinary. And we thought, what Raducanu did at the US Open, Jill, that would kind of never be repeated. But here is someone who is on the verge, only his fifth Grand Slam. He's having already beaten Kaboli and Dimitrov, who's obviously had experience. And now he's got to play the Roland Garros champion. So I think there'll be 2 wonderful semi-finals.
Yeah, I agree. That is a tricky question because I don't think I've ever thought about comparing it to previous tournaments. And I get asked this question all the time, as I'm sure Barry does as well, is before any Grand Slam starts, they always ask, like, what are you looking forward to in this Grand Slam? And every single time I say the same thing, because it's true. I'm like, there's always some breakthrough. There's always a great story. There's always someone that has a first something or an upset. And this year has proved it again. And I think that is something that I don't necessarily compare, but I love when these things happen. We're going to have a new Wimbledon champion in the women's side. Now the story of Arthur Ferry, I think, is fantastic. And you talk to anybody, and no one is necessarily surprised. I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable he's gotten to the semis, but when they ask about his personality and his game, they're like, no, every time I've seen him, he's got a great game. And so the story is unbelievable. So I'm just excited overall for both the women's final and these semis today.
Well, we are going to dig deeper into these semi-finals.
Figure
We're also going
that.
to get some reaction to yesterday's women's semi-finals as well. But let's start bouncing around the outside courts. Abigail Johnson, first of all, on court 12.
Hey, Lindsay. I am on junior girls singles watch today. We've got the semi-finals played back-to-back here on the number 12 court. And I've got to say, Sun Jin Ran put the Ran in her name in the opening set. 6-1, the top seed claimed over her fellow 15-year-old Janae Preston, the American, also at a career-high ranking of number 14 compared to her opponent's number 10. She is one of the most upbeat young players I have ever seen, Sun. She's got a college tennis kind of demeanor. She is fist-pumping and screaming after every other point and doing a lot of good work with her return, her serve, her forehand. Preston has been kind of kept out of the picture so far. We've got the stands half full here on court 12. Very impressed, I think, by the Chinese player who is top seed at a junior slam for the first time. She had her best result at the Australian Open this year, quarterfinals, when she was seeded number 6. Seems to be embracing the target on her back. Very unique look as well. She's got her fringe falling out over the top of her visor. And Preston in the baseball cap here, picking up some fans because she was really on the back foot prior to holding the opening game of the second set. She's put a drop shot in play. Sun is up to this. Lob combination just long from Preston, so she's got to keep fighting. The scream from her opponent again. It was a 6-1 opening set for the top seed. Now we're 1-all and 30-all second set.
Thank you, Abigail. They're very busy outside courts today. 5 matches. Over to Rob Nothman on number 3.
And I'm watching some ladies' invitational doubles and 2 former Wimbledon finalists, because Eugenie Bouchard is on one side of the net and Sabina Lisicki is on the other side. And hard to believe that Bouchard reached her final in 2014 to be beaten by Petra Kvitova. And Lisicki reached the final the year before, 2013, 13 years ago, when she lost to Marion Bartley. Well, Lisicki is partnered by Katie O'Brien, and they've lost the first set to Eugenie Bouchard and Annette Kontaveit, the Estonian, the former world number 2. 1 break of serve. They've taken it by 6 games to 4 here on the number 3 court.
Thank you, Rob. No, Peter Mercato's on show court 18 today on the outside courts.
Well, I'm doing a bit of double duty today, Lindsay. Not only am I watching the mixed invitational doubles with Mark Philippoussis and Cara Black, and they're mucking around with Thomas Johansson and Barbara Schett. I'm sure they take it entirely seriously, but that's not the whole point of this. 4-3 in the first set for those following along. But I've also got my Wimbledon compendium today, which, as Wimbledon radio channel listeners, is a font of information. So maybe if you keep coming back to me throughout the day, Lindsay, on this court, because we've got juniors coming up a little bit later, Cruz Hewitt playing straight after this match, I'll give you some facts and figures from the tournament from over the years. And this event has been running for a little while. The invitational event started about 1983 here at the Championships. Have been running in various formats since then. So I got that out of the compendium, which anyone around the world who's listening, you can buy it from the Wimbledon shop. So there you go, Lindsay. You get a bit of double from me today out on court 18.
We expect nothing less. We like double for our money, if that's okay, Peter. If you could keep that up, that would be fantastic. We are looking ahead to the first men's semi-final later, which we will see on centre court. It sees the French Open champion Alexander Zverev play the British wildcard Arthur Ferry. And this is how the 2 of them have made it to the last 4. And then
Ferry with a brilliant backhand winner and he drops his racket to the ground. A win in 4 sets.
Forehand from Zverev is an absolute bullet. Totally dominant. It was almost saying, yeah, I'm much better than you, that forehand. It was just rifled back.
Ferry serves, Bergs nets his forehand. Ferry has won. He collapses on court, punches the air and roars to the adoring court 18 crowd.
The forehand from Garone is long, and Alex Zverev will move into the round of 16 of Wimbledon. He's never been further. Forehand of Ferry goes back behind Ferry, who does well to adapt. Ferry finds a pass. Wonderful anticipation, right place, right time from the Brit.
Second serve in at the backhand of Zverev, goes cross-court. Backhand netted by Leheshka. And the elusive Wimbledon quarter-final belongs to Alexander Zverev.
He turns and takes that forehand into the backhand wing. That comes bobbling off the net, but Ferry deals with it. How did he do that?
His mum can't believe it.
Can anybody?
Backhand played cross-court by Zverev. The backhand long from Fritz. Flawless from Zverev from 30 love down.
Match points for Arthur Ferry to reach the Wimbledon semi-finals. Serve, ace! And he collapses on the deck. The most stunning upset on centre court.
No, I'm just going to keep going. I've been doing a great job for the past 10 days and just going to do the same thing and see where that takes me.
Arms aloft for Alexander Zverev as his season of firsts continues. And it has unlocked the door to a first career Wimbledon semi-final.
It's going to be a great atmosphere. Of course, I know that 99% of the people will be cheering for him, but I also enjoy those kind of atmospheres. I enjoy when the energy is very high. I look forward to that challenge.
You can hardly believe it listening back to those journeys, but for Arthur Ferry, it is a year to cherish, going deep into the championships for this Wimbledon Grand Slam. No one expected it, but maybe we've got someone who did, who's joining us now. Alison Taylor, Arthur Ferry's first ever coach. Alison, thank you very much for joining us on the show. And as you listened to that, I mean, was it something that you thought plausible?
Well, from an early age, you thought he had the great skill set, and he was very, very confident. So you thought one day something big might happen, but nobody expected it to happen so quickly. Being in the semi-finals is just incredible.
Can you just tell us the age group that he was when you were working with him and what he was like?
So I started with him when he started playing tennis, so 4 or 5 years old, and right up until about the age of 12. And he has always been very confident. And he, you know, I used to coach him on a sort of a front court at the local club, and people would walk by and they'd say, "Oh wow, he looks good." And I'd say to Arthur, "Okay, you show them what you can do." And he just loved, even at that age, to perform in front of people. So he's a natural performer, competitor, and you know, he was just very easy to coach. He, you know, listened very well, and what you see now, you know, his composure, his confidence, he's had that pretty much, you know, when he was a junior.
When you started, Alison, with Arthur, and you've got an unbelievable track record, you're very honest and humble, but we can big you up. You also worked with Hannah Klugman, right from the start.
Mm-hmm.
So what was your first steps with Arthur, and what is the secret when a player's first got the racket in their hands?
Well, I mean, when they start at an early age, it is to give them the love of the game and to make sure that, because they're usually quite talented and they could go to any other sport, so you really want to keep them in tennis. So you have to make it fun. You've got to, you know, make it very enjoyable so they can come back and they like it. I think, you know, any coach that's starting out with a young player has to realize that, and it's maybe not just, you know, getting down, you're going to hit 60 backhands and do that. So with Arthur, he had, you know, sort of that flair that he wanted to drop shot. He wanted to, you know, play games where, you know, I was running him all over court. So it's really individual, and depending on the player's personality. You know, sometimes if they're that young, they maybe don't have, you know, their personality isn't stamped in yet. But it is just working with them and making sure that it's fun, and obviously teaching the technique. But I like to teach the technique and the tactics at the same time.
When you're working with players, and obviously Arthur, you felt that he had that confidence and belief at such a young age. I think this is a question that's always comes to coaches' mind is, do you feel overall when you're working with youngsters that you can also not only teach tactically, but do you feel like you can teach that belief and that confidence to instill it in it? Because it's such a huge part of the game.
Well, that's maybe part of my style is I like to make the player feel confident. You know, I'm always trying to, tell them they're good. Because there's always coaches that may say, okay, well, that's not quite good enough, and people can be critical. Sometimes parents can be critical. So I'm always the coach that's making them feel good about themselves.
In your opinion, because of what you said about Arthur's personality and wanting to be this showman when people were walking by, I think one of the things that's really captured everyone is how calm he's been in these situations. And that seems to be natural. He just has that composure. Has that meant that you've had to work less, and coaches since you will have had to have worked less on the mental side because he naturally had that?
I think so. I mean, he has worked on it. Obviously, he's had a lot of coaches after me, so I know Craig Veal and Benoit, and he's worked on a lot of techniques to, calm himself down, his breathing. So there's been a lot of work behind the scenes, but naturally, I think his parents, his upbringing, they, allowed him to, explore lots of different sports, but they've given him that calmness. I sat beside his mum, and she's very calm watching.
You're going to be sat beside his mum as well later, aren't you?
Well, I hope so, maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
I also wanted to ask, he's had this huge run here. I mean, there's a lot of people that think he can just keep going because of the way he's been performing. But especially here at Wimbledon, when he grew up so close, I mean, now there's so much attention on him, and that calmness will go a long way. But he seems to even handle all that expectation and attention on him as well. Are you surprised by that? Is that something that you feel like he's embraced? And how does he go forward here, just keeping on the right track?
Well, I think he's got a great team around him, and they're, he's going, back home, and he's got his team around him, and he's not being distracted. He is totally focused, and I think, he's not reading. I don't think he's probably reading any press or listening to anything. So, trying to drown out those distractions, I think, is key for him.
You mentioned he's always had this high tennis IQ, and I think that's what's impressed all of us so much. How will he prepare for this match later? Will he study Zverev, or is he someone that watches a lot of tennis anyway, so he's already built this picture in his mind of if he played Zverev on centre court, or he played Djokovic, or he played Sinner, that idea of how he would approach it tactically?
Well, I'm probably not the best place to answer that question, but he's got a great team of coaches around him, and I'm sure they'll do the statistics, and he's watched Zverev enough, I think, that he'll come up with a plan that he'll think he will disrupt Zverev's rhythm and just the way he plays. It's so exciting, and how he moves around the court is just phenomenal. So, I'm sure he's going to come with a plan, and he's a very versatile player, so he can change it if it doesn't work.
I spoke to Arthur in his press conference after the last match. By the way, just to set the scene of that, we've been out here on the broadcast roof. Previous rounds, we've seen him walk over one person there taking a photo. In the media theatre for the last one, I was stood at the back. It was packed to the rafters, and it's sort of 20 seats deep, that theatre. So you can imagine the appeal now for Arthur Ferry. One of the questions that I asked him, because I was reading about some of the coaches after yourself when he went to Stanford, and they were making some comparisons, and we played a bit of this out earlier, but he was talking about the likeness to Kai Nishikori, mainly for the backhand, I think. And then he also mentioned Agassi and the baseline. Do you see that? Is that how you've gone on to progress?
Yeah, so I remember him always wanting to, when I worked with him, his defense was amazing, and you'd have to hit sort of 40 shots, and he just drove everybody mad because nobody could get the ball past him because he was so quick. And so he probably played, when I was with him, he probably played much more defensive game. He wasn't tall, so he but he loved to do the drop shots, and he's added in coming to the net and being a little bit more aggressive, and he can disrupt anybody, and he's fearless. I mean, I've watched all his matches here, and how has he done this? Being two breaks down in the third round and coming back, and yeah, he's fearless. So it's just exciting to watch.
Another thing that I'm hoping you might be able to confirm, certainly through sitting next to his mother as well, is this to do with the nosebleeds. So apparently he had a nose cautery, which is a minor procedure where a doctor seals off the blood vessels during a chemical swab, and that was done to stop these frequent nosebleeds. Apparently after the Zizou Bergs match, and he's not experienced the issue since. Can you confirm that?
No, I can't.
You
Because
can't.
I don't know that.
You don't know.
I don't know that. No.
But you've obviously seen the
I've seen the
nosebleeds, and that would have been a
yeah.
big concern.
Yes, because they come at times where I think he was serving against Bergs, and I think he was 4-5 down and 40-15 up, and then the nosebleed happened. So they have come at not the greatest moments.
With the run that obviously Arthur's having, yesterday Linda Noskova said she's very superstitious. 20 or 30 things she's got to do. Is Team Ferry superstitious? Is Olivia, the mother, superstitious?
No, I don't think so. She is just very calm and obviously wants what's best for her son. And I think I think all tennis players are a bit superstitious. But yeah, I don't think he's probably so superstitious, but I don't know that for a fact.
Do you get nervous watching him?
No, I don't actually.
Everyone seems so calm in this
camp.
Ferry camp. Yeah.
No, I don't. I just I just love watching him, and he's exceeded everybody's sort of expectations. So anything is a bonus.
And Alison, got to ask you, Hannah Klugman, Arthur Ferry, you also worked successfully with Thomas Gabor, who is one of the best, one of the best juniors. Any more in the pipeline? What's the secret?
Yeah, there's a couple more in the pipeline. I don't know. Just luck, I think.
No, it's not luck.
It's
you
amazing.
Get lucky once, but you can't get lucky.
But now that I've maybe worked with a few players, people do come to me and say, can you have a look at my son or my daughter? And yeah, so I guess you do get the opportunity to possibly work with some of the top players. So, yeah, and a little bit lucky.
Have you ever got it wrong? Have you ever had a player that you thought, they're not going to go that far?
Well, I work with so many players, so it's and I work on my own. I work in a back garden of somebody's house, and then I work at Roehampton Tennis Club, which is really now starting a good performance program. So yeah, I think for me the key is also getting along with the parents, and just making a nice team feel. So yeah, I probably get it wrong a lot,
but I think the secret for Alison is I don't think any coach should judge whether the player can or can't do it. It's just the role of the coach is just to help that player get better.
Yeah.
Every single time they step on the court, it's not complicated.
No.
But I think federations make it complicated. I think sometimes coaches trying to make it too complicated, and
yeah, it's just.
Are they walking on with a smile on their face?
Yeah.
Are they walking off with a smile on their face? And have they improved?
Exactly. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and I'm curious too. Out of everyone you've worked with throughout your whole coaching career so far, are there certain key qualities across the board that have stood out that, of the one all the ones that have been successful, that you're like, wow, those things popped out at me across the board about everybody?
Yeah, I think one of the things is just loving the game.
Yeah.
Wanting to play, enjoying the hard work, because it is hard work. So I try to at the beginning of the journey make them work hard, but make it fun, and how many times can you keep going? I remember I had one little boy. I said, okay, do you think you can go, I'm going to hit you balls side to side, do you think you can go for 5 minutes? Well, they went for about 45 minutes. I thought, well, you better not go home and tell your parents that all you did was just run around the court all day. So it really, it's enjoying that hard work and not worrying so much about the results, but it's just having that good balance and having fun with them.
How is Arthur going to cope today with that huge serve from Zverev? He spoke about it and said it's something that he's been working on. But is that going to be the biggest test, the biggest question?
Probably, but he's faced some servers that were serving 130 miles an hour. So he'll prepare himself well for it. He's so well organized and disciplined, and he will have I think, and also he's practiced with players that have big serves. I remember seeing him at the National Tennis Center not that long ago practicing with Fritz. So, and his reactions are so fast, and he'll vary his return position, I'm sure.
Oh, we saw that with the slip, and he still managed to get that return.
Incredible.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Of all of the people then, just to bring this full circle, has this one it's taken the nation by surprise? It's taken world tennis by surprise. Of all of the people that you've coached, has this been the journey that's taken you by surprise the most, this Grand Slam?
For sure. Absolutely. We knew that Arthur was a good player, but he's never progressed past the second round of a Grand Slam. So it's just an amazing achievement for him, and it's life-changing for him to go from 114 in the world, having to get wild cards, to now being able to get into almost every tournament he wants to. So yeah, of course it's the biggest occasion, for sure.
And the next bit could be the hardest, right? From this point onwards, being number 36, the access that you get now to tournaments, there is a real opportunity.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, well, he's done well on his wild card this year.
I think so. Don't think any of us can argue with that.
Not going to need a wild card next year, that's for sure.
No, not at all. Thank you so much for your time, Alison. Alison Taylor, very first coach for Arthur Ferry. It was brilliant speaking to you and getting some of that insight, so thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck for later, and we'll look out for you sat next to Olivia. I'm loving the fact that for Arthur, this composure was from a really early age, and it was really interesting, Barry, for me, hearing from Alison, that he was a showman from the start, 4, 5, 6 years old, and he wanted to impress people.
Yeah, I think that is sort of been one of the standouts. How comfortable, walking out onto centre court for the first time against Dimitrov, wasn't it, and then Kaboli. But I do think when God gives you a talent, and to be a great tennis player, you've got to kind of have more than one talent. You've got to have sort of 3 or 4. And then you're able to use it, success comes. And obviously, clearly for Arthur, only 5'9", that's a disadvantage, but he's made up for it in other areas, and he has caused problems for players. As Alison said, the movement. I mean, obviously he has worked hard on that, and it reminds some of the defensive player, I was just imagining, that's how Murray was. When Alison was talking about Arthur at a young age.
Yeah, being
just
very
the defensive
defensive,
skills and the drop shots and the lob. I could imagine he drove his fellow competitors at that age to despair. I can just imagine him just scrambling all over the court and the kids just shaking their head and going nuts. But yeah, and then obviously he developed his skill set, and I actually think the way how early he takes the ball. And as Alison said, coming to the net, that is actually something that has impressed me as much as his defensive skill set.
When he was so talented in the defence, how do you go about integrating other aspects to the game and making him more attacking-minded in moments, and the decision-making?
I mean, I think it's just hours on the court. It's just practicing, and I think also have the mentality of willing to do that. I mean, I was very similar, actually, because I was very short, and I started very defensively as well, and I had to learn how to be aggressive in certain moments, and it's uncomfortable at first, but it's just being willing to do it, not only in the practice, but having the will to do it in pressure moments, and just going for it. It's just like Alison said, not worrying about the result. Sometimes you have to take matches where you're just like, I know this is what I need to do to get better, despite if I lose this match, I know it's what's going to push me forward. So it would have taken Ferry moments and matches to be like, okay, I got to get aggressive in these certain moments when I have the opportunity opportunity and just commit to it, whether I miss it or make it. You have to be willing to do it in match play, in tournament play. And it would be the same for him developing his net game that he's developed more now. Just the willingness to, and grass helps that actually, just the willingness to be able to hit and go forward and just do it without the worry. And it's amazing that he's been able to take that on, but it seems like he's just enjoyed every aspect of his game to be willing to improve.
It feels like a minor thing to mention when you look at the whole rise of him this tournament, but I wonder, Barry, from a perspective of living close by, whether that helps, the surroundings, seeing it all the time, being on the doorstep. Because a lot of the athletes that come in here, they just come in here for a few days, a fortnight, go again. Do you think that's played a part?
100%, yeah. And we were talking yesterday, I wasn't on at the time, but talking about the under-14 competition. And that's one of the reasons why they set up the under-14 competition. That's why they have the juniors as well, the under-18s. It's preparing you for when you are here in the main draw. And obviously for Arthur, he would never have probably even hit on centre court. I don't see how he could have hit on centre court, but he would have hit on all the other courts because he lives up the road and his mother's a member. I would imagine that Arthur's was a junior member as well. So yeah, I mean it definitely helps being comfortable. But as I always say, you can have the greatest mindset, but it will be totally irrelevant if you don't have substance as a player. And he has substance as a player. And
doesn't that work the other way around, though, as well, if you've got substance as a player and you haven't got the mindset?
No, I don't think so. I think you have to have substance as a player because you can be the strongest person mentally, but then not perform out on the centre court because you don't have the foundations. So I think the foundations are important. And Alison was saying, obviously it's important at the start to learn, obviously, the tactical side, but the technical side as well. And technically, Jill, I don't see any holes.
No, I don't either. I think you have to have both. I think both.
Yeah, you have to have both.
Yes, yeah.
But you have to have without substance.
Like substance, you mean like substance specifically?
Technical.
Yeah.
I don't know, because there's some players that you wouldn't teach necessarily certain strokes technically that they have. You know
but
what
it's
I
not
mean?
just technique, but the substance to be able to produce over and over again. Like Medvedev. Medvedev, for instance,
exactly.
doesn't have the greatest technique.
That's why I was asking specifically substance.
But that forehand, that forehand under pressure, he can put that ball.
He can make it
where he wants to.
Yeah, but that's a deep belief that, that's what she was saying, that Ferry had from a very young age. And maybe that deep belief came because he was around this facility and venue all the time since he was 4 or 5 years old. I don't know where that came from, or it was just innate in him, or his parents instilled it in him somehow from a very young age. So I think it's both. And I think, the ones that maybe you wouldn't necessarily teach the specific technique, they do have that level of self-belief where I think they just know how to get through big moments at big times.
Just going to hold you there because we've got match point on court 12. Abigail Johnson.
It's on the return for junior girls top seed Sun Jin Ran, but we'll see if the 15-year-old can get it done against Shanae Preston, the girl from the States who's been kept on the back foot and now has to come through with a second serve. Sun, one of the most expressive young players I've ever seen, wringing her hands after misses despite being up 6-1 and 5-3. She's ripping a backhand now into a wild backhand from Preston. It's the biggest roar and a clenched fist from the world number 10, top seed at a junior Grand Slam for the first time in just her 5th attempt at a major. Sun is into the final round. She fell at the first hurdle on her debut last season, but it was to Roland Garros champion Lily Tagger, and with the ferocity of her forehand and the way she looks to get up the court, even with her emotional dips and rises, Lindsay, I think she's going to take some beating. She'll face the winner of the next clash on court 12 between either Anna Pushkareva or Polina Skalaya, I think that is. I'm going to have to check that before the next match.
Thank you very much, Abigail. What have you just had an update, Barry? You know someone who's been coached
yes,
by
our
Alison
very
Taylor.
own Mikey Pereira.
Oh, wow.
So unfortunately, I just missed the message that Mikey sent me a while ago. He said, Alison coached me, and Mikey's got a twin brother, in the Algarve in the 90s. And he said, She was a brilliant coach to have on my holidays as a child.
Mikey's going to make the semis.
I think he purposely sent you that late after she'd left so that we couldn't say, what was Mikey like? Can we have the lowdown? Absolutely.
The one that got away.
That was the answer, Mikey Pereira. We'll chat to Mikey later on. Thank you very much for that. Hopefully you caught that chat with Alison Taylor, Arthur Ferry's very first coach, but we will continue the build-up to the men's semi-finals here on Wimbledon Radio. We have also a social media topic for everyone to get involved with, which is sporting heartbreak, which leads into the conversation a little bit, all inspired by Coco Gauff and that match point, the volley, and, you know, having sporting heartbreak and having that in your mind. What do you think of when you think of heartbreaking sporting moments? I'm going to start that again. radio@aeltc.com is the email. At Wimbledon Radio on X, on Instagram, it's at Wimbledon Radio Channel. Please get in touch. We'll go through some of those shortly. You are listening to Wimbledon Radio, and right now the time is 12:06.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Yes, it's Lindsay Hooper, Barry Cohen and Jill Craybass all up on the broadcast centre roof with you for the next half an hour or so. We'll continue the chat to the men's semi-finals. Just whilst I mention the sporting heartbreak, I'm going to put you both on the spot with that. Biggest sporting heartbreak moment? Jill?
Well, the first one I thought of was here, actually, when Jana Novotná lost to Steffi Graf in that 1993 Wimbledon final where she was up 4-1 in the third with a game point, I believe, and ended up losing, and that she was going for her first Grand Slam title and just started crying and falling at the end of that match where she couldn't come through. So that one always stuck out to me. I think everybody remembers that.
This will go over Jill's head, but you'll know about
goodness.
it, Lindsay. 1989, Liverpool.
Oh, yeah.
Going after
I knew it was going to be Liverpool.
Going after the double. So they'd won the FA Cup the week before, and the season was delayed because of Hillsborough, what happened in Hillsborough. And basically the last game was Liverpool and Arsenal going for the title. Liverpool were ahead, they were at home, and Arsenal needed to win 2-0, Jill.
I'm following.
Yeah, at Liverpool.
Are you?
And Liverpool never lost. Anyway, the last kick of the game, Arsenal scored their second goal, which meant the whole season ended up with nothing.
You could have picked the Gerrard slip as well.
Yeah.
That
But
was
I think the.
I can hear you getting devastated now.
Well, you know, if you're that passionate about something.
I know.
Our listeners have been getting involved with this topic as well. Nigel has emailed in, Federer's 2 match points against Djokovic,
Yes.
Wimbledon final 2019. That's heartbreak. Loads coming in. Oh, wow. This is so many from Jonathan in Switzerland. Thank you so much. Let's go for a few. Jana Novotná choking against Steffi Graf. Roger's loss in Roma at match point against Rafa. How different would their clay rivalry have been if he'd won that one in 2005? Thomas Bjorn taking 2 out of the bunker on the 16th at Sandwich when Ben Curtis won. There's loads and loads he's got
That's
here.
the one I was thinking of too.
Yeah?
No idea. I don't know.
Yes, yeah.
John
yeah.
van der Velde.
Yeah.
When he took what did he do? He needed a double bogey or something on the last, and he attempted this shot that was,
Amanda Clover, so many against Chris Evert.
Chris Evert. Yeah.
Evert.
Yeah.
Yes. This one has come in from Maz as well. I hope you're doing well. The question's brought back a lot of memories. One of the most heartbreaking moments I remember in recent years was when Lewis Hamilton suffered defeat at Abu Dhabi in 2021, losing the World Championship on the very last lap to first-time champion Max Verstappen after leading from the opening lap. That's very fresh in the memory for all F1 fans. Incredible fight. Hamilton has since spoken candidly about the mental health struggles he experienced to try and heal from that title loss. We've also got from Stevie O, Derek Redmond Olympics, Dimitrov as well last year.
Oh, that's a good one. That was heartbreaking.
We'll keep those coming in and we'll go through more. So thank you very much for getting in touch. I think we should turn our attention to the other semi-final then. We've done a lot. I mean, do we have a quick word on Zverev as well in the big serve, Barry, before we move on?
Yeah, I think we have to. His serve is nothing short of sensational. You know, 6'6", and how he's been able to iron that out as well, because he had a few problems. In fact, he had a lot of problems on his second serve. He had the yips. But he's improved that a lot. His consistency on that first serve regularly, he's around 70% of first serves in. So that for me is where he has the big advantage today against Arthur Ferry. So 6'6" on a grass court will be really tough for a 5'9" Arthur Ferry. But I think also the confidence, and I feel he's actually grown into the tournament mentally. Not so sure at the start. He was maybe in the right place mentally, but I think he's grown into it. And watching him earlier on the practice courts, I think he's ready to make the Wimbledon final.
Yeah, I do too. I agree. I think his serve is his biggest weapon in this matchup. I think he's going to look to utilize that and pick his spots, but I think that's going to be probably one of the biggest challenges for Ferry. And I agree with you, Barry, about what you're saying about his mentality. I mean, even just watching him in the press conferences and listening to him, he just feels different to me. And I felt that from the very first match that he played. And I think that probably has a lot to do with the fact that he finally got his first Grand Slam title at the French Open. I think he's shown, but sometimes it's hard to repeat that and back it up. But there's just a sense of ease about him, I think, every time I listen to his press conference. So I do think he's coming in with a deeper sense of belief and confidence, especially on a surface he said he didn't necessarily love in the past. But I think he's just really embracing it to a different degree now.
We've got another semi-final to map our ways through, but we've also got a guest standing by, Andy Oliver. We're going to go to her in just a moment. First, though, let's catch up with Lily Coleman, who's around the grounds.
Well, I found a lovely lady called Katrina who's actually saving me a little bit because we're sat in the shade, and we're sat for a start and it's in the shade. I'm actually going to start that again. Sorry, that was so waffly. Well, I'm joined by a lovely lady, Katrina. And do you know what, Katrina? You are saving me right now because first of all, you're sat on a bench, which means that I'm now sat, which is great because I'm resting my legs. And secondly, we're in the shade and it's very hot outside. So it's really nice that I found you. Katrina, talk to me a little bit about your first impressions of Wimbledon.
It's amazing. Done the ballot for about 4 years, so this is the first time we've got tickets. So we have tickets for number one court for the ladies doubles semi-final, and then hopefully we'll maybe make it to the Hill for there's a few other important matches to see today. Arthur Ferry particularly.
I was going to ask you, that was going to be my next question. Who is your money on?
Oh, Ferry, definitely. It'll be Ferry against Sinner.
Do you think Ferry Sinner in the final?
I think so. I hope so.
And then who are you hoping to lift the trophy?
Well, Ferry ideally, but I don't know. Doubtful. But if he gets to the final, I think that's just that's good enough.
Now, you did say that this is your first time here at Wimbledon. I cannot believe you've got tickets to the semi-finals. You're on court one of the most special courts. What are you most looking forward to sort of seeing when you go out there?
Just seeing and absorbing the whole atmosphere. We've travelled from near Belfast yesterday just to be here today. So really looking forward to the atmosphere and explaining all the rules to my husband because he doesn't follow tennis.
Oh no, I'm going to talk to you, husband. Why are you here at Wimbledon on semi-finals day and you don't know tennis?
Well, by the end of the day, I will know. But Katrina wanted to come, so I thought I would come with her, soak up the atmosphere.
Well, you're a very good husband. Now, as it is your first time, we've obviously got an amazing shop. Are you going to be going there and are you going to be spending some money?
Most likely. We need a few mementos before we go home. Maybe the children, my two boys might be looking something. Yeah.
They have some lovely red towels there at the moment, and apparently they're red for the colour of strawberries. They're amazing.
Been eyeing those up, yeah. I think a towel would be perfect memento of today.
Well, it's lovely to chat to you. Thank you for giving me your time, and have the best day of your life.
Yes, we'll just stay in the shade for another few minutes.
Oh, some lovely people speaking to Lily there, and many more backers for Arthur Ferry. It's making us all nervous on the Broadcast Centre roof. We've got our next guest joining us, Andy Oliver, award-winning TV chef and broadcaster.
Hello.
You were nodding along there. I mean, everyone's going for Arthur. Are you going for Arthur?
how can you not go for Arthur? He's so compelling. His story is brilliant. He's got such an amazing spirit, and he's incredibly talented. He's a powerful player. I've been watching him. He's amazing. He dropped some of those shots. I was just like on the edge of my seat at home, so I'm so excited. I'm going to see him today.
You're going to see him, and he's definitely going to see you. You've got a beautiful dress on. We need to describe it.
I've come by accident. I've come as a Slazenger ball, and I didn't actually realise until I put it on. I went, well, it's in keeping, but I'm not sure it was exactly the right choice. But I'm here, and I'm going with it completely.
Beautiful fluorescent
Thank
yellow
you.
long dress.
Thank you.
Andy, let's begin by speaking about some of the work that you've been doing. So you've teamed up with the Wimbledon Foundation.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So I've just got back from Malawi and went to visit a project that is supported by the Water Aid and the Wimbledon Foundation. First thing I want to say about it is what a partnership. And I am somebody who works with teams all the time. I'm a chef. You can't do anything without your teams, you know. So I love it when people come together to deliver something brilliantly, because everybody has something different to bring to the table, you know. And the work that they're doing in Malawi is absolutely incredible, because it's also empowering for communities. It's bringing water, accessible clean water, to communities who previously just didn't have access to water. This sounds like a really simple thing, doesn't it? Just water. It's like, well, that's great, but what does it mean? It means everything to communities. I met women who, prior to their villages having water, or the health centre, Kalgoma Health Centre, having water, people would have to climb up and down a mountain, and I mean a mountainside, 8 times a day from 2 o'clock in the morning right through all day, up and down, 20 litres of water on your head, just to feed your family, to bathe, people giving birth and then having to climb down the side of a mountain just to wash after childbirth. So the advent of a tap, the borehole going in, a well being made, and suddenly there being tanks in your village, changes everything. It's not even just practical change. Obviously there's practical things that happen, so you can, you know, cook properly, you can wash your clothes, you suddenly get all this time, but also it creates space for humanity. It's space for your dreams and your hopes. You know, I met this brilliant woman called Dina in a little village, and they don't quite have water yet. Their water will be with them in about 4 weeks' time, because there's this brand new technology that means that people even in remote areas, they can dig further down so they can reach the water. So before it was 60 metres, now it's 120, something like that. But they can get far enough down so even these really remote communities can get water. And I said to her, what will it mean for you? And she said, well, everything. I can hang out with my kids. I can spend time with my husband. She was like, I can do whatever I want. I'm a carpenter. I'm going to open a shop. So it makes space for hope, and it makes space for dreams. It makes space for humanity. And on that level, I just felt it was quite a profound experience for me, because it just reminded me what human connection really, really means, and what we can do for each other when we come together. And, you know, Water Aid, Wimbledon Foundation, the communities that this water has been given access to, it suddenly, as one unit, something really powerful happens, and it's exciting. Like I visited one village called Tundu, and you can feel it's a village in transformation, because they've got water now and they've had it for about a year. The health centre has it and the village has it. Everybody in the village, there's a committee that Water Aid and Wimbledon Foundation train, so people are empowered, they have agency. It's not a favour. Clean water is a human right. Everybody should have access to clean water. So once the people are given the right training to look after the machines, look after the wells, look after everything, the taps, everything, then they decide what happens to the water, just as we would. They decide what happens to the water, who gets it, where you get it from, and how their own communities benefit. It's brilliant. I'm aware I've been talking for ages and no one else has said anything. This happens a lot.
We are absolutely gripped. Amazing. I think people walking around the grounds, they will see the Wimbledon Foundation signs, and they'll be aware that there's different stats that they put around the grounds telling you where different money has gone to. But to actually hear firsthand what one of those projects and what some of the results have been. I mean, how long did you spend?
I was there literally for 5 days. Okay. And in 5 days, I had a life-changing trip. I met people who inspired me, who reminded me, you know, community is one of those words that's bandied around quite freely. And it's sort of, sometimes sometimes loses a bit of meaning for us, doesn't it? Because it's just overused. When I went to Malawi and I met people, I was like, oh yes, community is everything, because community is just about human connection, cohesion, and remembering that we should all have the right to hope. We should all have the right to reach for something other than the thing that we're in at this particular moment, you know? So that's what the Wimbledon Foundation is doing. That's where that money goes. It makes real human impact on the ground, you know, and generational impact. I met this one woman called Elizabeth who, when she had her kids, the health centre had no water, and the health centre, that meant for the health centre workers, they were worried about cross-infection, they couldn't really deliver their work properly. There were all sorts of hurdles that they had to traverse because of not having access to water. Now they've got water, they've got showers, they've got toilets, there's birthing centres, there's a whole part of the health centre where women can go with their birth partners just before labour starts, and you're starting to kind of nestle in, and you kind of dig your heels in, you want to feel earth under your feet a little bit. I know that feeling. And they can go there, and, you know, people are doing each other's hair, they're cooking each other a bit of dinner, having a real laugh, just like sisterhood, you know, in training stuff. And that's literally just because of the advent of water.
And water opens doors when it comes to food as well, which is your specialist area. I mean, I've got this image in my mind of Andy going around picking out a few ingredients that are just left.
I went down the market.
Did you?
Of course.
I mean, I was going to ask, they must have utilised you while you were there.
We had a great time. I actually got to cook with a man called Fredson, who lives in Tundu, one of the villages that we spent time in, and he was just absolutely brilliant. I was like, come on, Fredson, take me down the market. We went down the market. There wasn't much there. There was white sweet potatoes, which are my favourite kind of sweet potatoes. White sweet potatoes, they had spring onions. I found these beautiful greens, these big sort of dark green mustard leaves that were wonderful. I found bananas, I found flour. And I found curry powder. I couldn't find any garlic or anything else. So I made... and tomatoes. So we made like a little seasoned rice, which is a kind of Caribbean version of a paella or a risotto or something like that. We did crispy. We shaved off all the sweet potatoes. We cooked it on this tiny little stove. I mean, I nearly burnt myself and the place down because I had these big billowy trousers on. I kept whacking the pans because, you know, I'm not used to the fire being so low. It was like down around my ankles. And we shaved off the sweet potatoes, made these little crisps and onions and tomatoes, made this a lovely seasoned rice, sweated down the leaves on the top, and then I made banana fritters, which is something my mum makes.
Ooh,
all
I
the
reckon
time.
Barry likes a banana fritter.
Banana fritter, sweet potato seasoned rice, and sort of greens that were steamed through with the curry from the rice. And I was really quite pleased with myself, actually, because
absolutely delicious.
it sounds amazing. It was just one little pot, and me and Fredson and his wife, and then the chief came to meet us. This amazing woman. She said, "Oh, I hear you're cooking. What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh my God, I hope she likes it." And she did. It was wonderful. But cooking is a beautiful vehicle again for communication, because I really felt like I landed, you know, once we rolled my sleeves up and we got into it, we just, everybody was laughing, it was very relaxed, and it just felt like I was properly experiencing what life is like in that little village in Tundu up in the mountains.
Oh, it's
beautiful.
Fantastic to hear about
it was amazing. It was really amazing.
I knew you would deliver on the food front. Here at Wimbledon, I think, you know, the food talk is all about strawberries and cream.
Of course.
Maybe as well the sausage grill, which is what Marcus and Barry talk about quite
what's
a lot.
the sausage grill?
Well, I'm actually going to visit it for the first time later.
Oh, well, Marcus was wanting a sausage.
Do I need to go there?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe go and investigate. There's obviously a lot that people can indulge in here. They can go to the very high end and have a 3-course dinner, or you just go and have the pizzeria and go in the Southern Village and just pick things.
I had lunch in the Royal Box a couple of years ago.
Oh.
That was pretty fancy.
Yeah.
With Stanley Tucci. Very fancy that was. It was lovely. It was a beautiful experience. It was when we did... Wimbledon was the theme of Great British Menu one year. So I got invited to the Royal Box, and now my husband won't come unless he's going to the Royal Box. So suffice to say, he hasn't been again.
It's like turning left on an aeroplane, isn't it? You never want to go back.
It ruins you forever, basically. It was wonderful. It was a beautiful day.
Oh, brilliant. Can we just get some final thoughts from you on the tennis itself as well? We heard what you thought about Arthur. Just all of it. What have you been taking?
I love Wimbledon. It's just such a brilliant, quintessentially English occasion. Do you know what I mean? I love it every single year. Naomi Osaka was everything for me. Those outfits, I mean, and her tennis. And to me, the two match up. You know, I know there's been some chat about she shouldn't have this and she shouldn't have that. I completely disagree.
Oh, fashion's been a huge theme this
I love that people are dressing as their spirit dictates. I think that's a beautiful thing. She was amazing. Coco was incredible, of course. I just think that the energy around Wimbledon this year seems to be turned up a little bit. I think the world's a bit of a kind of, there's a lot of negativity and a lot of grumpiness and anger a lot of the time. I think we really need this as a nation right now. We need the energy, the unity of Wimbledon, the kind of complete embrace of Wimbledon, and I'm feeling it deeply. I do every year, but particularly this year.
Brilliantly summed up. Thank you so much, and we hope you have a lovely rest of your day as well.
Very excited. I'm here with my daughter. We can't wait.
Oh, brilliant.
She's waiting. She's waiting
for you.
Impatiently, I would say.
we might try and get a photo with you, actually, if that's okay in a moment.
Of course.
But yeah, Barry, Jill, I want to move on to the next semi-final before we let you go. I would like to get some thoughts from you both on that other one, Djokovic-Sinner, because we saw Djokovic go for the 5 hours, 15 minutes. In the lift on the way up, I was speaking to Barry about Djokovic and doing the second match on court. What did you think about that when it came out that they were going second?
I wasn't that surprised, actually. I wasn't that surprised that they were going to be second on center court. I actually didn't think about it that much, and I think people were initially surprised because they had more time off, but because they had the 2 days off. But I think at that stage, I think the fact that, with scheduling, everyone had enough time off to know. I mean, I understand, I think that because this Arthur Ferry is such a big story in the local that maybe he should have been the later. But I mean, to me, I don't think I was that surprised. You, Barry?
Yeah, I was surprised.
You were, yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. I can see why, but I just think if you're from Great Britain and you've had your day at work, which match would get your attention more? Would be Arthur Ferry, I think, for the Brits. So I guess Wimbledon is not just about the local host broadcaster. It's obviously got to feed the whole world. The biggest match around the world is clearly Sinner and Djokovic, but kind of the story is Ferry and Zverev. But I mean,
the other layer
isn't
to
it
that,
nice that we're having this discussion?
Yeah, I mean, the other layer to that
could have
is
been one way or the other.
Extra rest for Djokovic.
Yeah, but I think there was enough time.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah.
It's not like it's a night match on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Where
even at 39, Jill, when he's got his.
No, I think it helps that he had extra rest, but I think I think it was that's why I was saying I think it was enough for either one to throw whatever match anywhere. I
without sort of trying to shoot you down, Lindsay, the 39 for me is irrelevant. I do. I think Djokovic has shown that actually the age is not really a factor because he's still with. I mean, that amazing stat the Marcus was saying yesterday. He's never lost a match that's gone 5 hours over 5 hours, and Sinner's never won a match that's gone over 4 hours.
I mean, I think you're also thinking it's a 3 or 4 hour difference, right? I mean, at that stage, he would have recovered by then either way. Yeah.
I'm going to put you both on the spot then.
As you always do.
I know. Who is going through to the final?
I'm going with Zverev and Sinner.
Zverev and Sinner for you?
Yep.
I am going to go for Zverev. I think Zverev will win in 3.
Oh, you're being specific.
And I think let's stick with Djokovic.
Okay.
Because that was my pick at the start.
Ooh,
you have to be put on the spot as well.
I'm going to go Zverev. I think he is going to beat Ferry. I think the Ferry tale is coming to an end, even though it's been a fantastic ride. And I can't really choose between Djokovic and Sinner, but I would say because of the 5 hours, 15 minutes, last time I think I'd probably go Sinner.
Okay.
So Sinner Ferry. Oh, Sinner Zverev. My gosh. Sinner Zverev, not Ferry. Maybe that was a Freudian slip that was intentional, and it is going to be Ferry.
Tennis will be the winner.
Yes, it is. We are going to change you over. Thank you so much for your
Enjoyed
company. Let's go to Rob Nothman on court 3 whilst we change you over.
And I'm watching the ladies' invitational doubles between Eugenie Bouchard and Annette Kontaveit taking on Sabina Lisicki and Katie O'Brien. And this is giving the crowd plenty of entertainment here on the number 3 court because Bouchard and Kontaveit took the first set by 6-4. Back came Lisicki and O'Brien. They took the second set on the tie-break, 7-6. And we're now in a final set. So we are now at 6-3 in the sunshine here. 2 former Wimbledon ladies finalists here on display, with Bouchard having reached the final in 2014 and Lisicki having lost to Marion Bartley in the final here 13 years ago. So this match continuing here on the number 3 court. I wonder what's going on court 18. Let's find out from Peter Marcato.
Thank you, Rob. No, and we've had the mixed invitational doubles, which is done and dusted. Philippoussis and Black 6-4, 6-4 over Johansson and Schetz as the events with the legends conclude for the 2026 championships. But we have a boys singles match coming up, and looking forward to this one. Thijs Bogaert from the Netherlands. It's been 30 years since Richard Krajicek triumphed in the men's singles. Could we be seeing another star from the Netherlands coming through again? He is taking on the Australian Cruz Hewitt, and we've talked a little bit about him over the course of the championships. And of course, you're thinking that name, Australian Hewitt, could it be? Yes, absolutely. It is Leighton Hewitt's son, and Leighton is in the player entourage area. And Hewitt's actually had a really good run through the draw. He's beaten seeds 14, 2 and 9 to get to this semi-final. For Bogaert, he's had a really good tournament through as well to get through to this stage. Both of these players, you think about all of their junior work that they've done, but really they're making their way on the main ATP Tour and the ITF circuits and trying to build it. So let's see what this semi-final brings. We'll have more as we go along through the day. Lindsay, have you had the changeover yet?
We have got Raj and Lucy in place. We'll be getting underway in just a moment. But first, I'm going to jump out to Lily Coleman somewhere around the grounds, who's caught up with Hugh Laurie, actor and comedian.
Hugh, it's so lovely to see you. Obviously, you're in the Royal Box today. What are we looking forward to?
What am I looking forward to?
Yes.
Some thumping good games of tennis. That's kind of what it's about.
Yeah. No, of course. But Wimbledon, obviously, it's men's semi-finals day. We've got Arthur Ferry.
Ridiculous. I feel just ridiculously lucky, particularly with the way the whole thing is unfolded. To be seeing Ferry at the height of his powers, at least we hope, is an absolutely amazing thing. And I feel incredibly lucky and undeserving.
Well, dare I ask, who do you think's going to be winning today? Arthur Ferry is obviously taking on Zverev, and then you've got world number 1 Sinner with Djokovic. Yeah. What a day of tennis.
I'm not a gambling man, although I do have this slight feeling that I can negatively affect results by making predictions. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut and make
surely Arthur Ferry.
Of course.
It's got to be. We're British.
How could it be otherwise?
Okay, and just lastly, if you could have a dream doubles partner, who would it be?
As I'm here with my daughter-in-law, I think I'd better say her. Aww. Because, otherwise it would be odd.
Yeah, well, lovely to chat to you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
So nice to hear from Hugh Laurie enjoying the tennis today. They're out there with Lily Coleman. Lily will keep her eyes peeled as well for any further guest opportunities, and we'll go round to her. Also, we continue to have our reporters out on the outside courts, Rob Nothman, Abigail Johnson, Peter Marcato, so we'll be going to them throughout. But for the rest of this show, Raj Chowdhury and Lucy Ahl join me. Thank you very much for coming up here on the windy Broadcast Centre roof. It is windy, isn't it?
It is. I was surprised, actually, because it's not windy down there. We're obviously up high.
The elevation has an impact.
My hair's going everywhere.
I'm giving you an early warning for your notes. Notes have been flying off. We've had things falling off tables in the background. Many things that I hope people listening haven't heard. But the wind is causing some drama. And it might cause drama today. Potentially.
Well, during the matches, obviously the windy conditions, who can handle those conditions in the mix of all the other variables that you have to deal with. But having said that, I think there's quite a few people that welcome a bit of a breeze considering the heat that's been on the championships for the last couple of weeks. So a little breeze isn't going to hurt. But from a play standpoint, yeah, absolutely. Who's going to handle that?
We are really going to get our teeth into the other men's semi-final between Djokovic and Sinner, because with Jill and Barry, we've extensively covered Arthur Ferry and Zverev, so it's time to go on to the next one. But before we do, just some of your takeaways and moments from yesterday. We had the women's semi-finals. What did you think?
I mean, obviously the Mukova Goff one, I mean, first 2 sets maybe not, but the third set, I mean, I'm sure it's been covered that still, I mean, everything happened, didn't it? And, obviously the missed drop shot. There's talk about that from Goff on the match point. Mukova getting the time violation, and then she's then missing the backhand. And I mean, amazing that I don't think anyone picked Mukova and Noskova to come through. I think Goff, I think the way she reflected, I think she handled that particularly well. I think maybe aware that she actually went a lot deeper than she thought probably she should, referenced other big stars.
There are obviously moments that she's going to be analysing. Certainly, I mean, there was a double fault at a key time, and there was the match point, and of course her team are going to go over that with her. But as you say, Lucy, I thought she handled it really well, and in the media theatre afterwards, she came across so well and well-rounded. But all of the headlines, Raj, are saying it could haunt her. Do you think that they'll let that happen? I mean, surely it's about trying to minimise that.
Look, it certainly can haunt you, right? I mean, it's a ball on your racket, and she handled herself extremely well. She said, "Listen, if you watch the entire match, I made that choice for a drop shot, and it was very successful throughout the match for her. To me, it looked like just a split second of indecision came into her mind, and that cost her. But I think she has to process it in the way that she did in the press conference. Maybe the initial response was really, hey, this is what I should be thinking, and it might take some time to process and get there. But to be fair, I think the perspective that she had, that she was in a semifinal, and I don't think she played anywhere near her best tennis throughout the event. She found a way into the semifinals of Wimbledon playing below her capacity. So there's a lot to be said for that. I mean, you take away from that, like, okay, if I can brush up on a couple things, and obviously 1 point differential. I mean, that match tiebreaker was incredible because it swung from incredible tennis to very nervy tennis back and forth in the same 10-point tiebreaker. So I think she has a lot to be proud of and go forward, and I think that's part of her success. And that's part of why she was in the semis, because she could process the fact that she didn't perform at her best and move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's going to take a lot of positives away because the last few years she's obviously gone out early. I don't think she's coming into Wimbledon really expecting to win, but she's walking away now thinking I can win Wimbledon, which I don't think she's had before. So I think you can take a different spin on it, and I think she has.
Now we're in for an all-Czech ladies singles final, and on that note, Linda Noskova, someone that I'd picked early on, my only remaining person in the predictions list, the only person left.
What did you base that on?
Now you've put me on the spot, Lucy. I actually,
it's a good pick.
Well, actually,
I
did go down the Czech route because they have had good history at Wimbledon.
Yeah,
they've conquered Wimbledon quite a few times.
Oh, they have.
So I think it was a toss-up between one of the Czech players. We had Andy Oliver with us just a few moments ago from the Wimbledon Foundation, working with them on a partnership. She'd been out to Malawi. Did you know this about Noskova, that in the summer she went to Tanzania, volunteered at a school in Zanzibar, and that is how she spends her off time from tennis, going and helping others. Isn't that well-rounded and lovely?
Yeah, I mean, she's quite unassuming, isn't she, as a person? She's low key, but there's quite a few layers to her, which I think probably we'll start to learn more about. And I think the wider public will. And actually listen to her interviews, and okay, sometimes you've maybe got to ask 10 questions to get a bit of an answer out of her. But then you listen to the press conferences and you listen to different snippets, and there's a personality in there.
Yeah. And I think everyone could say they were a bit surprised with how even keel she was in that semifinal match. And I think when you take a step back in a larger picture, when you say she's doing these times of volunteer activity, she talks about the environment, how she wants to be involved with the environment post-career, and she does things like that. There's something to be said, we're so focused on tennis, that you get so narrow that you don't necessarily develop everything, and then all the pressure's on that one activity.
Yeah.
And when you have sort of a broader palette in your normal life that you can sort of share energy, then maybe sometimes the pressure on that one thing just gets reduced a hair, right?
Yeah.
So then you can perform in the big moments without that extra layer of pressure.
It's a different perspective, isn't it, that she's obviously got. She's putting herself in places where there's different experiences and actually seeing how other people live, what's happening in different parts of the world, aware that, you know, she's put herself in a privileged position now with her status as a tennis player. And I think Raj is right in terms of, you know, you can take a lot from that, and it says a lot about her and her character. And I watched her match against Mertens on court 1, and we had lucky to have some good tickets. I was working with some coaches to be able to observe and analyse her, and so calm, no reaction, nothing to the box, just gets on with it. I mean, the coach doesn't do much either. It's very low key, but then when she won, you could see the emotions there. I mean, she's not, you know, running around arms in the air, but you could just tell that there was a lot that she was controlling in terms of her nerves and emotions out there, which was similar yesterday with how she just reacted after she won.
She actually said it in her press conference, didn't she? Say, like, basically her number one goal was to stay calm, and she felt like she accomplished that, right? So she knows if she's in the right state, she has great tennis to back that up, and the key priority is being in the right state, because then it allows for the tennis to be there when you need it.
Well, can I reassure Lucy, when it came to my predictions, that all of the others went out pretty much first round. So I think I had 6 out quite quick. So the fact that I'm hanging on to Noskova.
Wow, it's a great pick.
Just give me that,
You've done
Lucy.
well. You've done well.
We will enjoy that all-chat final to come on Saturday. Let's go to Rob Nothman. He's watching tennis on court 3.
And a winner in the ladies' invitational doubles, Sabina Lisicki and Katie O'Brien have beaten Eugenie Bouchard and Annette Kontaveit by 10 points to 8 in the final set tie-break. That means in the round-robin competition, Lisicki and O'Brien have won 2 of their 3 matches. Bouchard and Kontaveit just 1 of their 3 matches. And now we await the semi-final of the men's wheelchair singles, with the Japanese phenom, as they would say in the States, Tokito Oda, up against Martin de la Puente of Spain. Very much looking forward to that. I can see that Tokito Oda is just about to come on court with that gleaming white wheelchair of him with the white wheel trim, and it looks an amazing sight. He's about to come on to take on de la Puente, and the number 3 court crowd is filling up gradually here, Lindsay.
Thank you, Rob. It is going to be a quick turnaround between those matches. 5 on these outside courts today. It's very busy Friday here at Wimbledon at the Championships. I did promise you earlier, Lucy and Raj, that we would very much put our teeth into this other semi-final in the men's today. Jannik Sinner against Novak Djokovic. It is
with a flourish. Match point number 2 for Jannik Sinner, the defending Wimbledon champion. Forehand return is long. Jannik Sinner survives a major scare on the opening day of the Wimbledon Championships. Djokovic serves, backhand from Tsitsipas, backhand from Djokovic, running to the forehand, brushes the net, forehand from Djokovic, deep to the forehand of Tsitsipas is long. The centre court crowd rises to their feet to acclaim another Djokovic masterclass as he comes through 6-3, 6-4, 6-2.
Match point for a second time. He serves from the royal box end. The block return's going to drop in. Sinner's forehand to the backhand of Borges. Again, it's good and deep from the Portuguese. He's in the point. He goes down the middle. Forehand on the angle from Borges. A shorter slice from Sinner. He's brought Borges in. And as Borges misses, he's knocked Borges out. And he's into the 3rd round for the 5th consecutive year. 4-6 in the breaker. Rinderknecht serves out wide. It's a brilliant return. Rinderknecht deals with it somehow. He's got a volley at the net. He's on the floor. Djokovic wins the match from the floor himself. An extraordinary ending to a wonderful match on centre court. But it's Djokovic who comes through as he raises his arms aloft.
Match point number 3 for Jannik Sinner on the Jensen Brooksby serve. Brooksby to the backhand of Sinner. Shortish ball. Oh, the forehand is long from Jensen Brooksby. Jannik Sinner moves through to the round of 16 of the Wimbledon Championships for the 5th consecutive year.
Match point Djokovic. 40 love. The serve. He's serving volleying. He's going to play the forehand drop volley, and it's going to be superb. Well, he had his ups and downs in that match. but Novak Djokovic is through to the quarterfinals of the championships for the 17th time. He's 9th in a row.
Sinner is on the cusp of another quarter-final here at Wimbledon. The second serve, Sinner meets it with a weighty backhand cross-court. Then Sinner with a forehand winner. And for Jannik Sinner, the title defence remains on course.
Djokovic steadies himself. Is this to be the deciding point? Auger-Aliassime serve, the backhand reply, forehand over the net from Auger-Aliassime. Big strike from Novak Djokovic, wins him the match. What an amazing match that was.
Jannik Sinner with a couple of match points to get back into the Wimbledon semi-finals. Struff with a backhand return goes long, and his Wimbledon run ends at the quarter-final stage. A serving masterclass from the defending champion.
That was the journey to this stage at these championships for Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic. Lucy, Raj, let's go with Sinner. And Barry was talking earlier about how his serve's been on point. Obviously, that's scare in the first round, but that there are other levels to his game that we're yet to see these championships. Raj is nodding along there in agreement straight away.
Yeah, I think that Sinner's come through outside of that first round match. He's come through in straights, right? And he's had a relatively clean path. He's had a handful of tiebreakers in there that he's had to come through, and he's performed well. I don't know that he's been in his highest gear yet, and I think to some degree, you know, that's again just like we were talking with Coco. If you're getting to these later stages of a Grand Slam and you're not having to bring out your best stuff. Now, today, he's well aware that he's going to need his best stuff. And I think that's going to play a factor in that. And I think time on court, although a little less so this time, because they had the 2 days off now. Djokovic was on court with that epic with Felix. And I think that's going to be a little less of a factor than it might have been in other instances.
Is it too obvious for us, Lucy, to read into this? You know, if Djokovic can take it to 5 sets, can go over 5 hours, or certainly over 4 in Sinner's case, then suddenly the pendulum swings in his favour. Is it too obvious to do that?
Well, I think it goes against him. You know, he spent so much time on court. I was on centre the whole of that day. I picked the wrong court to sit on with the coaches.
Or the right court, Lucy.
And I watched.
Some might say.
Well, no, it was amazing. I wouldn't have swapped it for anything. But we were there from the first ball for Pegula Goff's match. Then obviously Zverev finished, so 1:30 till 11 p.m. and didn't leave the court. And that match against Auger-Aliassime, I mean, the atmosphere was incredible. Auger-Aliassime played unbelievably well, I think. He didn't go away, and the crowd, it's interesting because I do think there are a number of different people that are planted throughout the crowd to, at moments when required, to really step up and get behind Djokovic or calm it down. And there was a number of those moments that happened that made a massive difference, particularly in the fifth. I mean, the first set was about an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, the length of time on court, it just, you know, along with the rest of the time Djokovic has spent on court, I just think that.
So you're talking about that being a negative for Djokovic, because what I was implying is that Sinner is usually the one that struggles after 4 hours.
I think it's maybe read into that. I mean, yes, it has happened, obviously, at the Australian Open, and then he got lucky because the roof was put on. We saw what happened at the French, but I don't think it's happening every match. I don't think there's, you know, there have been times, and then, you know, we're all talking about it, understandably so. But I think the longer that match goes on, the more it favours Sinner. I think Djokovic has to win that match as quick as possible. I think, I just can't, everything that he's gone through at his age, recovery-wise, it's tough. It's really difficult. I mean, of course I'm not going to write him off at all, but I think he knows that he can't afford, I don't think, to be out there like he was in his last match.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting because I think he's spoken in the past that with the advent of Alcaraz and Sinner, that he's realized that, you know, he knows that when he plays his best, he can beat those guys. That's what he feels in his heart of hearts. But he also acknowledges that he sometimes arrives at those matches with a little less in his tank, and he knows if he wants to beat those guys, he has to be at the very tip top of that. So Lucy's point is completely valid, that he spent a lot of time on court, and again, it's not just physical intensity, right? It's psychological stress to have to endure, and he's better at it than anybody. But it's really impressive that he stood up to that.
Well, let's hear from the man himself on this subject, because he did come through that marathon encounter, 5 hours, 15 minutes against Felix Auger-Aliassime. The 7-time champion says he's feeling grateful to compete at the highest level.
At this stage that I'm still able to, you know, battle these young guys that have 15 years less than me, and that I'm able to beat them at the, you know, the tightest possible scoreline. So of course, in a sense, it is really a nice surprise. But at the same time, I always have, you know, the highest expectations for myself, and I can be very self-critical, very hard on myself. But at the same time, you know, I try to also enjoy the moments like this, you know, where I'm still in the tournament and still want to, you know, go at least one more step further.
It sounds like he's taken it all in his stride. It's something that he's used to. What does the recovery, Raj, look like? I mean, is it spent completely in cryo chambers?
There's lots of things. I mean, he's on the forefront. I mean, he's been on the forefront of that. I think part of the reason he's still competing at that level at this age is it's not just the couple days between these matches. It's been the years of taking care of his body, you know. Late matches, he still does the same routine. You know, I know in Australia he spends time in a hyperbaric chamber routinely during the. I saw here. I don't know. I imagine he's doing it, but there's a.
He spoke about red light therapy as well.
Red light therapy. There's something. I think there's one in here. Maybe Lucy knows where it is. It's called an Amortal. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, there's a number of different things that they've introduced for the first year here downstairs for recovery, and I know that he in Australia as well. I don't know if he still does, but a few years ago he was going to the flotation tanks, and using that. I mean, he has tried everything, and then, you know, once you then start to understand what works for you, so he'll be doing absolutely everything to get the best amount of recovery he possibly can.
But it's not even he wouldn't. I don't know that he would treat it so differently. It's a sort of way of being that he's had for all this time, and that's why he's here at this age. It's not sort of, oh, I played a tough match. What can I do to feel better for my next match? It's a way of life for him. I mean, he's so
sleep,
dedicated
everything.
to keeping himself in that condition. So that's. I mean, you can't understate how important that's been to his success, because his play is his play, but physically to be able to be in that condition and keep bouncing back is just remarkable.
Prior to the Felix Auger-Aliassime match, he'd gone on record to say quite a few times in interviews that he wasn't enjoying the tennis because he didn't feel that he'd been playing the sort of shots that he wanted to play. The one thing that you can't dispute in that match, it was end to end, side to side, back to front. They played them to perfection. Too much so. I mean, the graphic that came up at the end, 189 winners for Djokovic, 185 winners for Auger-Aliassime. It's insane. Insane numbers.
I mean, some of the points that they played, the length of rallies. I mean, it was interesting how deep actually Djokovic was behind the baseline, and I mean, he was just smashing the ball. Both of them were from side to side. I mean, the level, the intensity, the physicality, and then, you know, trying to bring each other forward. I mean, you know, the serve at times obviously gave them some quicker points, but the majority of the time, particularly in that fifth set, the points were so demanding of both of them.
So will Djokovic then be feeling, look, I hit those levels. I've been talking about how I haven't found them yet, and it's been frustrating. I hit them. I showed that I got through it. I then won. And yet we come back to the conversation with Sinner of we haven't seen them yet. You know, he's been getting through, but we've not seen those levels.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go on a limb on Djokovic. Just an observation I've seen through those rounds. Like, I feel like when he enters Grand Slams now, he's very, very cognizant of energy management as far as how much he's expending on the way to those deeper rounds. He said it outright that he needs to show up there with a full tank. I kind of feel like he had those kind of scratchy matches where he wasn't really happy, and then it felt like against Felix, like he was going to get through that match, but I felt like there was this sort of acceptance. It was like, okay, well, this is what I've got. If I'm going to get through with less than that, and I think that acceptance maybe takes a little bit of edge off for him today, right? So I think he's going to come out firing, and then the question is, he doesn't have the obvious, I mean, it's tough to say with Felix, but I mean, it was clear in the Felix match, he was targeting that backhand side. That was a place he went when he needed a point, and he kept on it. With Sinner, you don't really have that sort of obvious place to go, so you're going to have to keep producing over and over again.
Yeah, it was interesting, like throughout the match, sort of initially was going after the forehand, particularly the serve, the wide serve on the deuce side, which then paid off, because when it really, really mattered and when it counted, then Felix is covering that side more. He's then attacking into the backhand, and the backhand did hold up, but in those very key moments in the breaker, it didn't. And that, again, the tactical awareness of Djokovic then came through, which is obviously another element that, you know, he's phenomenal at. It's just, yeah, the question mark is over the physicality, and I hope he proves me wrong on that.
We'll hear from Yannick Sinner in just a moment. First of all, Abigail Johnson on court 12.
We've got a fourth set point here in the second of the girls' singles semi-finals for Anna Pushkareva. She is the number 14 seed, and she's serving out wide to the backhand of Polina Sklia, the Ukrainian on the other side of the net, who's come through with some great defensive play. She's extending this rally again, showing a lot of tenacity. She's come through the sideline with a double-handed backhand slice of the backhand, but Pushkareva drives through this one, sets herself up, goes back behind, clean winner, and there is some relief for the 17-year-old who started to get a little flustered. She dropped her shoulders and yelled over at her coaching team after she double faulted and missed a forehand to initially go back to deuce in that final game. But in just her third ever Grand Slam, she is a seeded player, just one spot higher than Sklia, and she's in a semi-final stage for the very first time. An opportune match for these two, with the winner to take on the top seed. It was Sun Jinran, Lindsay, who came through earlier today on this court for the loss of just 4 games.
So top seed awaits there. Thank you very much, Abigail. Talking about defending champion, then let's hear from him, because we heard from Novak Djokovic earlier. Only right we hear from Yannick Sinner, who's been speaking about facing Djokovic in the semi-finals for a second consecutive year here at Wimbledon.
I feel like every match is different, you know. Even when I had, you know, this small streak with him, I felt like every match has really his own story, and especially when you play in a surface like this, you know, if you have a bad serving day or not feeling the ball very well, it's gonna be very, very tough, you know. So in any case, I'm happy to be back in the semis. I'm happy to fight for every ball, and then we see, you know. I mean, more I cannot do, you know. So he has won this tournament so many times, and he knows exactly how to approach it, and I'm looking forward to it.
How much will he be looking back on last year and taking some cues from that match?
I think their whole team will be looking at sort of tactics that were useful, but I think we might, I mean, the head-to-heads is a good talking point for us to discuss and talk about how that is. I think in a perfect world, you don't want to be looking at those that much. You draw a couple tactical things that that you've observed. I'm sure the team's watched the entire Felix matchup in the quarters, so they're well aware of, and they've played each other a few times. The key is getting focused on what you can do. And look, he's the number 1 player in the world at this moment, and he's got to be of the opinion that, hey, if I go out there and do my job well, I can get the job done. And he's going to have the attitude that he's going to go bring his best tennis. And to be fair, you know, I think this is a different matchup than some of the matches he's played so far, right? We're going to have longer rallies. We're going to have a situation where he's going to get some rhythm, and he's going to have the opportunity to create some pressure with court position and his pure ball striking. And I think that's a slightly more comfortable position than some of the other matches that he's won pretty straightforward.
It's going to be interesting to see the start. I think is going to maybe tell us a lot in terms of I think, as you talked about with Djokovic, I think he's going to come out firing and really trying to, go after the match. I think for Sinner, it's been a bit of a journey for him. He certainly hasn't played his best tennis, and that was clear at the start of the tournament. And I think, maybe some question marks in his mind in terms of where he was at physically when you not competed since Roland Garros. So he was thinking, maybe I should have played a lead-up event, have made the right decision on that. But they're both through to this stage. I agree with Raj. There's going to be a different feel, a different vibe there. I think he will take quite a bit from last year's match, but however, it's what's in front, and the teams will be looking at, okay, where are they at right now? How have they been playing physically? Where could they be at? What might they be looking to do? There's an element of that, being ready and knowing what to expect, which I think's important. And we'll see. Sinner's forehand's got better, struggling at the start. He has served well. Djokovic has also served well. I think things will be happening more on Djokovic's side to try and beat Sinner, and he needs to go after it. I think, for me, Sinner's the favourite.
Well, I think if you do go back to the Australian Open match that they played, it was a 5-set epic, but it was impressive how much Djokovic took it to Sinner. And I think he thinks that's kind of where he has to, I would feel like that's where he has to be here. And it'll be interesting to see from Sinner. Earlier in some of these matches, we did see when he was up, maybe a certain volley every now and then, so to see if he's those kind of fringe edge things that can change the dynamic or put a seed of doubt in your opponent could have a really big impact.
No lead-up event, as Lucy mentioned, for Sinner. Did you think, and I'm reading into a little bit of what you were saying here, and I might be barking up the wrong tree, but did you feel that the draw was kinder for Sinner?
I don't think so. I think it's just matchups that I think those matchups didn't require a ton of outside of the first round. There's some big serving, and so there weren't massively long rallies that he had to endure. And I think that's the different thing that's going to happen today. While it's Djokovic, I think it's almost a more comfortable dynamic for him, because he knows he's going to get into points and play rhythm. And so then the question is, who's going to disrupt the other one better? Is it going to be with pace? Is it going to be with surprise? Is it going to be with court position, right? Who's going to serve well enough in the big moments? We've seen both of them come up with serves in big moments. Djokovic especially. How often in a crucial moment he's down 15-40 on a serve? Oh, thank you very much, ace. Thank you very much, ace. Or service winner, and he's back to level. So he does that with such routine frequency. You have to say, can he maintain that across a 5-set battle with Sinner, who's going to pressure him? Certainly, I would think he'd be looking to pressure him on second serves.
I think first serve percentage, and with Djokovic, it's maybe not the biggest serve in terms of pace compared to the other players, but his accuracy and his ability to keep that ball close to the line, the favoured serve down the tee, looking at the stats, and that's something he has done. He did that. He's done that well in all the matches that he's played. He's going to need to do that, and then both of them trying to get that opportunity if they can to take control of the point if they get a look at the second serve. We're going to be looking at that, and I do think there's going to be, Djokovic looking to throw in the serve and volley, looking to use the drop shot, mixing in the slice as well. I think we'll see more variety from him to try and disrupt Sinner. And as you say, those areas that Sinner now starting to throw in serve and volley and using the slice, he's not as comfortable with it. That's something that with Darren Cahill, when they first started a number of years ago, now it's now coming. It takes that long.
It does, doesn't it?
To work on something.
That kind of commitment for a long period of time to arrive where it may be the single shot that is the one that changes the match, right? And that's what's impressive about all of these athletes, is that the amount of time and energy that they're putting into for these tiny details, that there's zero guarantee that it will work, but you have to do it to have an opportunity. It's incredible.
Where are you going on this one?
I'm going to go with Sinner on this one. I feel like I think he's going to elevate. I think he knows what to expect. I think Djokovic is going to fire I think it's going to be a lot to handle early in the match, but as the match progresses, I know there's question marks around Sinner's fitness, but I think that might be a little bit much. I mean, you don't know when that's going to happen, so you can keep pressing him to that point. But I think in the interim, as that match progresses, I think Sinner's going to be the one with the upper hand.
I agree. I think Djokovic is, I think his tank's going to be a little bit too low. I hope I'm wrong, because I'd love for him to be able to go out there and, if Sinner beats him, great, but I hope his legs don't beat him.
Do you think there's any element of freedom, knowing that he's like, I didn't get here the way I wanted to, I'm physically banged up more than I want to be, the real chance for me to win this match is to go out and be super aggressive right out of the gates and just get on top of him and, see if I can do that? Like, do you think there's some freedom in that for Djokovic?
Definitely, and I think that's what he will go after. And I guess most of his matches, he likes to wear you down as well, doesn't he? And he likes that battle from the baseline, moving the ball around and, just seeing his opponents break physically or mentally. So it kind of goes against the natural way he's loved playing. But I agree with you. I think that's what we'll see, is whether he can sustain it and get it done in 3 or 4.
There's some Italian press filming just behind us. They've got newspapers up on...
Fabio Fanini is there. I can't believe he's playing in the Invitational event. He's only just stopped playing. It's incredible.
What caught my attention with the newspapers, especially because the World Cup's on as well, is It's Coming Home. But there's a picture of Yannick Sinner there. It's coming home. It's nothing to do with the football. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel, and the time right now is 1:06.
Check out the Amex experience in the Southern Village, where you can capture cool memories, customize your own tennis ball, and send a postcard anywhere in the world. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative, APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
We tipped over 1 o'clock, which means that number 1 court action is underway. It's the first time for us to check in today with Phil Studd.
Good afternoon, Lindsay. Yes, looking forward to the match about to get underway to start proceedings here on Show Court 1. It's a ladies doubles semi-final featuring Shuko Aoyama of Japan and Liang Ensho of Chinese Taipei against Gabriela Dabrowski and Luisa Stefani, the Canadian-Brazilian pairing. In the case of Aoyama and Liang, well, Aoyama has been to an Australian Open final in doubles before. This is her third Wimbledon semi-final. She owns 21 career titles, and in partnership with Liang, she actually won in Hertogenbosch in the build-up to these championships on the grass. But the 13th seeds are facing the number 2 seeds. Dabrowski and Stefani have looked exceptionally clinical throughout this tournament. They've won all 4 of their matches pretty comfortably, all of them in straight sets. And in the case of Dabrowski, Lindsay, well, she has a lot of success at Grand Slam level. She's won 4 titles, a couple of mixed and a couple of US Open women's doubles titles. She's never won this one, though. She's been in the final a couple of times, most recently 2 years ago. And Stefani, well, she's been in the semis of all 4 Grand Slam tournaments without going to the title match. So for a number of reasons, they are looking to break new ground this weekend. We are just underway. Dabrowski is serving from the near end of court 1 and is moving swiftly with an unreturnable serve down the centre to 40-love.
Thanks, Phil. And Oder against De La Puente's got underway on court 3 with Rob Nothman.
And you join us here with a break point against the world number 1 Takita Oda, the defending champion, who's serving at 1-2 against Martin de la Puente, the 27-year-old Spaniard. We'll just watch this point. Oda has already saved 2 break points, but he can't save that one as de la Puente hits a magnificent backhand, rifled down the line, and that's the first break of serve after 14 minutes of this match. De la Puente leading by 3 games to 1. These two met in the final of the Australian Open, and De La Puente won the first set there 6-3 before losing the next two 6-2, 6-2. Oda, of course, this phenomenal Japanese athlete who has won the last 5 Grand Slam titles, 9 in all in his career, and remember, he's still only 20 years of age. But it looks as if he's going to be tested here by the 27-year-old Spaniard Martin de la Puente, who leads by 3 games to 1. And just to say again, what is so striking about watching Takito Oda is I was speaking to him earlier this week, and he was talking about what Wimbledon means to him. He loves the traditions here, the beauty of the place. He loves the Wimbledon logo. He loves everything about SW19 and the grounds. And to make a special effort, he got his wheelchair manufacturer to make a wheelchair all in white. It has white trim, white wheels. It really does look quite a wheelchair, and at the moment he knows that he's got a match on here against Martin de la Puente, because it's the Spaniard who leads by 3 games to 1 in this first set.
I love those details, Rob, and he opted for the white, not for the Wimbledon green and purple. Which I suppose when you're playing, it's all about the white.
Well, it is about the white, but I was actually watching his match against Gordon Reid earlier this week, and he needed to get the trainer on, and it was for the chair.
Yeah,
the chair was broken.
I saw that too.
And it has got Go Faster stripes on it. I mean, it is impressive. I saw it. He practiced on the court.
Did you say Go Faster
Go
stripes?
Faster stripes.
I like that.
There. I mean, it is quite intimidating. I mean, if I was Alfie or Gordon, I'd be thinking, well, what? We're British. Why haven't we got the white chair?
We'll continue going around our outside courts. The last time we checked in with Abigail Johnson on court 12, Anna Pushkareva was doing very well.
She still is, Lindsay, but Polina Sklia of Ukraine, she's proving herself to be a very great fighter and a good player on the back foot. She has just broken the number 14 seed back in the second set, so it's 2 games apiece. This is a much closer contest than the first girls singles semi-final, and it's going to be a massive opportunity for both players trying to make it to a Grand Slam final for the first time, and in very early playing days at these major tournaments, just in the early seasons competing here. Even Pushkareva, who was the eldest semi-finalist, she's 17 years old. It's impressive because these are the very early tastes and experiences on the lawns for these players, the least common surface in the sport. And Pushkareva, she actually fell in the first round of last week's warm-up tournament in Roehampton, which is played on the same courts as the Wimbledon men's and women's singles qualifying events. Usually that's quite a good forecast of who's going to go on and do well at the championships. So she's picked up rhythm against non-seeders here, but the number 15 seed is giving her something to contend with. She's having a little complaint to her coach over to her right-hand side at the moment, Pushkareva, whose right shoulder has, I think, just standard taping on it that comes with the wear and tear of playing, but a lot of shaking of the head right now because Sklia has flipped the script in set number 2, and she's serving now at 2-all and 30-15.
Well, I've got the perfect person sat next to me to talk about girls singles in Lucial. Someone earlier, and we just heard from Abigail there about Pushkareva and Sklia from Ukraine. I mean, what do you make of that?
I mean, the thing with the juniors, I mean, a lot of these players it's under 18, but all 4 of them there, I mean, Pushkareva's 17, but the other 3, Sun obviously beat Preston, they're 15. So, you know, they're coming through young now. I mean, they're starting to play some of the the futures events, the pro events. Obviously, you can't play them until they're 14. They're restricted in terms of how many events that they can play. So a lot are playing more juniors. Mika Stojsavljevic had a wild card into the main draw of the singles, then played the juniors. Her birthday's in December, which is tough because you have a certain amount of tournaments that you can play in the year, so it depends. If you were born in January, then it resets, so she's got to wait till December.
Yeah.
It is a disadvantage. I mean, I understand why, you know, there are the restrictions. I do feel that maybe different cases should be looked at in isolation, in terms of, you know, whether there's a psychologist comes in and they look at where the player's at physically and mentally, because sometimes it can then be difficult. I know with Mika, she's having to then have probably too many training blocks. They're good for the development side, but sometimes when you've got a player that just wants to play, they can almost not make the most of them, and so she lost in the juniors. But I mean, it's basically your rehearsal for when you play as a pro. So, you know, getting the experience here, obviously on the grass as well. We maybe at Roehampton, there's only one we did have for a couple of years. There was another ITF event at Nottingham, so there were two lead-up tournaments to Junior Wimbledon, so the players were spending more time on the grass. We now got the under-14 event, which from a British perspective, then the advantage that we maybe had isn't quite as big now, because a lot of the foreign players are playing on grass when they're 13, 14 in this event. So when they then get to Roehampton and Junior Wimbledon, they've already had a couple of years where they've played on it and got used to it. But it's the real deal for them. I mean, it's very different now with the juniors. They've all got agents, they've got teams, and everything's happening so much younger now, which, you know, sometimes you got to make sure you've got the right teams around you, because they're feeling a lot more pressure from a younger age, which, you know, isn't always necessarily a good thing, but a brilliant experience for them playing here.
I mean, I don't know what to say. Lucy's such an expert on that, but no. But I think the junior tennis thing. I mean, there's so many paths to success, right? I mean, being a great junior can be the pathway to being a great pro. Oftentimes, you see great juniors that don't find their path once they get to the pro levels, and I mean, we've got Arthur Ferry, who went a different route. He went the university route, right? So there's a lot of different pathways to do that, and the goal here is to create opportunities for players. You know, I think Lucy's right about the under 14s maybe pulling back a little bit of an advantage for the English players, because they have they just, you know, in the past, if you would play an English player, you sort of knew that they would just have the leg up on you with the movement on grass. But having said that, for the English players, I would say it's probably healthy for them to not have that false advantage, to really have to own up to what the real competition looks like.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not as if we spend months and months on the grass because of our weather, but I think just sort of mentally, I mean, pretty much when I was growing up, you were told, well, you can't play on clay because we didn't have any clay courts, but you can play really well on grass. We did used to have nationals on grass down at Eastbourne. That isn't the case anymore, but there are more opportunities to play on the grass. I think it was just more a mental thing, and you'd grown up really, you're obviously watching Wimbledon and coming to Wimbledon. So I mean, the movement is the key thing. So I mean, it is a real positive that we've got the 14s on the grass, and they have some lead-up events as well.
Some great insight into juniors there. Before I pop over to Peter Marcato, who's watching Cruz Hewitt, in my other role, when I'm out and about around the grounds, 2 days ago, I bumped into a school class from Australia, and they were all rooting for Cruz Hewitt, of course, son of Leighton. So there is a lot of Australian interest in this one, and we've got Australian on the match. An all-Australian affair here, Peter Marcato on court 18.
Well, the takeover is almost complete, Lindsay. Yes, the school kids would be happy, actually, because Cruz Hewitt's taken the opening set here, 6-4 over Thijs Bogaerts of the Netherlands. It was just the one service break in it, but you feel that Cruz Hewitt is well and truly up for this contest. He is moving his way through the draw quite nicely. It's a one-game all in the second set, but he's been the player that's been creating more of the opportunities. Bogarts has been doing the right thing in terms of coming to the net and trying to be positive, but Hewitt is just so solid from the back of the court, and that's putting pressure on his opponent, who's just double faulted again to be at deuce. So 47 minutes into this contest, of course Leighton Hewitt is watching courtside, but a good crowd here as well. The number 18 court, seeing that the stars of tomorrow go about their business. It is 6-4 and 1 game all here on court 18, Lindsay.
Peter, it was a long time ago that you promised this, but you said you were doubling up, that you were also Wimbledon statsman. I mean, what else have you got for us?
Right, so the Junior Championships, I'm glad you brought this up, Lindsay. So the Junior Championships started, did you know when it started? 1947 here at the Championships. So the juniors were invited to Wimbledon. It was only a small draw back then. But since then, we started with the boys singles and obviously moved on to the girls singles, the doubles, and as Lucy mentioned, actually, the under-14 championships, which is a relatively new addition to the program. So it's been a part of the program here, the Stars of Tomorrow, since 1947, Lindsay.
I'm pleased that I came back to you for a stat. If we get chance, we'll get some more. Loving that about the juniors. Even the Queen of Juniors next to me. Do you know 1947?
Yeah, I knew all of
that.
that.
Oh, she knew it all anyway.
I was reciting it. I thought we were going to still be here when Ferry and Zverev were going on with Peter's encyclopedia that he's got there.
Quite possibly. I can't believe I'm introducing this, but Lily Coleman's out and about. She has spoken to someone who I would be terrified to approach, Anna Wintour.
Anna, so lovely to see you. You look absolutely beautiful. What are you looking forward to today?
Well, obviously looking forward to both matches. I mean, what could be better than the 4 players that we have this afternoon? And what a great story for Britain, coupled with the World Cup, that the English are doing so well.
Now, obviously, I know you love your tennis. I do. So I've got to ask you.
She does love her tennis.
She loves her tennis.
Number 1 tennis fan in the world, you know.
Oh, well, here we go. Well, I'd love to know who would be your dream doubles partner.
Roger Federer.
I knew you were going to say that. I was going to say, aside from Roger Federer.
Serena Williams.
Serena Williams, lovely. Well, enjoy today. Thank you for chatting.
Wow, I think I'd have melted on the spot. But clearly it's the tennis that got you in there, because she loves her tennis. You were just saying to me, Lucy, she's absolutely all over it.
She goes to many different events and good friends with Federer, and Jack Draper's got to know her as well over the years. She's been supporting him. Obviously, he would have been the third, I think, out of the doubles. I thought it would be Djokovic, then obviously Serena, and then Draper. She's always here, loves it.
Wow.
I don't know if she plays. That should have been a question.
I would love to know if she's handy. Just at a local level, does she go and have a knockabout? Do you know much about Anna Wintour? I mean, she's one of yours.
Well, I know who she is. I am not a fashion aficionado, so I'm not sure that I would say that I know a lot about her, but I do know that she is highlighted often at the tennis events because she is always around. And I'm just picturing you meeting her because
I'm melting.
You'd be melting. Would you be very self-conscious of your outfit?
Oh, yes. I mean, I probably, for that reason, would not approach, just because I think she might just look me up and down. What are you doing? Yeah. I'm sure Lily Coleman was fine because she got a beautiful suit on today.
She might have got a thumbs up.
She's British, but she spends a lot of time in America, right?
That's ours. We're not giving her
well, you're not going to give her away.
Are we going to fight for her?
That's like Ferry in France, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Well, the US is going to start making a claim to him, too. He was at Stanford, so,
Okay, we'll let you have Meryl Streep version, and we'll keep her. Richard Connolly and Barry Cowan are on centre court. We're building up to that big one. Arthur Ferry in action later, and lots getting behind him for this semi-final in the men's.
Yeah, Lindsay, good afternoon. To say that there's a buzz on centre court would be an understatement. Let's put this in perspective. The 4 semi-finalists, we've got Novak Djokovic, 101 tour titles, 24 majors. We've got Yannick Sinner, the world number 1, 29 tour titles, 4 majors. We've got Sasha Zverev on court shortly, 25 tour titles, just 1 Roland Garros, has got an Olympic gold medal in a cabinet somewhere. And we've got Arthur Ferry, whose biggest title was the challenger at Barranquilla in Colombia last August, where he beat Bernard Tomic in the final because Tomic had already left to try and qualify for the US Open. It's an extraordinary story. The biggest of underdogs against the big dogs, the biggest dogs in tennis. And I've got Barry Cowan alongside me, who's just devoured a hot dog. So here we go, Barry. What a wonderful occasion this is going to be.
Good afternoon, Richard. Lovely hot dog, by the way. Yeah, I can't wait. It's an unbelievable story. I think for Zverev, he emotionally has grown into this tournament. And as for Arthur Ferry, he's got a lot of confidence in his own ability, but he's improved as a player. And he's been able to handle the big moments against a lot more experienced players, i.e. Caboli, who made the final in Roland Garros. He wasn't able to stay with Arthur Ferry, the Dimitrov match as well, and then the match where it kind of all started when he was down and out against Zizou Bergs. And it just shows you just never know. You'll always hang in there, you always play tough, that every point almost is your last point, which again is something that Ferry has done tremendously well. Every single shot he's played, I feel, has always had a purpose.
He's bound to have used up a lot of emotional energy, but then so too has Zverev off the back of his first major title. Where do you see the balance in that regard? Who's coming into this match today the fresher?
Well, I think it's a very good comment that you say, Richard, and I expected more from Caboli the other day. Maybe the final of Roland Garros really showcased there. The same thing could happen for Zverev. That's why he wasn't my pick in the bottom half, because of what he achieved at Roland Garros. What I do know is, and I'm 100% convinced, and I'm sure you agree, Ferry is going to put in a great performance. The question is, will he be able to raise his level even more, which is what I feel he's going to have to do against the 6'6" German.
It has been billed, of course, as the fairy tale, but this, in truth, is David against Goliath. We Brits love an underdog story, and there's barely been one like this at the championships. The anticipation, Lindsay, is extraordinary. Centre court filling up for the players to walk out in around about 4 minutes from now.
Richard, Barry, thank you. I'm looking over to my left. I can tell you as well, the hill is getting very busy as well. All the anticipation is for that match. I'm very pleased that Barry got to the sausage grill. He was talking about that earlier. Wonder if he had onions on his. Probably. Like Alexander Zverev. You look at the success that he's had, and there's part of you, Raj, that's thinking winning breeds winning, but then we were just hearing that it's a lot to go that deep and then to keep going again. But is the biggest concern for him underestimating Ferry? It felt like that's what Caboli did.
I mean, by Caboli's own admission, he sort of, and his team was, it was refreshing that his team was quite honest with him and just said, maybe you were not as humble as you needed to be from the first point, which is a nice way of saying maybe you took this guy for granted. And I think that came back to hurt him. But look, despite that, Ferry still had to produce tennis. And what the thing that impresses the most about him is that he just seems clear. There just doesn't seem to be hesitation. He makes a choice and he commits to it fully. I mean, some of the low volleys he's had to dig out throughout these matches where he comes forward, where he's very, very tricky and it could be very nervy. He's just been rock solid. So he's going to play at a high level. And just to step back a step, you know, I didn't know this until this week, but they had asked Taylor Fritz about Arthur Ferry, and they said, well, did you know, because, you know, there's going to be a potential clash between him and Ferry, and they asked him, you know, did you know Arthur Ferry, and did you know that he could play that level? And he said, actually, yes. In 2024, I was getting ready for Turin, the year-end championships, and he spent some time practicing with Ferry. And during those practices, he says, like, the kid was beating me every time. He was like cooking me is an actual quote from him. So the fact that this is a fairy tale run is also backed up by the fact that a very high quality player kind of said, hey, wait a second, this guy's got some talent.
Very quick then from both of you. Final predictions for this one.
I'm going to have to go Zverev on this one. I just think he's going to have a little too much.
Straights?
Yeah, I do. I think so.
I'm agreeing with Raj. My heart's not.
Yeah,
but
right.
I think Zverev, just the way he served. I mean, against Fritz, I mean, his first serve percentage in the first and second set was in the 80s. I mean, he's banging down serves. He wasn't missing from the back of the court. I think, yeah.
Okay. That's not what we wanted to hear. Abigail Johnson, court 12.
Yeah, they've split sets in the second girls' singles semi-final. Anna Pushkareva was up a set and a break, but 5 straight games for Polina Sklia, who is coming off back-to-back 3-set victories and won their only previous meeting on clay. So I think just a blink from Pushkareva as she thought about the opportunity in front of her. She does have double break point in the first game of set number 3.
thank you for your company, Abigail. Also to you, Raj and Lucy. It's been fantastic. Let's go over to centre court then for all of the build-up to this match. It's going to be a great one. We have been doing that for the last couple of hours. Marcus Buckland, we're handing over to you.
Lindsay, thank you very much. Welcome to our presentation booth on centre court. First of all, I will confirm that Barry Cowan did have onions in his hot dog, and we're still reeling from the after effects of that. We should also apologise with regards to a sausage stat. I was informed that last year Wimbledon sold 60,000 of those hot dogs, and then I saw Michelle Dite, who's in charge of basically everything, and she confirmed that we were wrong. 35,000 sausages were sold last year. I don't know how we managed to inflate the number by 25,000, but to be honest, that is not the most pressing issue at the moment. Jill Krabus is alongside me, and on our monitor we can see Arthur Ferry heading along the members' corridor with Sasha Zverev just behind him. It's a tight little walk past some security guards, some members, and then when they get to the end of the corridor, they turn left, go down a flight of stairs past the trophy cabinet. Will one of these men be lifting the Wimbledon trophy on Sunday evening? Denise Parnell, you may have just heard the voice of the tournament referee asking them just to pause for a moment and then remember to walk out together. What is going through Arthur Ferry's mind? The British wildcard. Those in the know have known about him, but for the vast majority, he's an overnight sensation, and he's now going to walk out onto centre court for a Wimbledon semi-final. What a moment. Ferry 5'9", big red bag over his shoulders. Sasha Zverev dwarfs him in terms of the height. One big white bag and one much smaller black bag for the German, who won his first Grand Slam title, of course, just a few weeks ago in Paris. Will that settle him enough today? Jill, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Marcus. I'm very excited to be beside you.
This is, I'm excited.
It's exciting.
I
know.
Ridiculous.
I know. It's hard to stay in your seat. Yeah. And it was interesting watching them warm up before they were going to take this Walk of Champions, and they were focused on Arthur Ferry as he was waiting for Sasha Zverev to come out of the gentleman's locker room. And the thing that struck me was how calm and relaxed Arthur Ferry still looked. I mean, I know that's been the talk of the tournament for him, is how much he's been handling these moments and expectations so well, for having the first time experiencing what he's achieved so far in this tournament, but he still had that relaxed nature about him, and it was just great to see him feel the same walking out for his first semi-final.
You just heard the voice of our umpire from Serbia, Marijana Veljovic. Arthur Ferry is standing next to her. She's at the net. Sasha's taking his time. He's removing his tracksuit top. He came out of his locker room a little later than Ferry as well. I don't know if we're seeing just a little bit of gamesmanship here.
No, he usually does take his time, and I think the umpire was just reminding him that there is like a time now that they give before they have to go to the net.
Very good, thanks. About the clock, you know already. So after the coin toss, I'm going to ask you to have a photo facing this way together, if that's okay. Sorry? To have a photo together facing this way. 25-second clock. It will start every time I say the score. It's going to be in all four corners. The system is making all the calls, including foot faults. You have video review available. And one more reminder, please do not bounce the racket on the grass. Any question? No? Arthur, would you like to call it? We have rackets or the championships? Rackets. Rackets is called?
Arthur Ferry calls rackets.
Racket it is. Receive. Good match.
So Ferry wins the coin toss and elects to receive. They do pause for the photograph that Mariana was telling them about. And now they go to their respective ends to get ready. Sasha is walking down to the royal box end, and we'll go through a list of some of the dignitaries in there shortly. Jill, just from your perspective in terms of pre-match nerves and all the rest of it, is it almost a relief when you start knocking up at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Just to get a feel. I mean, they've never played each other before. They've never even practiced together before. So it would make a difference with Ferry just to have a little bit of a practice to feel the type of ball that Sasha hits from across the court. Of course, they would have done all their homework videos, and data and everything else that's available nowadays. But it's a completely different experience when you actually face the opponent out on the court. But Ferry, I mean, he's got such a great mindset, as we know, but he has the type of game that he relies on so much with not only his incredible defense, but he's trying to take his chances a little bit more. So he's going to get into a lot of these rallies, I think, from the start that's going to make him feel comfortable.
So many fascinating statistics surrounding this match. Sasha Zverev actually lost his only previous encounter against a wild card at Wimbledon. That was on his Grand Slam debut here in 2015 when he fell to Denis Kudla in the second round. He has won the 6 other matches that he's played against wild cards, and he won his only previous match against a British player at Wimbledon. That was against Cameron Norrie in the 3rd round here in 2024. Overall, he's got a 5-2 win-loss record against Brits. His 2 defeats came in his first 2 Grand Slam matches against them at the hands of Andy Murray in the first round of the Australian Open in 2016 and in the second round against Dan Evans at the US Open. But he's grown so much since those days, of course. I'm intrigued to see what sort of role the crowd will play today. Jill, I was chatting with Andy Roddick a little earlier. He knows all about playing Brits on centre court. He made particular reference to one of his semi-finals against Andy Murray. And he said they're just too knowledgeable, they're too respectful to make it tough for whoever the Brit is playing against. Not like in Paris, for example, where, as he said, they boo their own mother's cooking if it was going to help them. Is this going to be a factor at all, do you think?
I don't think so. I think a lot of players really like that the fans here are very respectful for the quality of play. And Sasha said that in his press conference as well, is that he thinks the crowd here is very fair. I think the players really appreciate that. But Ferry, as we've seen in his previous matches, he has been purposely trying to get the crowd involved and the crowd to get louder and cheering for him and backing him. So I think we're going to see that a little bit more today, but it's nothing that Sasha hasn't experienced before.
I think he's got to be careful about one thing, Jill. They will be respectful. If he does lose his temper, and Sasha has shown sparks in the past, that could backfire on him, couldn't it?
It could. Actually, I feel like I haven't seen that recently from him. I mean, I think and it's just moments where maybe he doesn't feel like he's playing that great, or something doesn't, something's against him. I don't know, but I haven't seen it as much from Zverev recently. So I can't imagine that's going to be a factor.
The other thing that is potentially against him, and we're, well, very obliged to Richard Conley, who dug out this stat, but the only man, Jill, to have won their first 2 Slam finals in Paris and then at Wimbledon, the Channel Double, as they're calling it. The only man to manage that was René Lacoste.
It's incredible.
101 years ago.
That's absolutely incredible. Yeah, so there's you're trying to find...
Yes?
You're trying to find any kind of backing for Ferry in this contest. I love it. You and this whole nation, I think. But yeah, that's an incredible stat that you guys dug up, that Richard dug up. So it's tough. We've talked about it's one of the toughest things to do. Since then, there have been multiple guys that have done that, but you're right, for the very first time after your first slam, having that, it's the toughest transition to accomplish. But I do feel like Zverev feels different this tournament. There's a sense of ease about him. I feel like even listening to his press conferences, there's a sense of more confidence and calmness. So I think he's capable of it.
Well, there are some greats in the Royal Box today, amongst others.
Oh, goodness.
Sachin Tendulkar, who Jill knows all about.
The cricketer. I remember him from last year. I remember the name.
You're learning. Here's a new name for you from Indian cricket.
Okay.
Shubman Gill. He is the captain in both Test matches and one-day internationals. There are many others. Brian Lara. From the acting world, Hugh Laurie, and one of your favourites, Damien Lewis. Benedict Cumberbatch is back. Pat Cash is there. It's a terrific lineup at the start of what should be a terrific day. Here we go. It's Sinner and Djokovic later. It's Ferry and Zverev right now. And in the commentary box to guide you through the early exchanges are the former British Davis Cup player Barry Cowan, and next to him, Richard Connolly.
Well, what a day this is at Wimbledon. Men's semi-finals day. Sinner and Djokovic to follow. And we might have expected Sasha Zverev to be here too, but Arthur Ferry, the most wonderfully unexpected guest to the party. And boy, hasn't he provided some of the moments of these championships so far. How many more chapters in his tale are to be written here? Zverev getting us underway from the Royal Box End. It's another scorchingly hot day, and he serves into Ferry's backhand. It's a miss-hit return from Ferry. There's the issue, in that the 6'6" Zverev can get the ball bouncing on this hard surface, practically over the head of his opponent.
Yeah, something he's done really well, attacking the second serve with the return, but Zverev going straight into the body. I think he'll do that a lot.
Zverev, 83 out of 87 service holds in the championships so far. He's been broken only 4 times, and I can reel off a lot more numbers about the excellence with which he has served throughout these championships. It's regularly an outstanding part of his game. He just landed at 135 miles per hour there to go up 30 love. He rocks into this familiar motion. Ferry blocks back the return, and he's on the run, makes it awkward for Zverev for the first time. Got the ball down at his toes, and Zverev netted on the half volley.
Yeah, it might only be the first game, but sometimes first impressions can count for a lot. That was a brilliant pass after a good approach, and the fact that Zverev was nowhere near making that half volley, will that put him off from coming forward as much as we probably would expect him to come to the net today?
The first shot across the bows from Ferry. Zverev misses the first serve there. At 30-15 in the opening game. Most of the seats are taken. All the seats in the Royal Box are taken. Everybody's attention on these two players, and particularly on the British wild card. Second serve down the middle, he misses Zverev. It's a double fault at 124 miles per hour. That's big for a second serve from Zverev. It's not by any means its biggest. He's got an extraordinary average second serve speed during the course of the championships, averaging 118 miles per hour. There's going to be nothing coming especially slowly in Arthur Ferry today. And he's a good 3 meters back behind the baseline here, but he's at 30 all in the opening game. Zverev bangs down a big high serve. He's got a drive volley, which he lands right in the corner of the court. That was highly competent.
Yeah, that's a brilliant point. I really like already the amount of returns that Ferry's just putting back into play. And that was a really confident drive volley opening game from Zverev.
His broad white headband. Got kind of ash blonde hair, Sasha Zverev, as he serves to the backhand of Ferry and misses by a fraction. Tall, imposing figure. 6'6", 1m98, ranked 3 in the world currently. The number 2 seed in the absence of Carlos Alcaraz. Game point for the German. He serves to the forehand of Ferry. Moving forward, he blocks it back and now makes a backhand cross court to the famous backhand of Sasha Zverev. It doesn't usually miss. Zverev floats one to the Ferry backhand, and then Zverev does miss. Going long, trying to change direction. We're at deuce.
A really smart point from Ferry. Not looking to overplay. Just balls in court, almost saying to Zverev, well, you're going to have to be the one to change the direction.
Looks less nervous, Arthur Ferry, now the match has got underway. Quite understandably, before the entrance, you could see that there were butterflies. Zverev serves hard down the middle at 136 miles per hour, and that's the first ace of the contest.
It looked like a swing and a miss. And it's not just the pace, it's also the height. It's almost like that fast bowler, isn't it, that sort of rears up around your throat.
A couple of greats of cricket in the Royal Box will be contemplating what they might have done to such a delivery. As Zverev hits an off forehand, Ferry changes with a lovely ball up the line, and Zverev was late to that and chipped it into the net.
From the back of the court, this has been a really good game from Ferry. It has that ability out of nowhere to just change that backhand and go down the line. I think we'll also see a few slices as well as this match progresses.
Statement from the British player to Zverev in the opening game. Big first serve, short return here for Zverev. Easy put away, back behind as he moved forward. But at least Ferry was making him play.
Yeah, and actually for Ferry, his starting position on that return was closer to the middle, as if to say, I know you like that serve down the middle. And then he sort of shuffled over to his right. Zverev had nothing to do with what Ferry was doing. He had a great serve out wide.
Ferry just sending a few messages though in this opening game. And Zverev sending one himself there with another ace down the middle at 133 miles per hour. And now Zverev's just waiting for Ferry to get back to his chair. I thought there were going to be words after the opening game, but there aren't, of course. It's just an opening service hold for Zverev. He was taken to deuce, but he's on the board. He's taken the opening game. Ferry stopping and taking a drink and making Zverev wait, which is interesting. Zverev made him wait both for the walkout and for the toss of the coin, and now he's readjusting his towels after Ferry at his chair, taking longer than is usual actually after the opening game of the match. And Zverev is just prowling behind the baseline to our right-hand side. Is this deliberate?
Probably not. I mean, actually, the way the rules are, which don't ask me to try and explain them, but the clock doesn't start really until you make that walk around about the baseline. So you can take as long as you want by your chair after the first game.
Pretty sure Mariano Veljovic called him Artur Ferry there, bringing out the French side. Love one. Ferry serves. It's a miss-hit backhand return from Zverev. Chance to pass here for the German, but no, finds the net. Ferry moving forward, as he had to do to the short return, but covering that pass well.
He didn't get his feet up to that backhand at all. And interestingly, when I watched Zverev at the start of his practice, that was the same. He didn't really shift his feet. And I first watched him practice earlier on today at Orangi Park. That's where he practiced. Ferry practiced on Championship Court 9.
15 love in the second game. Zverev with a deep forehand return. Now pushed into the backhand corner by Ferry. He goes slice down the middle. Zverev goes long with his approach.
Well, so far, opening game and a half, there have been some really encouraging signs. Zverev looked uncomfortable on the forehand from the slice. You think of the last game, the amount of returns Ferry got into play and the passing shot. I think it's just been a brilliant start from Ferry.
He's up 30 love in the second game. He serves at the body of Zverev, who makes a good backhand return. Zverev now slices to Ferry's backhand. Deep cross-court ball from the local man, and Zverev puts a forehand into the net. That's 40 love in Ferry's favour.
Zverev's forehand has kind of been a big key for him in recent months. I mean, winning that first major, just trying to be more aggressive. So I think early on he wasn't necessarily worried about the error, just trying to free himself up there.
Zverev taken to deuce in his opening service game. Ferry up 40 love and puts the first serve into the net. Yeah, historically Zverev, the backhand has been the more reliable wing. It very seldom breaks down. Second serve kicked into the backhand of Zverev, who misses with a cross-court return. So it's a hold to love for Arthur Ferry at the start of this match. The forehand, he says when he's feeling it and when he's stepping into court and hitting it, that's when he's really feeling good. But Olga Savchuk, who's well acquainted with Sasha Zverev and his team, telling us on several occasions this week that sometimes he can be a slow starter. Takes a little while for the big man to get the engine going.
Takes him a while to get onto court.
That is also true. One game all here live on the Wimbledon radio channel from an enthralled centre court. Zverev serves big down the middle but misses. There are a couple of big marks behind the baseline at the Royal Box end. Zverev slides his foot up towards the baseline when he serves, and he's dug up bits of dirt, frankly, on the centre court behind the baseline at the Royal Box end. He serves down the middle. Ferry makes the return. It sits up for Zverev, who attacks, but Ferry defends well, and Zverev is the first to miss, putting his backhand into the net. We're seeing Ferry getting into a lot of these rallies on the Zverev serve points.
Well, I think the opening 10 minutes, the better start has come from Ferry. I actually think probably Zverev is more nervous than Ferry.
It's his first Wimbledon semi-final. Worth reiterating, he's bidding to reach a Grand Slam final for the 5th time. Serves hard down the middle, and that is an ace. His 3rd so far.
Yeah, and that is the big problem for Ferry, because he is only 5'9". Obviously, just doesn't have the reach of someone of maybe 6'3", 6'4". So it's tough to defend that box. Zverev continues to make first serves of that quality. So I think there will be quite a few aces from Zverev.
This is part of the underdog tale, isn't it? As Ferry blocks the serve back, and Zverev just carefully guides a backhand down the line behind Ferry. It's not just the ranking, 114. It's not just the lack of experience. He'd never been past the 2nd round of a major before. He'd only won 2 Grand Slam matches before this year's championships. It's the height as well. It's the fact that he's been littler than everybody he's played so far. 30-15, Zverev serves a colossal blowout wide, 137 miles per hour.
They mentioned that he was chipping a lot of returns so far. That time he actually looked to hit the 2-hander. Ferry. Zverev serving, as we would expect, exceptionally well. He's only missed 4 first serves.
40-15 for the big German, who crashes down another one. Ferry blocks it back. Zverev sweeps a backhand cross-court in familiar style, lands it right in Ferry's backhand corner and holds convincingly to 15. So good start by Ferry, good enough start by Zverev. No breaks so far. Zverev leads 2-1.
Yep, 3 games, 3 holds, and commentary from Richard and Barry continues. The choice is yours on the Wimbledon radio channel. You can listen to every single point of both semi-finals today, or you can share the overview with me, Marcus Buckland, alongside the former American player Jill Krabus. Haven't mentioned it for more than an hour. She beat Serena Williams here a few years ago. This isn't the only match that's taking place at the All England Club on number 1 court. There's a ladies' doubles semi-final. First set of that has just concluded. And to bring us right up to speed, here's Philip Studd.
And it's gone the way, Marcus, of the number 2 seeds, Dabrowski and Stefani of Canada and Brazil, respectively. Dabrowski with a lot of Grand Slam pedigree. She's twice a US Open champion. She's won a couple of mixed doubles titles in Melbourne and at Roland Garros as well. She's never won this one, so very motivated to put that right this weekend, having reached the final on a couple of occasions. Standing in their way, Ayama of Japan and Liang of Chinese Taipei, and the first set was incredibly tight all the way through. In fact, there wasn't a sniff of a break. There was only one game that went to deuce. That was courtesy of a couple of double faults from Ayama, but she got out of that game unscathed. It was right at the end of the set, when a tie-break was looming, that Dabrowski and Stefani made the breakthrough to take it by 7-5 in 37 minutes. And in the early stages of set 2 here, Marcus, it is Liang serving at 40-30, love 1.
Thank you, Philip. Here is Arthur Ferry serving at 1-2 from opposite the royal box end. Sasha Zverev, I mean, one of the great contrasts, and Richard Connolly mentioned it in commentary, the difference in height between the two men. And he's only 5'9", Ferry, but when you're looking at Zverev up the other end, he does look like a little boy, but he plays like a fully grown man who believes. He's taken the first point of the 4th game as we go to number 3 court. Another brilliant player in action there, Takita Oda, the Japanese superstar, and he's being watched by Rob Northman.
Yes, this is the semi-finals, Marcus, of the men's wheelchair singles, and the defending champion Takita Oda now has a real grip on this match up against Martin de la Puente, the 27-year-old Spaniard. Takita Oda took the first set 7-5. He leads by a break, 2-love at the start of this second set, and no question when this match and its momentum shifted, because it was de la Puente who had 3 set points serving at 5-3, 40 love. He couldn't take any of them. Oda suddenly started to play like the superstar he is in that white wheelchair of his that looks so striking down the far end of the court. And from that moment on, he hasn't looked back. He leads by a set and by 2 games to love here on the number 3 court.
Thank you, Robno. Yeah, that wheelchair is sensational. Now some extra applause here for Arthur Ferry, who's just in a spot of bother at 1-2-15-30. He's serving to the forehand. Good deep return from Zverev, who was off balance, and then he drives his forehand down the line. And after 40 minutes, we have the first break points of the contest, Jill, 2 of them for...
A couple of years ago, he might have let that ball drop, but he took it so early, sort of Federer-like. You can imagine what Federer used to do for all those years here at Wimbledon on the centre court.
Break points for Zverev, first of the match. Ferry goes down the centre, then the backhand into the net from the Englishman. And there's the first break. And it's gone to the number 2 seed. That happened quickly, that escalated quickly for Arthur Ferry.
And that's what can happen when you're playing someone who hits the ball as hard and as heavy. And with the quality that Zverev hit it with in that last game. Just snatched, I felt, at that last backhand. Ferry just didn't quite get it out the centre of the racket, which has been something that he's done so well. Such a clean ball striker, the Brit.
Zverev doing exactly what his team would have hoped for. Getting ahead early, and as they say in football terms, kind of keeping the home crowd out of it a little bit. Although there, a good chip return from Ferry into the corner of the court, and Zverev makes the error off the backhand wing.
When he's had a chance to get the racket onto the ball, he's made the returns, Ferry. That's what you've got to keep doing. Keep plugging away.
Return position maybe 2.5 meters behind the baseline. He's trying to move forward. Now that came through the court quickly. Ferry didn't get it back. He's adamant that that was a let.
This one was way more obvious than the first one, even more. I did not hear. There's no machine. No. It's just you. Yeah. I usually hear it quite loud.
Well, you can hear the exchange, hopefully. If you can't, Ferry was adamant that that was a let, that it clipped the net cord on the way through. You might have heard Zverev saying, honestly, he hadn't heard it. Mariana Veljevic confirming that it's just her judgment, and she did not hear any clip of the net. So point to Zverev, 15-all. Ferry blocks back a forehand return here and chips another forehand from that corner. Zverev goes hard the other way. Ferry defends well, attempted stop volley, but Ferry's getting to this and does enough with it. And Zverev there, just a little heavy-handed with the volley. Gave Ferry the chance and he jumped all over it.
And if you give him a chance, he will make you pay. I don't know whether that was just a loss of concentration or just a really poor volley, but it played into the hands there of Ferry.
15-30, Ferry bouncing on his toes, getting a little fired up over the disallowed let cord, as he saw it, and makes a good return there, really rushing Zverev. He's right in this point, goes cross-court with the forehand. Zverev exchanging and now changes direction. Ferry on the defensive, short slice. Zverev deep to the forehand corner, attempted pass. Zverev with the volley. Ferry's getting to this, goes cross-court. He's made it. Zverev can't get it back in court. And for the first time, spectators on their feet inside centre court. The kind of point which we've seen so often already this fortnight from Arthur Ferry. Staggering speed, and then the touch to back it up.
Well, this time it was a good volley from Zverev. The ground he covered, and then the skill with the backhand on the stretch.
Ladies and gentlemen, ready for play?
No sooner had Zverev quietened the crowd than that happened. 15-40 at 3-1. 2 points for Ferry to break back. Might be about to get loud in here. Zverev might be about to get loud in here. Zverev serves. Forehand blocked back down the middle. That was awkward. Zverev has made the mistake off the forehand side. Sent it way beyond the baseline. and an immediate break back for Arthur Ferry. The kind of tennis that he's provided throughout his matches. He's been down in most of them, but not for long.
Yeah, and Ferry arguing with the umpire again. And I don't know whether actually Zverev lost a little bit of concentration, but as you know, Richard, first point sets the tone.
I don't know. Feels like it would be good to have a machine, no? Yeah.
So there's no machine.
You're doing your best, but I know. But those ones were quite obvious.
Yeah, so no machine, so it's up to the umpire, Mariana Velovic, to call it. But just going back to the first point of the game, having broken, Zverev lost, I felt, a bit of concentration, and you can't allow Ferry, because he will take advantage.
Yeah, he did, and his movement has been a real factor throughout this fortnight, and the way he got up to the ball there on that second stop volley from Zverev was just staggering. I mean, he is super fast, isn't he? He covers the court so well, and that's maybe where his lack of height can be an advantage, because the short, quick steps get him quickly from A to B, and he can change direction. Hugely impressive. Well, Ferry, no sooner was he behind than he's back on serve. An outstanding return game, wanting what he got a little fired up about what he perceived was a let cord that the umpire didn't spot on a Zverev serve. Either way, he's got himself into this match, dropping the opening point there in game 6. Zverev seems to have got into a good rhythm on return of serve, for all that Ferry's whirring leg speed in that last game won him a couple of points, and in thrilling fashion too. Zverev mistimes the return, just as I say that. Good deep first serve from Ferry, but that's at 115 miles per hour. Zverev is regularly clocking 135 and over. That's not even his average second serve speed there that Ferry is touching with his first. 15 all. Tries to serve out wide. It's a fault. 2-3. 15 all, 21 minutes in. Ferry serves to the forehand of Zverev. It comes back quickly on the cross court. Now a cross court backhand from Zverev, who goes forehand from the central area and pulls it wide. Not by much. That was a pretty good hit, and you need the zoom in on the animation just to confirm that indeed it did not take a piece of the whitewash. Ferry maybe got away with one there. 30-15. Zverev a good couple of meters back behind the baseline, but he's on the move forward and makes a forehand return. Ferry has to scamper back and can't do anything with a forehand that was hard to rotate on. He was running back towards the scoreboard in this near corner of court.
Yeah, as quick as Ferry is, and arguably one of the quickest players you'll see on a tennis court right now, but can't do a lot with that when a big return comes back into play.
30 all, he serves hard at the body. It's a good return off the backhand wing. Ferry really hits through the backhand. Short ball for him here. He's at the net. Zverev's send up a high lob. That's going wide. Ferry to 40-30.
He makes really good adjustments. Does Ferry, improvises terrifically well. And
please do not react, if possible, until end of the point.
yeah, that low ball, the forehand approach was brilliantly played from Ferry.
And the chair umpire's right. Sometimes it's just not possible to hold on to yourself, is it? As we well know up in the commentary box. 40-30. Zverev makes a good backhand return on the angles. Ferry unhurried, sliced, got himself into the rally, now slices cross-court again off the backhand wing. Has a chance to attack with the forehand. Zverev moves neatly to his right to get there, now goes backhand down the middle. Ferry exchanging with him here. Zverev leans into a forehand, slice from Ferry, it's short, Zverev can attack that, and he can put it away.
Best point in the match for me, for Zverev, as he got into some rhythm. He's served pretty well. In fact, he served very well, and he's hit a couple of big returns, but that was 4 or 5 quality shots and a good finish off the forehand. He's improved so much in terms of his footwork now with that shot of getting inside the baseline, hitting an early ball.
Ferry trying to play with variety and change the pace, but you've got to keep a good length. Make sure that your opponent can't attack the ball from close to the net. Take away the time. Deuce, second serve. Ferry goes out wide. That was a good second serve. He stretched Zverev, who didn't control the forehand.
I want a bonus satis off the second serve, and they always say you're only as good as your second serve points won, and so far Ferry's won 4 of 5. Zverev has just won 1 of 4, so from the back of the court, Ferry has been the stronger of the two.
Game point, first serve into the net. Ferry, who after the match in the previous round, the quarterfinal against Flavio Cobolli, puts the second serve in here, gets a forehand return from Zverev, and then a forehand a little wild from Zverev. Let that sail over the baseline, and we're at 3 games all now in the opening set. But you might have got a sense of this from your social media feeds. He was going through his media rounds, the press conference, various different TV and radio commitments, cameras following in large numbers wherever he was going, microphones coming in from overhead and from the side. Got introduced to John McEnroe, who's doing a radio show on the BBC. All of a sudden these things are happening back to back to back to back. It's a whole new world that's opening up, and it takes a lot just to take it all in and not let it affect you. Not let it change the feeling you've got in your nervous system. Zverev serves. It's a terrific deep return from Ferry, who then attacks and wins the point with the forehand cross. That was a staggering return point.
Yeah, that doesn't normally happen to Zverev. And that first serve came back with interest. I'll tell you what is noticeable, he's only won 10 of 17 points on his first serve, Zverev. Not having as much success with his best shot.
Love 15 here. Ferry on the move forwards. Zverev misses with the first serve going down the tee. It was a Djokovic-esque return, wasn't it? That central return, close to the baseline. Second serve. Zverev taking his time. Rocks backwards, rocks forward. Ferry's moving into court, taking time away. He's in the rally, forehand cross. He now goes deeper forehand cross. Oh, he just missed the corner. Trying to do the right thing.
Absolutely, it was a brilliant forehand in terms of how well he struck it. Right at the end of his practice session with Cruz Hewitt earlier on. I mean, Cruz Hewitt left the court. His coach was feeding him some balls, and that was the type of shot he was looking to hit.
Zverev at 15 all, 3 all in the opening set. Got ahead by an early break, the German, but Ferry's come fighting back. And that first serve definitely did take a large chunk of the net cord. Bounced into the service box, no complaints from anybody there. Zverev, by the way, average in the tournament to this point, before today's match, 74% first serves in. And winning 81% of those points. Serves down the middle, and there is another point in favour of the German. The backhand return long by Ferry, but even with that, 61% of points behind the first serve today, compared to the average of the tournament of 81.
Yeah, that's the most amazing stat for me so far, the one that really does stick out.
Early stages, but still, that's a bit of a feather in the cap for Ferry. 30-15, and there's an ace from Zverev. Number 4 already. 136 miles per hour. That on the angle as well. Generates phenomenal speed. And he's able to keep it at that speed for a long period of time. 40-15, serves to the forehand. Chip return, takes a chunk of the net and drops dead on Zverev's side. Little apology from Ferry, but he was doing the right thing even after he'd seen the ball hit the net. He was moving forwards just in case Zverev got there and he could mop up the pieces.
Yeah, he always seems to anticipate what's likely to happen, Ferry.
Centre court absolutely silent. Hear the ball bouncing on the baseline. 40-30 at 3 games all. Zverev serves hard down the middle and misses by a fraction. He was not sure about that, Zverev. He looked up at the chair. Mariana Veljovic gets the reading from the electronic line, calling immediately onto her tablet up there. So she said to him, yep, it's a fault. And he goes again, second serve. Ferry blocks back. Zverev with a forehand to attack, and he attacks it accurately and powerfully and wins the point, holding to 30. And he's up by 4 games to 3.
Zverev leads 4 games to 3 per set.
That was a brilliant finish from Zverev in the end. That was a much calmer game for him after the surprisingly poor game at 3-1 for someone who'd just broken serve to then get broken straight back.
He's trying, Sasha Zverev, to complete the Roland Garros and Wimbledon double here. And he's only 2 matches away from completing it, which would be quite the thing. First major at Roland Garros, and here he is, first ever Wimbledon semi-final. So he's really making significant breakthroughs at both events. But historically, in the men's game, the Roland Garros and Wimbledon double is an extremely difficult thing to complete. The Channel double, as some have dubbed it. Alcaraz 2 years ago did it. Djokovic 3 years before that. Then you have to go back to Rafa Nadal, who did it in 2008 and 2010. Roger Federer in 2009. Then a big gap back to Bjorn Borg, who did it 3 times in a row, 78 to 80. And Rod Laver did it a couple of times when he completed calendar Grand Slams, one prior to the Open era beginning, one just after it had begun. But no one, apart from one man in history, has ever won their first 2 majors at Roland Garros and Wimbledon. And that was René Lacoste in 1925, over 100 years ago. So it would be something incredible if Zverev were able to win this title this week. History, you'd have to say, would be against him.
Yeah, serving with new balls. Ferry, a forehand he hit just went beyond the baseline. Sometimes that can happen with the new balls.
Serving at 3-4, looking towards the royal box. Serves hard out to the Zverev backhand, gets a slow return, guides it up the line. Zverev moves neatly, though, to his right, and now attacks with the backhand, pushing Ferry onto the back foot. Big strike off the forehand from Zverev, but Ferry has re-established himself in the point and has pushed Zverev now back off the baseline. Zverev hits the forehand to Ferry's backhand. Slice goes Zverev. Ferry scampering, and Zverev missing the forehand up the line. What a good point that was from Arthur Ferry.
Just so calm. His feet never stop in the point, and that helps him move forward and back, recognising whether he's in a defensive position or whether he can get in an attacking position. He really does build those points brilliantly.
He's taking a little breath after what was a tiring rally, and then the first serve to back it up down the middle at 123 miles per hour. Just flicked the racket of Zverev on the way through.
Just 50% the points won on his first serve so far for Ferry, so that's a welcome cheap point.
30-15. Zverev crouching, ready to return in front of the royal box. Just blocks back a forehand, now attacks another one, and that was just glorious. The way he moved forward and hit through that would be a bit of a warning for Ferry.
Yeah, 121 miles per hour first serve, but he didn't really hit the spot, therefore was under pressure from a good return. Zverev wasn't going to let go. Another forehand winner.
Close match to this point, but at 3-4, 30 all, this is a big point. Short ball here from Zverev on the return, and Ferry very adroitly uses the drop shot to win the point, with the German stranded behind the baseline.
He's a wizard with that shot, Ferry. Just has that ability. He knows when he's coming forward where his opponent is and where he needs to put his drop shot.
Zverev didn't even bother moving forward. He knew he was beaten. 40-30. Zverev serves, or rather Ferry serves down the middle, and Zverev misses with his return. And there's a hole to 30 from the British wildcard. And he's still in this opening set at 4-all. Change of racket for Ferry, having served with the new balls. Wants a different racket to return them. Taps the strings. Has a quick look at the frame to make sure he's got the right one. Seems happy. Ferry Camp seem happy down below us from what we can see on the monitor. Lots of smiles. Their man has not looked overawed in this Wimbledon semi-final. Zverev serving from the royal box end. Just taking his time, adjusting his shirt, which is pretty tight to his skin on a hot day at the championships. Serves to the backhand of Ferry, comes back quickly at Zverev. He was on the back foot. Zverev now with the forehand cross court. Ferry trying to change it, goes into the net.
Yeah, probably be slightly disappointed with that, Ferry. Get the return in play. I mean, he hasn't made too many errors. Maybe just went down the line a shot too early there.
Zverev rocks forward, serves. Ferry makes another return, and Zverev shanks a forehand, trying to get around the ball in the backhand corner. But look to the heavens there. That was a wild miss-hit. Doesn't want too many more of those. At 4-all, 15-all. Approaching the key moments of this opening set. Ferry on the move forward here to return. Doesn't even sniff that one as it whizzes past his right ear at 130 miles per hour.
That's unplayable. 36% of his serves unreturned. 5 aces already.
It's quite a graceful service motion, but then the ball explodes off Zverev's racket. Athletic violence delivered by the number 2 seed. Second serve coming here at 30-15. Barely a seat to be had inside centre court. Forehand return from Ferry on the stretch. Goes high and long. If he hits his spots, Sasha Zverev, he's a very hard man to get on top of.
And to be honest, Richard, most of the time he does hit his spots on the serve.
Coached by his dad, Alexander Sr., who watches on as Zverev comfortably holds in the end to 15. Another unreturnable first serve, which Ferry dropped into the bottom of the net. So it's Zverev who is up by 5 games to 4 here. He's had his fair share of heartbreak at the majors, Zverev, in the past. His first Grand Slam final, we were talking about heartbreaks on the Wimbledon radio channel today with reference to Coco Gauff. Zverev's first major final, he was 2 sets up at the US Open 6 years ago now against Dominic Thiem, since retired, and lost it in 5 sets. He was competing very hard with Rafa Nadal in the semi-finals at the French 2 years after that, when he had a very unfortunate ankle injury which kept him out of the sport for months. And so that provided an extra sort of piquancy to his victory at Roland Garros in May, when he said he'd had his worst moment of his tennis life on that court, and then took the title, and his best followed in time. He's built resilience over the years. Any journey to the top has its difficulties along the way.
Well, if you can't take the hits along the way, the sport is not for you. You've got to just try and channel it in the positive way, and Zverev has absolutely done that.
Well, centre court kind of waiting to really engage here. 4-5. They're hoping that their man can hold serve and extend the set, but he's serving to stay in it here, Arthur Ferry. He was a breakdown, got the break back immediately. He has broken the tall German serve. Second serve from him into the body. Zverev did not make a good contact on that, and Ferry takes the opening point.
That's a loose return. 5-4, second serve. That's the moment you're looking to just apply some scoreboard pressure, so that's a welcome cheap point for Ferry.
Serves now to the backhand of Zverev, who just sticks a racket in the way. The ball sits there for Ferry, who attacks. Zverev hits the high ball, but Ferry knew that that was drifting beyond the baseline. He moves swiftly to 30 love.
I mean, they are obviously two different players in terms of the power and the game style, and they're two different players in terms of the body language. Ferrer is very slow and relaxed, where Ferry, you always feel like he's on the go.
Serves to the forehand here of Zverev, who makes that return, but Ferry with the +1 was excellent, guiding it into the backhand corner, and Zverev could only lift the ball long on the run. I agree, he's got this kind of languid movement, Zverev. It makes you think that sometimes he's a little careless, because he seems to get from A to B in between points so slowly. He kind of hangs himself around as if it doesn't really mean the world to him. And then all of a sudden, once the action begins, he springs to life. Ferry a little more energetic and full of motion. Serves a double fault for the first time today.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's 40 love. Looking to be aggressive. Sometimes you just have to take one of those hits along the way.
Nothing much wrong with his serve numbers so far, Arthur Ferry, in this opening set. Serves beyond the forehand of Zverev, but it's also beyond the service box. Second serve at 40-15 to take us to 5-all in the opening set. First of the men's semi-finals here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Zverev from the centre of the court attacks with the backhand into the forehand side and then thrashes a huge forehand that burns the sideline. What a powerful strike that was, beautifully timed.
Yeah, two big strikes. Now one into the forehand side of Ferry and then the down the line forehand.
Ferry settles, he's still got game point here at 4-5. Serves to the forehand and gets the return in the net, and the come on from the wild card just to charge up the crowd a little bit, to fire himself up a little bit.
5 games all set.
He's had famous faces in the royal box the last couple of matches, hasn't he? Arthur Ferry. Queen was here a couple of days ago. Who did he have before that in his previous round? He's had, intimidating faces from stage and screen today. We've got Hugh Laurie, Benedict Cumberbatch are in there. Famous cricketers. I'm not sure with his background how well into his cricket he'd be. He's a big ace from Sasha Zverev, 136 miles per hour. Brian Lara's in the box, the West Indian cricketer. Sachin Tendulkar, one of the very greatest batsmen that there's ever been. He's there. A pair of sunglasses, smart pinstripe suit. Relishing the action. Zverev bangs down another serve. This is just impossible to return, really. 139 miles per hour, a barrage.
That might just be the quickest of the day. Averaging 215k on the first serve.
Had Roger Federer watching him, didn't he, of course, a couple of rounds ago. I think it was in my head, tennis royalty somewhere. 5-all, 30 love. Zverev, no, another race. This is just a clean service game so far. He's quickly up to the line, Zverev. He's on a roll. Wants to get through this service game quickly. Very well back, almost halfway between the baseline and the back fence. But moving forward, trying to time his return, trying to get some momentum into the ball. Zverev misses. Fans are fluttering. It's not quite as bright on centre court today. We've got a little bit of cloud cover. I'm pretty sure it'll feel steamy and humid down there. Second serve right onto the service line from Zverev, who then attacks through the forehand. That took a piece of the baseline as well. Well, he's painting lines all over the place here, Zverev. Are we heading to a tie-break? Ferry will serve next, trailing 6-5 in this opening set.
Yeah, that was an impressive service game from Zverev, where he literally took the racket out of Ferry's hands. But I think Arthur Ferry's quite comfortable with that. And I don't think it really affects him, Richard. I think he just is, okay, that's just one game. Move on, next point, next game.
You've got to have that ability to process things quickly, haven't you? And to be able to move on, to forget the mistakes, to forget the brilliant things that you've done as well. Just get your head ready to go again. And everybody who's seen Arthur Ferry this week, whether they've been royalty, tennis royalty, star of stage and screen, all the spectators within centre court and who've seen him on the other courts as well. Princess of Wales was at his first round match, I think, wasn't she? On court 16, right at the start of the fortnight. Everybody's been impressed by the way that he's handled each and every match at the championships. And
I've almost been more impressed with him so far today than I was against Kaboli and then Dimitrov before that. This has been a really good set of tennis.
Ready for play,
He would have absolutely signed for this at the start.
Well, he served once to stay in the opening set. Can he do it again? 5-6, 45 minutes in on centre court. He serves to the backhand of Zverev, who makes the return down the middle. Ferry moves him to the backhand corner. Zverev goes backhand cross court and a second time. Ferry digs out a slice and now hits over the ball on the forehand side. Zverev right to the baseline. Good strike off the forehand. Now the baseline to the forehand of Ferry, who slices the ball, shanks it high up into the sky, miles away from court.
It was an interesting point, wasn't it, from Zverev? Almost that Zverev was saying, you know what, I'm going to make the decision this game. It's balls in court. Just play the moment.
Thank you.
He's got that ability about him to just knuckle down. Love 15, good first serve, and Zverev puts the return into the net and turns around in dismay, lifting his hands out either side as if to say, yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, it was 120 mile an hour first serve, but he certainly had what he will feel a comfortable play on that forehand return.
Ferry will be grateful for that to get back to 15 all. He serves to the forehand. Zverev had time on the ball there, went cross court. Ferry attacked up the line, gets the slice from Zverev, goes drop shot. Zverev's on the move. Ferry plays the volley beautifully cross court. What a well constructed point. And that anticipation from Ferry again was razor sharp.
Well, as soon as he knew that Zverev was behind his baseline, then that drop shot became the right shot. And as you said, Richard, it's his movement off the ball and his volley skills. Absolutely brilliant.
30-15, really good point from Ferry. Serves to the backhand. Zverev's out of court. Ferry tries to come back the other way, but Zverev is there, hitting with a lot of shape, knocking Ferry back off the baseline, but he responded and Zverev nets. It was an awkward high ball back at Zverev from Ferry.
Oh, it's like they were playing on the clay at Roland Garros. That forehand from Ferry, it looked from the footwork from Zverev that he thought it was going long.
I agree. So 2 points to take us into a first set tie-break. Ferry serves down the middle and misses it. Zverev sticks a hand underneath his shirt just to loosen it a little bit. Makes a return. Ferry shanks another forehand. It was back on him quickly. And he's still under a little bit of pressure here.
Yeah, why has he shanked a couple? Is that just because the length and the extra pace from Zverev, or is it a little bit of the situation of this first set? I feel it's more the former than the latter.
Another game point for Ferry at 5-6, 40-30, but a second serve coming here. How aggressive will Zverev be on return? Forehand, he's shanked it completely out of court. Well, Zverev shakes his head a little ruefully there. Ferry's got himself into a tie-break at the start of this opening set. The world number 114 and the world number 3. At the moment, nothing to separate them after 12 games. Man coming into court down below us with a tray of drinks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
So, into the tie-break we go. 49 minutes in, one break of serve apiece. Ferry holding his nerve twice when he served to stay in the set. Zverev couldn't trouble him, couldn't create chances. Ferry makes a good return there. It's a short ball, but Zverev, no mistake, moving forward well and getting through the ball off the backhand side to win the opening point of this breaker.
He's just been so good in those first couple of shots as Zverev. 132 to Ferry's 24, 0 to 4. Only 4 points, interestingly, over 9 shots.
2 points on the Ferry serve now. And he'll need to keep the first serve percentage high during this tie-break. He missed the first serve there. The second, it was a fault. Under a little bit of pressure and missed it by maybe 2 or 3 inches. So Zverev up a mini break immediately. Crowd looking to get into the match, to get behind their man. They've had a couple of wonderful points when Ferry has drawn Zverev forward and used his volleying skills, has played the angles close to the net. But it's been close, as Barry says, a lot of short points so far. Forehand return on the angle from Zverev, and Ferry hooks the forehand wide, going back cross court. It's the ideal start to the breaker for the number 2 seed.
I'd be disappointed. Last 2 points, Ferry, 2 unforced errors in a set where he hasn't made many unforced errors, and now this is very much advantage Zverev.
A couple of big serves from the German here. And the first set would be all but gone, you'd feel. Ferry trying to bounce on his toes down to our right-hand side, showing his opponent that he's not giving this up yet. He blocks a forehand return back. Zverev with a good volley into the backhand corner.
Well, interesting that he served and volleyed. I'm pretty sure that's the first time he's served and volleyed, so that's a good message to send.
Once again, please do not react during rally. That's very disturbing to both the players.
Yeah, I think somebody called out just before Ferry tried to reach the Zverev volley. Either way, 4-love. Big German well in control of this tiebreak. And serves to the forehand. It's a chip return. Zverev was coming in behind that as well, but didn't have to play the volley. It's into the tram lines from Ferry. First 5 points now, all to Zverev.
That's amazing. When you have a first set, 50 minutes, where they were neck and neck, and then the last couple of minutes, that's when Zverev has pulled away. A couple of those points on serve from Ferry at love 1 and love 2 really have been decisive to this tiebreak.
Love 5. Fault off the tape. He'll be remembering Ferry. He was at least a set down in each of his first 4 matches at the championships. He goes backhand down the middle. Zverev is on the front foot though. He attacks with a forehand. Gets the error from Ferry, very much a forced error. And they change round with Zverev having taken all 6 points in the tiebreak. Not often you see that.
No, and Zverev now, he can play with a lot of freedom, knowing that it would take an absolute miracle for him not to win this tiebreak now. Mind you, Ferry's been producing miracles for the last 10 days.
This would be right up there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Love 6. He serves to the forehand of Zverev, who passes him beautifully with a cross-court forehand. An outstanding tiebreak from Alexander Zverev. I mean, he didn't miss a ball. And he takes it by 7 points to love and takes the opening set by 7 games to 6.
Well, it was a captivating opening set.
A lot went on. Obviously, Zverev initially had the break and just dropped his guard at the beginning of that next game to lose serve, so it was immediate break back. As we would expect, the winners, majority of them coming from Zverev, 20 to Ferry's 5. Not many unforced errors from Ferry, although those 2 unforced errors at the beginning of the tiebreak ended up being the key for him. Zverev serving well, always serves well. And I think now we are in the next stage of the match, I feel, right at the beginning of the second set. I mean, for Zverev, you've got to be saying, put the hammer down. I think for Ferry, actually, I always feel, Richard, in these situations, this is where the crowd really earn their money. They need to really get behind him at the beginning of the second set just to help him get through what happened in the tiebreak, because I hope I'm wrong, but it just looked like he lost his intensity almost for the first time at Wimbledon.
Well, there was certainly a feeling of anti-climax, wasn't there, within centre court, because it was building to that tiebreak and then it got away from Arthur Ferry very quickly.
Time.
And yeah, maybe the crowd can do their bit to lift him, but I sensed through the early rounds, I mean, like I say, he was down on several occasions. He was down to Zumhur in round 1, lost the opening set. He was down a set to Otto Virtanen in round 2. He was down a set and then 2 sets to 1, and in all sorts of trouble in the fourth against Zizou Perks. He was down 2 sets to 1 to Grigor Dimitrov. I mean, he's done the lifting of the crowd himself throughout those matches. This is a different level of opponent, yes, but I'd be surprised if the towel gets thrown in from the British player. He serves down the middle, and Zverev makes a good deep return and then lashes through a forehand cross court immediately.
It's more the other way. It's the potential of Zverev now with a set in the bag to just lift his level, and that was a bit of a warning shot there. I felt that opening point was a glorious forehand cross court.
Very nets with the first serve, yeah. I mean, he's got gears, hasn't he, Zverev?
Yep.
And if it was a slow start, and we were saying that at times, then, well, it's a chance for him perhaps to take control of the match early in the second, although a miss-hit forehand there gives Ferry some encouragement.
And that's what I really like about Ferry as a match player. You hear that, come on, as if to say, I'm not going away, mate.
Yeah, it's a polite reminder, isn't it? It's also a little note to the crowd as well, that this is still a match. Don't get disheartened. I'm a set down, there's a long way potentially still to go. Off forehand here from Ferry into the backhand corner, and Zverev coughs up an error.
30-15.
He'll keep doing that, keep changing the pace, keep changing the picture. (30-15) in the opening game of the second set. First serve into the net from Arthur Ferry. Kicks the second serve to Zverev's backhand, and then changes the direction with a backhand line. Ferry has to move to his right to go forehand line, and puts that into the tram lines.
That was a really good chip on the stretch from Zverev. That was almost sort of Arthur Ferry-like. Showing what a good athlete he is.
6'6", but also fast. And with the extra wingspan. 30 all. Ferry serves big down the tee at 121. And even with the wingspan, he couldn't really reach that.
40-30.
Crucial for Ferry to stay close in the early stages of set number 2. I mean, it's been wild, this Wimbledon, but not many would expect him to come from 2 sets down against a player of this caliber. He serves into the corner of the box, gets a high return. Time on the ball here, or too much maybe. Misses the forehand.
Yeah, those shots always look horrible misses, but they are really difficult shots to deal with because the ball just drops. So you've got no pace on the ball. And he just sort of over-rotated there, just smothered the ball, did Ferry.
You've always got half an eye on what your opponent's doing when the ball's dropping as well. Forehand return here from Zverev. Ferry goes the opposite way with a terrific backhand cross, and Zverev was nowhere near that. Ball boy had a little tumble on the court as he went to pick up the loose ball. But
I love his backhand. It's such an elegant, easy two-hander. It doesn't look like he's going to hit it that hard, but lovely timing, lovely direction.
Two very good backhands on show. Game point, serve down the middle, and the return central from Zverev. He goes backhand cross and sends it long. And, well, he's in front in this match, Alexander Zverev, but not definitively so just yet. A good hold from Ferry at the start of this second set.
Yeah, it's a good opening game from Ferry, just to put behind the disappointment of what happened in that tiebreak when it was 7-love.
Here's one for you, Barry. Did you ever watch the Wimbledon movie?
Yes.
From 20-odd years ago.
What a movie.
It was great, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was
Starring
fun.
Paul Bettany and Kirsten Dunst, right? Do you remember the name of Paul Bettany's character, the lead character, from the male perspective anyway?
Oh, I should do. Please help me.
Peter Colt.
That's right.
And the gag was that he introduced himself as Peter Colt,
Yeah.
and then she called him that all the way through the movie, calling him Peter twice. And here's Zverev at love one, coming forward to the net and missing a rather straightforward volley and giving Ferry a little bit of hope at the start of this. The reason I bring it up is in the movie, Peter Colt was a British wildcard at Wimbledon, right? And I thought, well, I mean, we know what the ending was. I'm not spoiling it for anybody, but it was a Hollywood movie, so the British wildcard does rather well, right? Goes through, and in the end, putting the love interest to one side, he wins Wimbledon, right? And I thought, well, from a writer's perspective, how far-fetched does it have to be? What would be the ranking? What would be the history of this player? Well, here's Zverev with a serve at love 15 in the second set, taking so much time that Ferry stands up and then resettles again. Zverev kicks it out to the backhand, and Zverev with a backhand line. Ferry on the stretch, he slipped a little bit there, and that didn't help him, and he sent the ball long.
What was his ranking?
15 all.
And it's 15 all.
Don't tell me it was 114.
No, but Ferry's at 114. Peter Colt in the movie was at 119 in the world, right? But they obviously thought that was too far-fetched for him to reach the Wimbledon final and win the thing. At that kind of ranking, Zverev serves down the middle. It's a high return, but it drops in from Ferry, and Zverev will run onto the back of the baseline, then goes drop shot himself. Ferry's up to that. Lovely little dink from him, but he can't control the cross-court volley. Zverev played that quite well from close to the net, just not going for too much, making himself tough to pass.
Yeah, you're always running the risk against Ferry when you start to get involved in those types of points, but he did well, Zverev, and a few times Ferry just not executing with his forehand volley.
30-15. Zverev going through his interminable bouncing of the ball routine, and cracks the serve down and misses it. So Peter Colt wasn't the same age as Arthur Ferry. He was an older player. He was kind of in his early 30s. The story was he was kind of on the comeback trail. You know, was he washed up? You know, but no, he wasn't. He was, of course, inspired by the love interest. As Zverev bangs down a big serve, and Ferry can't quite control the block return. It's 40-15. So they gave him the backstory that he'd been as high as 11 in the world, right? But was outside the top 100, and this was his redemption push, inspired by love, and he claimed the Wimbledon title. But really, he had a much greater tennis pedigree, is what I'm getting to, than Arthur Ferry. 40-15, Zverev serves, the little chip return from Ferry. Zverev sweeps the backhand cross-court and misses it again, turns away in disgust with himself. He just doesn't ever expect to miss a backhand. So the point being that this run from Arthur Ferry, really, the Hollywood scriptwriters had a chance to write it and chose to make their player better than this guy, right? This is just so unlikely. 40-30. Zverev serves down the middle. Block return, big off forehand from Zverev. No mistake. The forehand feels to me has been pretty reliable today. And when when he strikes the ball like that. It's
20,
awesome.
22nd winner, 9 off the forehand, just 3 forehand winners for Ferry, 5 in total. In truth, numbers that we expected, really, because of the firepower that Zverev brings to a tennis court. And that's why, when you watch him today, I always felt he had a really good game for grass. That's why it was often a bit of a head-scratcher that he hasn't done better here.
Yeah, first time he's got to this stage at the championships. Makes a backhand return up the line there. It's a good one. Gets Ferry on the stretch. I feel like he's kind of threatening Zverev. I feel like he's on top at the moment. Frankly, he's obviously got the opening set in the bag. He hasn't quite kept the hammer down regularly enough to push forward on the scoreboard. But well, his play makes it clear why he's so far up in the rankings. And then a good return and a big forehand there, and he's really starting to push here.
Now, I mentioned a couple of days ago that I felt Sinner's first serve with the most improved shots in the last couple of years. This forehand from Zverev and the most improved shots the last year. And it's a real weapon now. That was such a good contact, way out in front to generate the pace.
Ferry misses with the first serve at love 30. These are tricky moments for the British player. Can he get through this service game? Second serve out to the forehand. He kicked it up high, got a miss hit return.
Oh, no, no, hang on.
Oh, the ball boy came onto court to collect the ball. Oh, he's hanging his head.
Oh.
And just as Ferry was about to put the ball away for a winner. Oh, no.
Oh, you feel for the ball kid as well.
They're so well trained and they're so disciplined. But what has happened here is, of course, the point will be replayed, so Ferry will get a first serve, won't he? At love 30. He serves and misses the first serve to Zverev's forehand. Sun just poking through the clouds here, centre court brightening in front of our eyes. Here's the second serve from Ferry. Goes to the Zverev forehand and he nails it away. Oh my. He's got to love 40 here.
Wow. He's turned up the heat here in this game. Some of the hardest forehands I'm sure he's hit.
Thank you.
And Ferry, love 40 without doing anything wrong.
Serves to the backhand, that's a good return. Ferry on the back foot, puts it into the net. And there's a return game of terrific authority from Alexander Zverev, who's applauded by his team in the box below us. But that's a big move from the number 2 seed, who gets a break in front early in this second set. Ferry had a little bit of misfortune there with a point it looked like he was winning at love 30. But there was some supreme returning from the French Open champion. Change of crew on court. Ball kids are all being replaced as part of the natural rotation. New balls are being taken out of the tubs for the start of the next game.
No, I just hope the ball kid's okay, because it was just a mistake that I guess can happen.
The ball was just bouncing right in front of him, wasn't it? Near to the net.
But it was a total mishit. The ball kid saw the flight of the ball and thought it was going to go out, which originally it was.
Yeah, difficult moment, but Zverev was brilliant in that return game, and he deserved to get the break. We can say that. Yeah, the crowd certainly has been quietened by what they've seen. Zverev has played his part to quieten them. That was an outstanding return game. He's taking his time here, Zverev, again, to get out from the chair. Time having been called by Mariana Veljovic. And he's strolling back to the baseline in front of the royal box, just adjusting the vibration dampener in his racket and taking a couple of new balls from the new ball kid crew on centre court.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Crowd always
takes a little time to settle after 3 games. Plenty have been out for a little breather after the end of the first set, which Zverev took 7-love in a tie-break. And now he's up a break early in the set. He was early in the first as well, and Ferry came fighting back, but, well, I think he feels like there's another let been served here.
No, it's not, because the microphone is very loud, and sometimes even the camera can be heard. So this is what you heard. I'm sure of it. This did not touch the net now.
I mean, then we're hearing it so loud and it's still a...
Well, I did tell them to put it lower, but it's still a little bit too loud, so...
Well, he's heard a noise there as the serve passed the net, and it's some kind of... something to do with a microphone by the umpire's chair. Anyway, he wasn't getting a let for that. Our umpire was very clear. And Zverev serves again. Ferry made a good return there, deep to the baseline. Zverev goes drop shot. Ferry's getting up to this, pokes it down the line. Zverev's attempted pass is a terrific ball. Fired it up the line, past the lunge of Arthur Ferry. He's on top at the moment, Zverev. He's playing really well.
Yeah, he's purring. Zverev, he's on a wonderful run. He can't do anything wrong. It's for Ferry, just got to keep sticking in here. Just try and hope the stall passes.
In the bright sunlight, he puts a first serve into the net. Our team of runners have been pretty much faultless during the course of the fortnight too, haven't they? They've brought up some tees to the commentary box. Thank you very much indeed to Sophia and team. 30-love. Zverev serves in at the body. Ferry improvises a return. Zverev sweeps through the backhand. Ferry does well to dig one out. He's on the run, forces Zverev to play a volley. Ferry's up to this. Oh, and he puts the backhand into the net, having chased it down. It's not quite going his way at the moment.
Yeah, it's now 11 of the last 12 points for Zverev. He's got this match by the scruff of the neck, but we've got to remember, earlier in the tournament, he was 2-1 down and 4-1 down double break against Zizou Bergs.
Zverev serves big down the middle. He's got a more serious serve, a more difficult serve to return than any opponent that Ferry has faced so far in the championships. That's what Zverev's got in his favour, among other things, and he's really feeling it at the moment. He lashes a forehand up the line for a winner. He's in the flow, and he's in charge of this match.
I mean, they are some of the biggest forehands I've seen him hit in the last couple of games. He is attacking this lead. Again, another big improvement from Zverev. How many times in the past, Richard, have we seen Zverev just be a little bit too passive? Not right now in this mood.
It's always been the accusation, hasn't it, that he's just not stepped in enough. Ferry's trying to step in here. He's come to the net and plays a good backhand volley, but Zverev's banging ground strokes at him, and I think it's touched Ferry's racket as he fired the pass out of court. Yeah, it's Zverev's point. Even though the ball sailed long, there was a touch off Ferry's racket, which I think he clarified with Mariana Veljovic. He was just standing tall, Ferry, at the net, as tall as he can, and redirecting those passing shots, but Zverev was just firing the ball at him as if from a cannon. Kind of emphasizing the power advantage, really. He's demonstrating his considerable strength. Ferry's coming forward again. Maybe he's decided it's time for a change-up, decided it's time to try and get into the forecourt more regularly, makes the volley this time.
Yeah, nice tennis. We know what a good volleyer he is. And that was a solid volley off a really good approach shot.
Back to 15 all, 1-3 in this second set.
Just got to hold here. Just try and stay in this second set as long as possible. There's always the danger in this situation down 7-6, 3-1, and then this second set can be gone in the next 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden you're in a third. So just got to keep in here, Ferry, keep that body language.
Serves to the forehand of Zverev. The serve must have been right on the back edge of the service line. Slice from Ferry onto the baseline. Now he goes slice into the Zverev forehand, but he's hitting that cleanly, and he's forced the error from the British player. Every time it goes to the Zverev forehand at the moment, you just feel like he's going to crush it.
Oh, he's hitting the ball great, Zverev, and mentally he looks right now in a really good position to be ruthless.
(15:30). Ferry misses the first serve. Second serve comes down to Zverev's forehand. Little chip from Ferry down the middle. Zverev attacks with the forehand. It's Ferry with a forehand defensive ball, but then a forehand that he really hits through. And now he's coming in behind an approach, digs out a volley. Zverev's going to get to that and flick it down the line for the winner. And he turns and punches the air. And his team are standing down below us. He just found the outside edge of the line, but that was good movement from Zverev. And it was a Ferry point, wasn't it? But it was one that Zverev won.
Well, it was a forehand on the move, and of course he made the forehand, because the forehand this set is a 9.9 out of 10.
I don't think I've ever seen a number like that on the insight score. 15:40, Zverev misses with a forehand return. Well, that was inevitable. There was only one way for the 9.9 to go.
I've cursed again. I'm 2 for 2. That doesn't count though, I don't think. That was a good serve.
Still break point for Zverev for a double break advantage in this second set. He's bang on top, he's bang on his game. He's heading at the moment for back-to-back Grand Slam finals for the first time. He returns with a forehand down the middle of the court, and Ferry was under pressure again, and that forehand has caused more damage. Ferry is really struggling at the moment. He's a double break now down in this second set. Zverev leads by a set and 4-1.
Yeah, and just coming into this match, actually, I'd looked at all 4 semi-finalists in terms of their shot quality. So the breakdown of the forehand, the best forehand out of the 4, Sinner, 8.41, Djokovic an 8.4, Zverev an 8.1. So just to put into context how well he's hitting his forehand right now, Zverev, I mean, just, it's extraordinary the improvements he's made on that shot. And obviously the confidence he's got, and I wouldn't say less pressure because it's a Wimbledon semi-final, but that first set, I do feel, you know, right now the second and third points of the tiebreak have kind of shaped what we've seen since. As Zverev, almost the shackles are off, and now it seems, as things stand, that he's seeing the finishing line. But do not underestimate Ferry with his character and resilience.
Huge crowd, not just inside centre court, and as we know, it's just under 15,000 the capacity here, but a huge crowd watching on the hill as well. And if Ferry was to get back into this second set or back into the match in some way, we'd hear the noise from outside as well. I mean, I do wonder, Zverev obviously has picked up the pace. But,
thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And we talked at the beginning about the effect of winning the Roland Garros title as to whether there would be an emotional dip at some point for the effort that he's put through to finally achieve one of his big stated career aims. He serves here at 4-1, looking towards the royal box, gets a chunk of the net cord. Ferry's coming forward. Zverev goes for the lob and executes it perfectly over the top of Ferry's head.
I think the concern was at the start of the tournament, but he kind of got his way through the first week, Zverev, and I think now now that he's got into tournament mode, I think he's found that winning mindset again.
I mean, maybe it's easy to say that with this with the score as it is now, but he looks a man liberated, really. I mean, having lifted that pressure from his shoulders, if you asked him, and I've asked him a ton of times in interviews down the years, you know, would you be satisfied with what you've got right now in your career? You've won so much. And he'd always say, since I was a little boy, I wanted to be #1 in the world and I wanted to win a major. So the major has been ticked off. It's been something he's talked about for, well, he's 29 now. He'll have talked about it for at least 15 years. He was around on the tennis tour when Misha, his older brother, was a player, and telling everybody that he was going to be a star of the future at that young age. Maybe it's liberated him. Maybe the best years of his tennis life are ahead of him. Up 30 love here at 4-1, have to go to the second serve.
Well, this version of Zverev is better than any other version we've seen. I mean, think how his game's evolved.
Yeah, we've never seen him play this well at Wimbledon before, that's for sure. He leans into a second serve rather, going for an ace down the middle, taking a gamble and missing it, but I don't think he'll mind too much.
Yeah, when you've got the scoreline and your serve is as consistent as Zverev's is. Only 2 players this year have a higher first serve percentage, and both those 2 Argentinians, well, their first serve is more of a means to start the point.
30-15, he serves an ace down the middle, which is greeted by, well, something approaching silence, really. An 8th ace. First serve percentages are you talking about?
Yep. Yeah, he's 71.5%, which is truly unbelievable, given that his average first serve speed is 200k plus.
Yeah, it's around the 130-mile-an-hour mark, and there's another one that Ferry chips back into the net. So it's a very comfortable hold for Sasha Zverev. He's won 5 games in a row here.
Yeah, in fact, his first serve average speed is 215k, with his fastest being 224.
Yeah, it's over 130 miles per hour. Arthur Ferry is right up against it here. Sasha Zverev is playing beautifully on centre court. He's won 5 games in a row. He's clubbing that forehand as if he can't really miss. And Ferry doing what he can. And as again, the commentator cursing Zverev, we've had that a couple of times in this set. Zverev really looking to hit the cover off the ball on the forehand side, sends it long, and Ferry wins the opening point of this 7th game. The crowd hoping for the best, but not really able to get fully behind Ferry at the moment. He's being outplayed, and he's trying to push and missing with a backhand long there.
He found it tough in the first set with the winners, and he's only hit 1 in the second, Ferry. Zverev 9 winners.
Zverev preparing to return over to our right-hand side as we sit up on the 5th floor of centre court, up in the southeastern corner, looking down to our left, the Royal Box. In front of us, the centre court bathed in sunshine. The deep return from Zverev onto the baseline, the miss-hit from Ferry, the forehand cross from Zverev, the backhand volley into the net. Well, he had Ferry in his jaws there.
Well, the set has been near perfect from Zverev. As for that one, I think a lot of this crowd could relate. That backhand volley, it was, well, what can we say? Must do better. That's been kind.
30-15. Ferry misses the first serve. Going to the Zverev backhand. Tall man, Zverev crouches down now. Missed it by 6 inches or so. He has a little kick at the towel box at the back of centre court. Mops himself down. He's trying to get something out of himself here. Some frustration, getting himself find some positive energy. It's had the effect of livening up the crowd. 1-5, 30 all. He serves at the body of Zverev, who makes the backhand return. The off forehand from Zverev is a good one. Zverev unable to reach that down to his left-hand side.
Well played. He used his time well there in between the last couple of points. You know, obviously a bit of frustration, but you've got to try and channel that in a positive way. I think this will do him the world of good if he can somehow hold here. Obviously the feeling is the set's gone, but just to hold and give himself something.
Just a little something to latch on to. Doesn't feel like at the moment he's got the same energy, the same electricity that he brought to court in the quarterfinals, but Zverev's played so well at the moment, and he's in at the net now, plays a backhand volley, but that's standing there for Ferry. Oh, well read Zverev, who just leapt onto that and reacted beautifully to convert the forehand volley at point-blank range.
Right, he was just brave. And when you're that close and you get the anticipation right, just be strong in the wrist. And he was, deflecting the ball back over the net.
A volley of an altogether higher class. Back to Deuce, another first serve missed from Ferry. Chipped the loose ball to the ball kid next to the umpire's chair. Here's the second serve. Forehand return right back at the server from Zverev, who then completely mistimes a forehand, and we've not said that often in this second set at all.
That's about the only forehand he has missed. I mentioned that forehand, the quality has been so good in this second set. And even in the first, I thought he hit some really good forehands.
Game point for Ferry to at least stop the run of Zverev games at 5. First set was tight. Ferry was holding comfortably the majority of times, a break apiece. But a double fault there is going to set him back. That's a fourth double of the contest from Arthur Ferry, and a second in this game.
Thank you.
And Zverev still hoping to get the second set in the bag here and now. First serve down the middle, that's going to give Ferry a cheap point. That's very welcome at this stage. How can he turn the tide here? He's being outgunned at the moment by a player with greater weapons and certainly good enough movement. But this is a game point for Ferry. Under his white cap, he serves down the centre. Zverev makes a forehand return centrally. They go into a backhand-to-backhand exchange on the cross-court. Ferry whips through on a shorter ball. He attacks it, wins the point, takes the game, shakes the fist a little on his way back to the chairs. Zverev had won 5 consecutive games, but couldn't take a 6th. And the set continues, Barry.
Yeah, well done, Ferry. There's that sweetly struck backhand again. Just leans in on it, and that was back at Zverev really quickly. So with the second set all but lightly gone, I think that was just important to just settle him down, Richard, to try and attack the third set. Well, it's about the only thing he hasn't done so far this tournament. It's come back from 2 sets to love down.
Well, that is true. Yes, this would be perhaps the biggest twist of all in this incredible story if he was able to do that. Only wild card to get this far on the men's side. Certainly the only wild card to reach the Wimbledon final on the men's side. Goran Ivanisevic, before Ferry was born in 2001. Beat Tim Henman in the semi-final that year. That was sporting heartbreak, wasn't it, for many of us watching and supporting Tiger Tim? Rain delays played their part that year, didn't they?
Yeah, but although people forget, he got lucky against Todd Martin.
In the previous round?
Yeah, with the rain delay.
Right. Was that a 5-set match?
I think that was a 5-setter for Tim.
See, I don't remember that quite as clearly, but
Ready for play, ladies
I
and
remember
gentlemen.
Henman racing through the third set against Ivanisevic. 6-love he took it, and then the rain came down when the momentum of the match was certainly all in the British players' favour, and they came back the following day. And Goran won sets 4 and 5 and reached the Wimbledon final, where he beat Pat Rafter to take his only major. And of course, these days is an extremely successful coach, Ivan Isavic, in great demand and currently on the team of another.
Yeah, Todd Martin was actually in the round of 16. Henman beat him in 5, and then he beat Federer in the next round, quarterfinals.
Yeah,
before Roger became Roger.
Yeah. It was Goran in 2001. Leighton Hewitt won it in 2002, didn't it? And then it became the sort of Federer era, really, with all those consecutive titles. Right, Zverev here, he's serving for the second set. He's up 15-love in the sunshine here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live from centre court. Can Arthur Ferry somehow make this more difficult for Sasha Zverev than it has been in the second set? Zverev with time on a forehand, hits it cross-court and onto the sideline for a clean winner. The ball makes a terrific sound off his racket when he times it as well as that.
Yeah, it's just a firecracker of a forehand. I don't care how quick you are, and as Ferry is rapid, you just can't track that one down.
It's a champagne cork of a forehand. Ball pops off it. 30-love, he serves it down the middle off the top of the net, and will go again. Before the players started play today, somebody about 10 rows in front of us opened up a bottle of fizz and the cork flew up and hit the roof. It could have gone anywhere. Here's the redone first serve. He goes down the middle and misses by a fraction.
We must add, not the retractable part of the roof.
No. It's wide open. The blue sky up above at the moment. Sun beating down. Zverev serves to the Ferry forehand. He's a long way back, changing the return position to give himself more time. But he still returned into the net. And with that, Sasha Zverev brings up 3 set points. This for a 2-sets-to-love lead. It's felt like it's been coming for a while. But Zverev here to move within a set of a first Wimbledon final. Ferry puts a backhand return into the net, and it is so. Sasha Zverev in total control of this first semi-final. An hour and a half of excellent work from the German. He takes the second set 6-2 and leads by 2-sets-to-love. Well, what a task this is for Ferry.
Yeah, as Ferry picks up his bag, he leaves the court. He'll go for a bathroom break, which he's done in his previous matches. But for me, the focus in that set is Zverev, not Ferry. Zverev, an absolutely brilliant set of tennis. Having taken that tie break, he was just aggressive and ruthless at the same time. So that second set was as comfortable as the score suggested. So obviously the next stage of the match now is, can Zverev keep that pressure on? I think for Ferry, it's just to try and almost take a breather now, and then when you come back, just try and lift the energy. Just, you know, one last big push right at the beginning of the set and just see what he can then get from it.
Zverev's taking a stroll to the back of the court himself. I'm not sure if he's coming into the shade or if he's just going to disappear into the locker rooms as well. Yep, he's gone off court as well. Only 63% of first serves in for Zverev in that set. That's actually lower than his tournament average. But first serve points won at 83%. And second serve points won at 86%, which is a real demonstration of his dominance in the second there. Well, at some point, I guess you're always wondering, given how new it all is for Arthur Ferry, whether there would be a point where he just hit the wall. But again, you've got to factor in the quality of the opponent. We don't know yet how quite Ferry's feeling like he's managing the occasion. I think from his body language, he's been frustrated with himself that he hasn't been able to elevate and bring as many wow moments as he has in the previous rounds.
The reason I'm just pausing is that the umpire, Mariana Velovic, has got out the chair and she's just having a chat with the tournament referee, Denise Parnell, so I don't know what that could be about.
It's quite a long conversation there, quite deliberately and probably sensibly, having it away from the microphones that attach to the umpire's chair.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Can't blame them for that, so I guess it's more than just what they're going to have for tea.
Yeah, there's something that the umpire is very engaged in. Something that she's not altogether happy about by the look of things. That may remain a secret, but they've come to an agreement, and Denise Parnell is departing over to the right of centre court towards the big scoreboard on the far side, low down. Mariana Velovic has climbed back up into her chair and has been on the radio to somebody, and has now sat back in a smart pair of white slacks, light blue blouse. Sasha Zverev has re-emerged from the locker room, striding out slowly as he does. He is a man who freely admits that his timekeeping is generally poor. His team recognise that he's late. What's interesting to me is that he's generally late for practices with other players as well.
Well, I felt that, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was yesterday, and his practice session was booked from 10:30 to 12. So,
and he turned up at?
Well, his dad was prowling around. He had the rackets delivered. It was actually 2 days ago, I think it was. His dad was sort of hanging around for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then Sasha appeared.
But there wasn't a practice partner waiting for him to get there.
No.
I mean, I think it's one thing. I mean, your team makes the decision whether you accept that kind of thing or not, don't they? And they obviously do within the context of their team. I've seen players turn up for practice sessions late when another professional is waiting for a hit, and I've seen the professional who is waiting deliver a telling off to the player who has arrived late. I won't name names, but I saw Stan Wawrinka get in someone's grill in Rotterdam a couple of years ago.
Because of course it's different there. You've got fewer courts. I mean, at least at Arangi now, you've got 16 courts. So
at this stage of the tournament, you're not wanting for space. But that's, you know, they know the players you put with him, that they know he's likely to rock up a little less promptly than others. He's an interesting character. He's gone through a fair amount on and off the tennis court during his time. But he seems to be at a point in his life when he's probably happier than any other. And professionally, with the accomplishment of Roland Garros, that's certainly true. Arthur Ferry returns. Bag over his right shoulder. Pops the towel back on the chair. He's going to have to get straight back to action here. Zverev is still prowling down behind the baseline in front of the royal box in the patch of shade down there, keeping himself wisely out of the sun. The stewards leave the court smartly that they've been guarding. The crowd will soon settle and we'll get back underway.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Is this the start of the most miraculous part of Arthur Ferry's incredible tale, or is it the end of the story? Set number 3. Zverev misses a forehand return. Ferry wins the opening point.
Yeah, this next point and this opening game are the most important right now for Ferry. Just get ahead early.
Serves onto the forehand and puts a forehand of his own halfway up the net. '21st unforced error from Ferry. 8 winners in total. Zverev 32 winners. 27 unforced. The forehand return here from the German. Ferry didn't get that particularly cleanly, but he's come in behind it well and makes a forehand volley on the cross court to take the point with ease.
Yeah, lovely volley. Good point from Ferry. Just keep your head up. Let's play with the spirit that he's played throughout these 2 weeks.
Hoping that the break he had between sets has refreshed him physically and mentally. Maybe he needed it. The off forehand here, Ferry coming in behind it, forces the error on the passing shot from Zverev into the net.
Yeah, I just wonder the way he's played some of these points. Richard, you said it, whether he just feels, you know what, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to come in a little bit more, because that baseline game that started well, but he got overpowered in the second set. He's just got to try and turn the tables.
Well, I saw that from Coco Gauff on centre court yesterday in the first of the ladies' semi-finals, as Ferry goes long with a backhand. She took a break after losing the first set to Karolina Mukova, came out from ball 1 in set number 2, hitting harder, and landed everything for a spell. Really turned that match around, took it all the way to a decider, and we had the dramatic conclusion that we all recall. Of course, it's going to take a lot more work for Ferry to get back to that kind of position here. But he lands a first serve and wins the opening game of set number 3. Gives himself a little reminder and jogs a few steps to his chair. At least he's on the board at the start of this third set. He can't afford to let his standards slip at all from here. He's up against one of the world's finest, clearly in a rich vein of form. He's going to have to play, he's going to have to elevate his levels a good deal to compete. He's covered a lot of ground, Arthur Ferry, at this Wimbledon.
5 kilometres more than Zverev, which is a lot. And emotionally as well, how hard he's had to battle.
Time on court as well. 5 matches for Ferry, totaled over 16 hours, nearly 16 and a half hours on court. Zverev just under 13 hours in his 5 matches. It's a fair bit in the legs of Arthur Ferry.
And it only really hits you, that amount of time spent on court, the physical and mental, when you're down, when you lose that adrenaline. So that's why, you know, I think the beginning of this third, he might be feeling fatigued in the legs because the adrenaline isn't there. So somehow he's just got to try and force it and just find a second wind.
Missed first serve at 15 love for Zverev. Over to our right-hand side, serving down towards the royal box. Yeah, it does have a feeling. It's a little flat at the moment, everything, isn't it? The occasion that was so anticipated beforehand, it's not quite lived up to it from the home crowd's perspective, and that's credit to the number 2 seed, of course, who wallops another second serve and clatters a forehand away. Is that Arthur Ferry down there saying to his team, come on, give me some more?
Yeah.
Everybody's got to lift it a little bit. It's another sign he needs it. He needs the assistance from everybody at the moment.
No, this what's been happening in the second set, and with that last forehand from Zverev was it's what I thought could happen here with Zverev if he gets ahead. And he's just literally taking the racket out of Ferry's hand.
But he knew at the start that that was going to happen in certain service games. He's got to try and take care of his own serve and get through them and make it tight and make Zverev think about the outcome, because I don't think Zverev has any doubt that he's going to win this match at the moment. Short return here from Ferry. Now he's on the stretch on the backhand wing, sending it long. It's a hold to love for Sasha Zverev. He's convincing everybody at the moment, Zverev.
Yeah, this is tennis that's good enough to win the Wimbledon title. Of course, if he does get to the final, which certainly looks like it from what we've seen the last hour or so, it'll be Djokovic or Sinner on Sunday. But Zverev needs to keep the focus, though.
Zverev leaning into a backhand here. It's an absolute beauty from the centre of the baseline. Slight angle towards Ferry's forehand corner, just whistling through the court.
Yeah, nearly 4 times more winners for Zverev than Ferry. I mean, that's a big difference. Powerful performance.
Is the reality of the tennis world beginning to hit hard here for Arthur Ferry. He's at the net, but he can't win the point because Zverev moves forward in such an agile way, forces Ferry to volley into the net. Love 30, and the warning signs are flashing here at the moment. Ferry looks frustrated, looks a little upset, shaking his head after that last point. Love 30, serves down the middle. Zverev blocks the return. The forehand from Ferry on the angle. He's coming in behind it. And Zverev nets, trying to make it difficult, trying to dip the ball at his toes.
Well played, Ferry. Actually, the short approach ended up helping Ferry because Zverev was a little too far back.
He's got to keep thinking. Somehow he's got to keep believing. And as you say, it's when your opponent is as powerful and as accurate as Zverev is, that must be incredibly difficult. Zverev makes another forehand return. Now he pulls the forehand into the forehand corner. And Zverev goes long, looking to try and inject a bit more pace.
Yeah, there's always in these situations you think, well, the crowd have got to help Ferry, but I actually think sometimes it comes down to that Ferry has got to let the crowd believe there is a way back. So if he can hold here, and even better would be to pull off a great shot. That will increase the atmosphere.
He serves well. He gets a cheap point with the backhand return long from Zverev.
40-30.
Just needs to keep accumulating points on serve. Here we go. There's a little cheer for him. Might have Davis Cup ahead of him in the near future, of course, on a more regular basis. Now that he's heading towards being the leading ranked British player. Zverev does well to make a backhand return, and Ferry fires his backhand out on the cross court.
Yeah, how much of that was, well, he has to be aggressive. Maybe just wanted to go back into the backhand because anytime he's gone into the Zverev forehand, the German has been punishing Ferry. This is what happens. It's just making him maybe just get out of that comfortable pace that Ferry likes to hit.
There's nothing comfortable about his afternoon at the moment. He's up against it, but that was a good 1-2. He got a return in the middle of the court, a little bit short. Jumped all over it. Zverev was going the wrong way. Points like that have just not come around that often in the last hour or so for Arthur Ferry, since the conclusion of the opening set, really since 6-all in the opening set. It's been mostly one-way traffic. There it's a holder serve though, as Zverev mistimes the return. So, well, 2-1, third set, as you heard. There's still potentially a lot of tennis left in this first semi-final.
Yeah, he's done really, really well at the start of this third set, Ferry. For me, I think it's clear that, if you agree, Richard, that physically I think he's feeling it. That the mind can do strange and weird and wonderful things. You can all of a sudden find something that you never thought you potentially had. So I think the fact he's 2-1 up in the third, that's a bonus.
Yeah, I think the size of the task is intimidating right now, isn't it? He's at the bottom of the mountain with 16 hours of tennis in his legs, and he's wondering how on earth he's going to get up. Earlier in the week, he might well have seen it as a scalable peak, but right now, it's going to be really hard to just get anywhere in the foothills, frankly.
Yeah, and then you add in, it's Sasha Zverev, it's not Zizou Bergs, it's not Damir Jummer, it's not Artur Virtanen, it's not even Flavio Caboli, because Caboli tennis was nowhere near the quality that we've seen from Zverev.
No, this is a player who appears to be at the peak of his powers, getting better on the grass courts, working out Wimbledon. We've been discussing the task at hand for Arthur Ferry. It's a really intimidating one. He's played an awful lot of tennis. He's achieved some quite remarkable things, but emotionally, physically, how much is left here? And he can see how much he needs. And I think he's asking himself whether it's really going to be there today. He's going to need a helping hand, and that was one from Sasha Zverev. All over the net, the big German, not for the first time, dumps a fairly poor volley into the net and gives Ferry the first point of this service game. Third set, Zverev up 2-0. If you are just tuning in here to the Wimbledon radio channel, welcome along to centre court. Love 15, Zverev 1-2 in the third. Misses the big serve. From the Royal Box end, he served 9 aces so far. Zverev, first serve percentage at 71. It's kind of around about the average. And it's coming down, as you guys would say, Barry, from out of a tree. It's coming down from a great height and leaping up off the grass at little Arthur Ferry. It's felt at times like the heavyweight punching down.
Yeah, the one stat that really surprised me, Zverev has won 15 of 19 points on the second serve, and I'm pretty sure early on he only had won 1 of 4. So
right.
If that is right, he's won 14 of the last 15 points on his second serve, Zverev. That's an unbelievable stat.
15 all here as Ferry blocks back a backhand, and he's forced back behind the baseline again by the power of Zverev's ground strokes and slices of backhand into the net. A kind of understanding groan from the centre court crowd, because they could see how tough this is from Arthur Ferry.
That looked a tired backhand from Ferry.
I would agree. He's brought us such excitement, so many thrills at these championships. Whatever happens, and he knew this at the start of the day, he'd already gone way beyond. But we all did some dreaming for him, and he's done plenty of it himself, I'm sure. And we thought maybe, just maybe, he might achieve the impossible. But again, the serve from Zverev got up so high. Ferry's kind of indicating that he might have needed a step ladder to try and return that.
Yeah, and I mentioned one of the key players has been standing in to return the second serve and attacking a few in a couple of the last 2 matches he's won, but he just hasn't been able to do that because of this quality of the Zverev serve. Suffocated Ferry.
40-15, big serve, backhand return into the net from Ferry. One of the things Alison Taylor was talking about this morning was how he would certainly vary his return position, but I wonder if there's only so many times that you can walk into the line of fire. He's giving himself time at the moment, but it's still difficult to try and get the ball back in play. 2-all, it's only 2-all in the third set, but you can tell from the way we're thinking, the way it's looked for some time it's hard for us to visualize at the moment the match changing momentum. It seems set in its pattern. Zverev is going to have to dip, isn't he? He's going to have to lose focus. That has happened. You know, there have been many an occasion throughout his career where people have said, yeah, he's drifted, he's not maintained the intensity. I've seen it happen here at Wimbledon in the past. Matches that he seemingly had control of, and he's gone away a little bit. But you'd think for a man who must now have the taste of winning majors, he can smell a Wimbledon final, and surely he's not going to pass that chance by. He wins a point quickly against the Ferry serve at the start of game 5 here.
Yeah, he's lost 3 matches in 78 before Wimbledon this year of when he's been up 2-0. Of course, that one you were referencing was against Taylor Fritz, where up 2-0. For some reason, he just got deeper and deeper behind the baseline.
He strikes a backhand beautifully through the court here. Zverev gets the time to move up to the forehand and sweeps that away past Arthur Ferry.
Oh, this is cruel. He's bullying him. Zverev has got the swagger right now of a Grand Slam champion. He senses this is the moment to strike in the third.
Love 30. Ferry serves to the forehand of Zverev. calmly made the return. Ferry hit hard to the baseline, now attacks with the off forehand, follows it in. An excellent passing shot from Zverev, forces the error off the Ferry volley. And here are 3 break points for the number 2 seed. And at the moment, it feels like a matter of time. There's some words of encouragement here for Arthur Ferry. He wants to go down fighting if he's going to go down at all. But he needs to drag that fight from himself. He serves. Zverev makes another good deep return. He's got a forehand here that he absolutely thrashes away. A glorious stroke. And it's a hard break to love from Sasha Zverev. It was a brilliant return game. And there was nothing at all that Arthur Ferry could do.
What a forehand. And when you're in a Wimbledon semi-final and you're playing well and you're up 2 sets to love and you've got a break point to move ahead in the third, is there any doubt in your mind? Well, the way he hit that forehand, absolutely not. He saw his opportunity and the full commitment to that forehand. So when you talk about taking the racket out of an opponent's hand, the way he served, 9 aces, 70% first serves in, the way he's hit his forehand, 18 winners. We don't have the luxury of the average forehand speed, but it feels like some of them, Richard, have been close to 100 miles an hour. And then you add in that world-class backhand which he can always really call upon. It's just been a really, really good performance.
One of Zverev's best at Wimbledon, I would suggest. He looks to me like he's feeling $1 million down there on centre court. He is on the verge here of completing the set of Grand Slam finals. He would have been to them all if he could get to the Wimbledon Championship match. And he'd only be the 13th man in the Open era to achieve that. Since the turn of the century, only the big 4, as we know them to be, Federer, Nadal, Djokovic and Murray, plus Sinner and Alcaraz, have achieved that, to get to all 4 Grand Slam singles finals. It's a heck of an achievement. And he hadn't been past the round of 16 before this year, Sasha Zverev. But he's seen off the challenge of a couple of seeded players in Lehechka and Fritz, 2 very fine players with grass court pedigree. And he's seen them off with something to spare. If he gets through here, he's going to be going into the final with something in the tank and with a lot of confidence as well. That's a serve and volley out of the top drawer from Zverev. He is feeling good.
If he's serve and volleying there, he's absolutely attacking the finishing line, because you got the situation. If he gets it done in 3, who knows how long Djokovic and Sinner could battle it out for.
Yeah. Watch them go toe-to-toe for however many hours later in the day. 15 love. Zverev serves down. That came down like a cannon, and the forehand to follow it up as well. Just enormous.
Well, it's brilliant.
30 love.
Absolutely brilliant performance. And all that hard work. And at times, the team have felt that he pushes himself too much, certainly physically, but he looks like he's really peaking at the right time, Zverev.
Maybe in his 30th year, it'll be the golden year of his tennis life. Who knows? He's got 1 major. He's getting closer to another. The Channel double coming within the grasp of Alexander Zverev. Ferry changing his return position almost as Zverev was moving to serve there. He moved right back into the shade, Ferry. Got his return strike in, then hits the forehand to the Zverev forehand, but that came back at him with interest, and Ferry netted.
I think the way he's playing and probably the way he feels, he could probably think he can swim the channel.
Yeah. He might fly. 3-2, 40 love. Nearly 2 hours on the centre court. Centre court that today seems to belong to Alexander Zverev. Another big serve, just missed the target this time. Lots of the camera lenses on the far side of court still pointing at Arthur Ferry. His picture will still be on the front page of many of the papers in the UK tomorrow morning. And it's not the story that they were hoping for. Second serve from Zverev was a big one. It's a good return from Ferry, but my goodness, Zverev with no hesitation picked it up almost on the half volley and whipped it into the forehand corner. I mean, he's just not missing at the moment. This is pretty sensational from the number 2 seed.
Yeah, the forehand quality in the first set was an 8.2. In the second set, we know that it improved dramatically, went up to a 9.7, and it's not far off that number in the third either for Zverev, 9.6.
I mean, what can you do?
You can't.
It's hard. It's going to be hard for him in the moment because he's going to feel disappointed with his own performance. But hopefully in time, somebody will show Arthur Ferry those numbers and say, just look how good your opponent was on the day. Look how good he had to be. Oh. And Zverev is absolutely nailing another forehand for a clean winner.
Yeah, and obviously for Ferry, you know, he will look back that this match changed the second and third points of the tiebreak. But you can't be critical because of the tennis that he has played to get him to that stage today and also to get to the semi-finals.
Love 15, a mistimed forehand, a short ball for Ferry to attack. Oh, and he's missed it. Nothing's going right for him at the moment.
Love 13.
The crowd are doing what they can, trying to give him the arm round the shoulders, trying to help him enjoy what remains of this first semi-final. He serves down the middle and misses, but if I was Jannik Sinner or Novak Djokovic right now, I'd be moving my warm-up towards preparation for the second semi-final. It's another hard hit return. It's love 40 here on the Ferry serve.
And it's 15 points in a row now.
Well, somebody with a German accent there had the confidence to shout out some encouragement to their man. That's how dominant he is at the moment. Well, Ferry finds an ace and ends the run of points for Alexander Zverev. But he's not in any mood to celebrate, Arthur Ferry. It's not the turning of the tide. It's a stone into the ocean. 15-40, 2-4. He serves from the royal box end, misses the first serve. We still have the Sinner and Djokovic semi-final to look forward to. As Zverev hits a backhand return, Ferry digs the ball out. Slice goes Zverev, forehand slice from Ferry onto that forehand of Zverev, which misfires. It's not done too much of that in the last hour and a half.
He's human. He's missed one, Richard.
Well, he's proven many times over his life that there have been days when he's been nowhere near his best. He's let lead slip.
I still think the best thing that ever happened to him was that loss in Rome to Darderi. 6-love in the third.
Forehand return onto the baseline here from Zverev, who attacks. Ferry's attempted pass, the volley from Zverev, and the backhand volley. Ferry digs that out marvellously well. Flicks the pass through on the cross court off the half volley. Earns the applause of Zverev himself, earns the applause of the crowd. An indication of the joy that he's brought us over the last 10 days.
Oh, that was brilliant. So incredible half volley on the stretch. It was so good that Zverev applauded it.
Thank you.
If you're going to go out on a high.
Back to deuce. When it felt like this service game was getting away from him, he's found another ace down the middle. Well, don't applaud the opponent too soon, just in case he feels like you're patronising him a little bit. No, that was good sportsmanship. It was a fabulous piece of play. But those moments have been few and far between today. There were a couple in the first set when he got the crowd standing. But there's an ace from Ferry, another one. Well, he's really come out fighting in that service game. It looked like that was the beginning of the end, but maybe not quite.
What a finish.
It's 4 games to 3, third set. Am I right? 2 sets allowed.
Aces 2 and 3. And he did get the adrenaline. That half volley. Brilliant shot to salvage the game and then to hold and close the gap. And that's what's important, that Zverev has never been in this position, Richard. We talk about this is all new for Arthur Ferry, but this is new for Zverev. Yes, he's won majors, but he's never been in the semi-final of Wimbledon. I felt that, you know, he was just feeling the pressure a little bit in the last 16, trying to break that duck. So at least he's forcing him to see if he gets tight. And that's all you can, that's the least you can ask for, isn't it?
Well, in the not-so-distant past, a certain Yannick Sinner was 2 sets and 5-1 at the French Open against a player that he was expected to put into the ground, and something totally unexpected happened. We've seen no sign whatever of that brewing today, we should say, but you've got to keep playing to the last. Tennis is a strange old sport, as Arthur Ferry himself has proven over this fortnight. Sasha Zverev is still 2 games away from the finish line. He's got a break advantage. Crowd just settling back into their seats. So Zverev at 2 sets to love and 4-3 here, live from centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. He serves to the forehand of Ferry. He waits, he goes into the backhand corner. Ferry goes long, trying to get a foothold in the rally.
It's probably classed as an unforced error, but those are the types of shots I feel they're forced because you're under so much pressure. It's not just a case of trying to put the ball back into court. You're trying to put the ball back into court with length and pace.
15 love, the big serve down the middle and the forehand blocked back. Just so hard to control the ball at that speed coming off the court at that angle. Zverev to 30 love, within 6 points of victory. Mightily impressive today. He rocks forward, he serves down the middle. Ferry gets a return, it's a short ball. Zverev on it straight away. The backhand cross court right into the corner.
Well, he didn't have to move off after the serve. He was in that aggressive position. And that was easy for Zverev to hit another winner, a 41st of the match.
40 love, Zverev serves out wide. It's going to be another short return. It's on the forehand, just helps it into the open court. This is the front foot tennis from Sasha Zverev that many experts have been calling for on the grass courts for a long time, but we're seeing it coming to fruition today.
I absolutely agree. Some of the best attacking tennis I've seen from Zverev in a big match.
If he can replicate this kind of performance in the final, whichever of the two former champions he comes up against, he's got a shot.
Yeah.
3-5, Ferry serving to stay in Wimbledon, to keep this absurd dream alive. He's missed the first serve. The second serve onto the Zverev backhand. Ferry goes cross-court with his backhand. Zverev deep. Ferry mistimes the ball. It drops onto the baseline, but Zverev's waiting for it. Slice goes Ferry. Slice goes Zverev. The angle from Ferry. Zverev gets to it. Can't find the forehand from a difficult position. Well played. The British wildcard.
He has not dropped his head, Ferry. He's absolutely been in this battle in the third, that's for sure.
Serves onto the forehand of Zverev. Attacks with your forehand. Ferry comes in. Zverev misses the pass. 30 love.
Yeah, if you're looking for beyond this tournament, you know, when things are going against you, how do you respond? And I wasn't being as impressed in this third as I was in the first, actually, with everything against him. Played a good set.
You have to show players on the regular tour that you're not going to give them anything.
Yeah.
He's got the chance now to make his fortune, hasn't he, on the ATP Tour. All the Masters 1000 events, the 500 events that all carry significant purses. He can travel the world and play in front of the biggest crowds. Different set of challenges awaits. 30-15 here. He serves down the middle. It's another race. He's suddenly upped the serving power in the last 20 minutes, which is a good effort because at the start of this third set he was at the bottom of a very intimidating mountain, looking up at the peak and thinking that that was out of reach. But Mai served another one there. What's that, 4 aces in this third set alone? He's asking Zverev the question at the very least. Zverev is the man today who's had all the answers, and he's going to serve for his place in the Wimbledon final in a couple of moments' time.
He's out-acing Zverev in this set. First set percentage, 83. So it's one final push, as they say.
It looks like this one's going Zverev's way, but let us know where you're listening ahead of the Sinner-Djokovic semi-final. There'll be a little bit of a break on centre court, but that's one to look forward to. We're on X at Wimbledon Radio. You can email us, radio@aeltc.com. We're on Instagram at Wimbledon Radio channel. Great to have your thoughts. Let us know what you reckon, how it's gonna work, what your predictions are for the second men's semi-final. First one, well, we feel it's nearing its conclusion here, but let's see what Arthur Ferry's got up his sleeve. And about King Arthur, he's going to need some magic from Merlin here, I think, to keep this match alive. Cast some spells. Let's see. It has been magic watching Arthur Ferry the last week. He's left us with wonderful memories of Wimbledon 2026. Let's see what's left in the tank. Zverev then serving for a place in the Wimbledon final. Up 2-0 and 5-4. Looking towards the royal box in the still bright sunshine. Ferry gets onto that, makes the return, makes Zverev play, and Zverev misses on the forehand.
Here we go. That's what he wanted. Win that first point. And just test the nerve.
Zverev's not wasting any time here. He's itching to get this done. Ferry about 3 meters behind the baseline. On the move forward, chips the return back. It's not bad. Zverev with the off forehand. Ferry is there, but sends his backhand long, and he looks to the heavens as if he knows he can't afford any more of those.
Oh, that will frustrate him, as he did so well to get the ball back into play with the return, and he was just looking for some length, but it just drifted beyond the baseline, his two-hander.
Last 20 minutes he has, Barry. The adrenaline has returned, hasn't it? He started to feel it a little bit again. Zverev serves big down the centre. Block return from Ferry. Terrific forehand from Zverev. I mean, Zverev turned around as if he thought that was inevitable, but it was still a terrific blow.
Well, I remember when he served for the US Open twice against Dominic Thiem. The nerves got the better of him that night in New York. And that was a really confident forehand. 2 points away from victory for Zverev.
5-4, 30-15. Ferry on the move forward. He makes another return, but Zverev's there. Onto the baseline he goes. The forehand volley is a winner from Zverev. Ferry slipped behind the baseline, but I don't think he was going to get there.
40-15.
And this might be the last step of the journey for Arthur Ferry. He's played more than 18 hours of tennis at the championships. He's delighted us. Match point for Sasha Zverev for a place in the Wimbledon final. 40-15. He serves, Ferry's chip returns. Zverev takes a step backwards and goes with a backhand back behind. Ferry's forehand is long. And Arthur Ferry's magical Wimbledon journey is at an end. It is Sasha Zverev who will go for the Holy Grail in Sunday's final. What a magnificent match he's played, Zverev. He'd never been past the fourth round before. He offers a respectful hand to Ferry and waves to the centre court crowd. Not many would have beaten Zverev playing as well as he did today. He's won in 3 sets, 7-6, 6-2, 6-4.
Well, he deserves to get through to his first Wimbledon final. Brilliant performance from Zverev. But what a couple of weeks it's been for Ferry. Now, let's just listen to this reaction as he leaves the court.
He's collected his racket bag. He's heading off. He's applauding the centre court crowd. They're standing for him. The fortnight of his life has changed. He came in world ranked 114. We think he's going to be world ranked 36 on Monday. He's gone from British wildcard to British #1 within the space of 12 life-changing days. But he's also seen, when you get to this stage, how high the level really is.
Yeah, and today, well, I don't think anyone could have lived with Zverev in that second and third sets. It was absolutely brilliant, ruthless attacking tennis. And I've always felt he's got all the attributes to become a Wimbledon champion, and I think he feels it right now, Zverev. But Ferry, he can be very proud. They can all be very proud, can't they, of his astonishing 2-week journey.
We always say, Barry, we'd like the British wildcards to do their wildcards justice. And my goodness, he has done that. He's thrilled the whole nation, and I'm sure many of you listening around the world. We're going to hear from Sasha Zverev very shortly. I'm sure he'll have respectful words for Arthur Ferry, but he'll be pretty excited about himself and about his own chances here. The Channel double, something so few have achieved, is within his grasp. And really, from the doubts as to whether he would ever be a major champion, within the space of 6 weeks or so, he could achieve something close to tennis immortality. He's got his bags with him, he stopped at the microphone, and it'll be Rishi Basad asking the questions.
Sasha, huge congratulations. First of all, let's start with your reaction to making it through to your first Wimbledon final.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. This Grand Slam has always been the one that I struggle with the most, and now all of a sudden I'm in the final of Wimbledon. So I'm incredibly happy, incredibly proud as well. I think of the team, of everybody who was involved. But we got one more match to go on Sunday, and that's what the focus is on.
When I spoke to you after your quarterfinal win, you described, or we described, the performance as almost flawless. How would you describe the performance today?
Yeah, it was okay, I guess. No, it was amazing. I mean, to be honest, I have to give credit to two things. First of all, Arthur, unbelievable player. I think he's going to be a senior citizen on our tour, because I think he's going to play on this tour for 15 plus years, and is going to have great results. I think this was just the beginning of his career, and I really think that he's going to do amazing things in this sport. And then for me, the second thing is something that is incredible here is, yes, I know that 99.99% of the stadium was wanting Arthur to win. but it was still such an incredible atmosphere. It was such a fair crowd as well. I enjoyed every second of it, even though, and for me, I think a lot of stadiums in the world, a lot of crowds in the world can take an example of this crowd. And I think for me, it's one of the best crowds to play tennis in front.
And my final question is, on Sunday, does it matter who's standing on the other side of the net for you, or is it simply a case of just bring it on?
I hope I can play a junior. That would be great. Whether it's the defending champion or somebody who's won here 48 times with Novak Djokovic, you know, it's not going to be easy no matter who it is against. But I have to trust myself, and I have to believe that I can win, and that's what I'm going to do.
And we wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Alexander Zverev.
Not an easy job to come out and speak to a crowd who's been rooting in its entirety, as he acknowledged, for the opponent. But he's pretty experienced at saying the right things at the right moment these days. He's had a lot of experience speaking to tennis crowds around the world, and a lot of experience now at playing in major finals, and that held him in good stead today. A highly professional, at times mind-blowingly good performance from Alexander Zverev. This is his finest Wimbledon. You've got to think he's got a serious chance here, Barry, of doing something very few players do.
Yeah, I really share that view. I mean, a couple of things for me. He didn't over-celebrate when he won. And as he said in his interview, it's still one more match to go. So you've got to make sure that you don't release all that adrenaline. So he's still got plenty in the locker. And I think the situation he's got is he's the underdog on Sunday. He will not be the favourite, whoever he plays. Obviously, as he said, whether it was intentional, but actually clever words, because his record against Sinner previously has been very poor. He struggled to win games, let alone matches. And Djokovic is a 7-time winner, but he's playing well enough. And he'll probably say, you know what, coming into the quarterfinals against Fritz, I'd lost 7 in a row. And he's now, in his last 2 matches, played 6 sets and won all 6.
And he can sit back and listen to the Wimbledon radio channel and work out what kind of state the winner of the second semi-final is going to get in. The beauty for him now is his work is done, but there's a lot more work for the winner of the second match to go through, potentially so much work that it could change the narrative for Sunday's final. We don't know what's coming next. A long 5-set match. Who knows what we'll see in the second semi-final. So he's got himself into the box seat, really. He's one of 3 players now who can win the men's singles at Wimbledon in 2026. I think our work for the time being is done, Barry. No doubt Marcus is going to get you to talk plenty more about it next door. You get your thoughts together. Your analysis at length. Thank you for sharing the booth with me again.
Likewise, top job.
We enjoyed the occasion. Maybe it didn't live up to our wildest expectations, but we've seen a performance of serious quality from Alexander Zverev here today. It's just gone 4 o'clock. The players are due at precisely 4:13 for the second semi-final. So you've got about 10-11 minutes to make your cup of tea. And here on our centre court dedicated feed, we'll take a little pause. We'll join the rest of the gang on the main channel, and you'll hear the commentators pick up again in just over 10 minutes from now. From Barry and from me, it's bye.
Full coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match. Coming up on the Wimbledon radio channel, live ball-by-ball coverage of this afternoon's next match.
Quick prediction for the next semi coming up, Raj? Yannick or Novak?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Sinner. I think he hasn't been, other than his first round, hasn't been pushed to really put his best tennis on display. I think he knows what he's dealing with Djokovic. I think we're going to see some great rallies, but I think it's going to be a match that he's going to be somewhat comfortable in and know kind of what he needs to do. I think he's got a clear definition of what he needs to do against Djokovic, and he knows he's going to probably come up against some early heavy fire, because that's what happened in Australia last time. So Sinner has been shown that he's been able to bounce back from challenges, and he finds the answers when he's given the opportunity.
Luz?
I'm going Sinner as well. I agree. I think Djokovic is going to try and unsettle him and chuck everything at him in the opening set. But I think Sinner's got options. I think he's going to get better. I think the forehand's got better. I think he's serving very well. I think he'll come through.
We've had some messages from people. We love your emails, your TikToks, your Instagram messages, all sorts. We really appreciate it, so thank you. We asked you about sporting heartbreak in reflection on that missed drop shot from Coco Gauff yesterday on match point. Cloda says heartbreak for her was Grigor Dimitrov having to withdraw last year to retire, actually, in that quarterfinal. Was it fourth round against Yannick Sinner?
I think that...
Was it fourth round or quarterfinal?
No,
I think it might have been quarterfinal.
Actually,
it doesn't matter.
I think it was earlier, I think.
It was fourth round.
Yeah.
So Cloda, very much a Grigor Dimitrov fan. And Steffi D says any type of retirement from injury is a heartbreaker, especially Berrettini at the French Open quarterfinal, and Hurkacz also here at Wimbledon this year. Also Berrettini at the US Open 3 years ago when he tore his ankle ligaments against Artur Rinderknecht. We've also had some lovely emails from people listening across the pond and around the world. Would you like to hear them?
Sure.
They're always very nice. Caitlin Marshall gets in touch to say, hello, I listen to your Wimbledon radio coverage every year on Sirius XM. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. Is that your part of the world? I'm just talking to Raj and Jill. Kansas City, Missouri?
Oh, yeah.
Is that your hometown?
That's my hometown.
And love listening, especially at work. You guys do a fantastic job every year. Thank you very much. With no commercials as well. It's the dream. So thank you for everything you do, from the crew to the announcers. I know you were rooting for Ferry as a local. Well, we're impartial. We're impartial here, aren't we? But we were rooting for everybody, Caitlin, and he had an incredible run. So thank you, and thanks again for your passion and commitment to the sport. Thank you, Caitlin. This is a good email, and I'm glad that Marcus Buckland is in the back of the booth to hear it. This is from Terry Mayer, who writes from North Carolina. Please tell Marcus I was waving at him the other day when he was trying his best to get that guy to turn around and wave. Perhaps the man was listening to some self-help podcasts rather than Marcus. I love you, Terry. Also, Terry writes, tell Marcus to be nicer to his co-workers. A little bit of a telling off here. And do more tennis commentary and less talking about Doctor Who. You are firmly in your place, Marcus Buckland.
Well,
I've
he's
been
going to be tucking into his...
in a big salad.
Fried salad.
There's a pork pie in there.
I was also...
Actually, that is a... it's egg mayo, pork
How do we define
pies.
that as a salad?
He says, I've been listening to the last few weeks, a couple of weeks while I've been working, and I never thought that listening to tennis on the radio would be exciting, but it is. It's also helped me to watch the scores at the same time. I also love the accents and learning more of your English versus our English here in the States. As you say, cheers. Terry Meyer in Davidson, North Carolina, you will do for me. Thank you very much indeed, and a fabulous telling off of Marcus Buckland, which we are always all here for. Kathy Wilson says, I'm on the Eurostar heading back to the UK. Ferry's had a great run, Zverev on another level today. Kathy, you are absolutely right.
Didn't she get the
rooting.
ferry?
Oh, nice. Ferry.
Rather than the Eurostar.
Yeah. Lucy, you're on fire today. What's happened? You've had some sleep, haven't you?
Did you know that my heartbreak?
Go on.
Makato losing in the press tournament.
Poor Peter. He's just disappeared behind
We're
the
all
curtain into
devastated.
his little booth here to do the commentary, and you're being mean to him. Poor Peter. Kathy also says, rooting for Sinner against Novak today, and she signs off, Kathy, normally in southwest France. Okay. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's where she lives most of the time. But we're grateful to hear from you, Kathy. Thank you very much indeed. We have got more. Can't get to them all now. We will get to them later, and I'm sure Marcus will dive in and read out a few more. He's just waiting in the wings to eat that fried breakfast that he's brought up to the commentary box. The email is radio@aeltc.com. Instagram, Wimbledon Radio channel. TikTok, Wimbledon Radio, and on X, Wimbledon Radio as well. And a reminder, you can hear us on 87.7 FM locally, on wimbledon.com, and on the app, and on SiriusXM. And the SiriusXM app. A very good morning to you on the East Coast, and it's even earlier, Midwest, your hometown way. Okay. And of course out to the West Coast as well. It's very early in the morning, but your company is very welcome. We are 4:10, so not far to go before a walk-on on centre court for the second semi-final. Raj and Lucy, thank you very much. I'm sorry for that prediction. It was absolutely terrible. But Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic, I think, will fulfill all expectations with this second semi-final. Sasha Zverev waiting in the final for one of them. Let's get some reaction. Wimbledon packed today. So many people on the hill watching Arthur Ferry in action. And Lily Coleman's been talking to a few of them.
Well, I'm just waiting outside centre court to try and grab some people to chat to get their reactions after that Ferry-Zverev match. And I'm joined with, what's your name?
Imran.
Imran, it's lovely to meet you, Imran. So you've just come off centre court. How was the match?
I mean, it was exhilarating and heartbreaking all in the same sentence.
I can imagine. What was the atmosphere like? How would you describe the atmosphere?
I mean, I wouldn't have wanted to be the opponent because it's like everybody was supporting Arthur, and but you could see the talent on the court. It was unbelievable, and although I'm gutted, we got to see an excellent game.
Now, what are you thinking about the next match? You're going to see Djokovic-Sinner. Who's going to win that one, do you think?
Oh, it's going to be tight. I think my heart says Djokovic, but my head says Sinner.
Okay, and dare I ask, before I let you go, who do you think is going to lift the trophy on Sunday?
Djokovic.
Oh, okay, good one. Right, well, I'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for chatting to me.
You're very well, thank you.
Thank you.
With Amex, you can experience more at the Championships Wimbledon. With on-site benefits like refreshments and giveaways at the Amex card member lounge, and ice cream and prizes at the Amex Pavilion, an exclusive match at the Amex Experience. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
30 seconds.
Welcome back to our presentation position. I have just heard inside the inner sanctum the two players being told they will walk out onto centre court in 30 seconds for the second of the men's singles semi-finals. I'm Marcus Buckland. Thanks to Sue Thurl and to Terry in particular for his lovely email. Points taken. And I promise to be as pleasant as I possibly can be with my co-workers for this match. The brilliant former American superstar who beat Serena Williams here, Jill Krabus, that's about as nice as I can possibly be, and the former British Davis Cup player, Barry Cowan, who, like me, are watching as Novak Djokovic and Jannik Sinner emerge. Preparing for a 12th encounter. Sinner leads the head-to-head 6-5. It's their 6th Grand Slam semi-final. Sinner leads that head-to-head 3-2. Djokovic did win the most recent of those encounters at the Australian Open at the start of this year. He's going in search of a place in the final here for an 11th time, and he's going in search of a place in a 39th Grand Slam final at the age of 39. And the other stat that I find absolutely fascinating, Barry and Jill, and I'm going to keep looking at my watch, the longer this match goes, and this is not logical when you've got one player somewhat 14, 15 years older than the other, but based on history, the longer the match goes, the more Novak has a chance of winning it. He has never lost a match that's gone over 5 hours, and Jannik Sinner has never won a match that has gone over 4 hours. Make sense of that if you can. I think the bottom line, as we all know, Novak Djokovic is quite remarkable. Jannik Sinner's ready. He's come out for the preamble. Hello, Jill. You all right?
Hello, yes, good afternoon. Again. It's good to be back.
It's Groundhog Day. We were here for the start of the Zverev match, and he turned the screw, didn't he, in that first set tiebreak. But Arthur Ferry, what a couple of weeks, and let's hope he can build on that. He's flying up the rankings. He's made £900,000. He's going to be in all the slams over the next 12 months or so. But we will now listen in.
The same format as your previous matches. Any preference on towel box, purple or green? There we go, purple Jannik, green Novak. So we've got rackets or the championships. Anyone to call? Championships. Championships.
Novak calls championships.
The championships. Surf. Can we have a photo together, please?
It comes down championships. So Novak has won the coin toss. He's elected to serve. The voice you heard is that of James Kyotovong, our umpire, one of the most experienced officials in the tennis world. From Great Britain, the brother of Anne Kyotovong, former British #1, and now the Billie Jean King Cup captain for Great Britain. So, Jill, what's going to decide this one?
Yeah, this is tough. I think Novak, we've discussed his physicality. I think the 2 days off will help him. I don't think Jannik has played his best tennis yet, but I think he's gotten better every match. And this is probably, obviously, the toughest one to call, especially the way Djokovic has performed here so brilliantly for so long. I still will probably go for Sinner, I think, because I think he's going to lift his level at just the right time. So that's what I'm predicting.
Mr. Cowan, would you care to disagree with any of that?
Good afternoon. Good evening, Marcus. No, I wouldn't. I mean, I think...
Afternoon still. It's only 4:16.
Well done on the first match, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
It was great.
And Zverev was
great analysis.
Immense. The
He was
forehand
amazing.
was
yes.
unbelievable. I mean, I honestly don't know how this is going to play out. I felt when they played last year, Marcus, that I felt it was pretty obvious after the first game. I don't think Djokovic physically was at a level where he could compete with Sinner 12 months ago. I don't think Sinner has been as good this year as he was last year. From the baseline, I think the serve has improved. I think for Djokovic, I think he's in a great place. The way he played in Australia in beating Sinner was incredible. However, was that kind of a one-off in terms of how he played on the break points? It was unbelievable, his numbers, saving break points. But when you look at the numbers so far in the tournament, it certainly lends itself towards, or leans towards, Sinner in 4.
It's a hot afternoon. It's not brutally hot. We all know what happened to Jannik in Paris. Is that really an irrelevance now? Has he shown over the past few days in this very, very warm Wimbledon that it's not something he needs to worry about here on grass?
Well, I've consistently said, obviously the headlines was Paris, but for me, Jannik was not right in Rome. You know, again, the quarterfinals against Rublev, he was a set and 4-1 up, and it wasn't hot, by the way, in Rome. He was a set and 4-1 up double break. They had a long rally, and Yannick keeled over almost. He was really struggling. So I'm not so sure physically going into Paris, although his tennis was amazing, I don't think physically he was in the greatest shape. And obviously that day in Paris was, you know, he literally hit the proverbial brick wall. But I think it's rattled him a little bit because of that lack of self-confidence you're going to have, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, he might be thinking, could that happen again? And I think also his tennis hasn't been as good as it certainly was in that swing where Indian Wells, Miami, Monte Carlo, you know, Madrid and Rome, when he won all 5.
Oh, that run at the Masters was absolutely extraordinary. Don't forget, he was taking the distance in the first round here by Miomir Kecmanovic. He was 2-1 down. Actually, up to this point at least, Jill has proved to be his toughest test so far.
Yeah, but he hadn't played a tournament since Roland Garros, so I can see why that would be a test right from the beginning. And it takes a while to get used to the grass courts. Even if you've had a lot of experience on it, it's still different every single year you come back. It's been hotter this year, so they're going to play differently. Because of the temperature, it's a lot harder surface. The ball is bouncing a lot higher. I think the big thing for Sinner is that he's gotten better every single match, and he's been able to get through without playing his best. These are the type of matches, though, he lifts. He finds another form. He knows he has to find a little bit maybe more perfection out there today against Djokovic, but he knows what he's up against. I mean, he knows Djokovic can thrive in this exact moment. So this is why we know it's going to be a tough contest. You still favor Sinner because he is number one. I know Djokovic beat him at the Australian Open. I don't think Sinner necessarily played the correct way in that match. I got to be courtside for that match, and he was just trying to hit the ball so hard, and Djokovic was feeding off of it. And then Alcaraz beat Djokovic in a very much better style. He was hitting the ball a little bit higher, heavier. Sinner's going to be able to use that shot a little bit more because of the way the grass is playing, even though it might be low. We just saw how high Zverev's ball was bouncing on the serve. So I think this is going to be a different contest.
16 of 18 breakpoints saved, by the way, in Australia. I mean, it was one of those days where Djokovic played extraordinarily well on the big points.
Well,
I mean,
that's what it's all about, though, isn't it? Big points.
My head says Sinner, the heart, because I picked Djokovic at the start, so that's why I'm going to stick with Djokovic.
Talking of your heart, Baz, you must be thrilled to see the Liverpool captain Virgil van Dijk in the Royal Box today.
Well, it's great that you got the GOAT on court and also the GOAT in the Royal Box.
Well, I think that's a ridiculous exaggeration. We'll take it. Thrills for Jill that so many top cricketers are in the Royal Box. Remind me what Sachin Tendulkar's test match average was?
200 something? Oh no!
I reckon, you know,
it was good. He wasn't
I reckon
that good.
It's 55.
It's somewhere in the. I think it's somewhere in the low to mid 50s.
I was way off.
Anyway, enough of that. The Royal Box is filling up. I'm sure that after the first 3 games, when they change ends, centre court will fill up as well. We're going to head next door for the opening exchanges. Waiting for us there, Arvin Palmer, the former British Davis Cup player, and alongside him, Australia's finalist, Peter Makato.
Installment number 12 of Sinner versus Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic to serve.
They met here 12 months ago. It was Sinner in straight sets. Since then, they had an epic at the Australian Open, which Djokovic won, and they meet back here again. It is Novak Djokovic who won the toss and will serve first from the far end from the Royal Box. And he serves out wide and misses. Sinner about a metre or so from the baseline, waiting for the second serve, the opening point of our second semi-final. The serve onto the backhand. It's in a half-court ball. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic is good, 15-love.
Even that first point from Djokovic, that second serve, just putting out a bit of a statement there. 115 miles an hour, second serve, that's big. He's going to have to vary his play today. Cannot afford to let Sinner get into the rhythm from the back of the court on those baseline rallies, all those returns.
Or 185 kilometres. There's the serve here for Djokovic, blocked back by Sinner. It's not going over, and it's now 30-love.
Good thing is also with Djokovic, we saw in the previous round against Auger-Aliassime, there was a bit of a calf issue going on. Looks as if he may have just tweak something, but no strapping on the left calf that I think he tweaked slightly.
The recovery pod did its job.
Yes.
It's a serve here from Djokovic. Out wide, misses. Second serve. As Djokovic prepares again, takes his time, and the second serve onto the forehand of Sinner. Goes cross court, good angle, up the line into the net goes Djokovic with his reply. And it's 30-15.
Just giving the court a bit of a look, maybe an iffy bounce. That stage of the tournament, the court is looking pretty worn now. Certainly Brown behind the baseline and Brown just inside.
They're not near the service line anymore, though.
No, those days are long gone.
So now it is 30-15 in the opening game of the match on the Wimbledon radio channel. The serve is good, unreturned from Sinner, who sent it into the crowd. It was nicely taken as well. And it's 40-15. So looking like a positive start in this opening game for Novak Djokovic. As he delivers this serve on the forehand of Sinner. Sits up, three-quarter court. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Into the net goes Sinner with his. Djokovic holds opening game of the match.
Yeah, nice, comfortable game for Djokovic. Looking at his service numbers up until this point of the tournament, it's been pretty impressive, actually. First serve percentage at 71. First serve points won, 75. But the most impressive number, second serve points won, 61%. That's very good going. Excellent.
In particular, I've pulled out some numbers from that Australian Open encounter, and a couple have jumped out. So there was the breakpoint opportunities for Jannik Sinner in that match. He was 2 of 18, which talks about how solid. Yes, he was getting himself into trouble, Djokovic, but he was able to get himself out of trouble as well. And the other thing that I noted too out of that match is they're trying to work out the towel box colours. That's all sorted out, boys.
It's kind of like a practice court session there, sort of shouting at each other from the back, right at the back of the courts. What colour are you again? Well, your towel's in mine, so I'm going to move it across. Yeah, no worries from Sinner, thumbs up.
It's easy to forget as he puts towels in the towel boxes on both sides, but net points won for Sinner, 22 of 28. He was willing to get forward a bit more on hard court. That may be helpful today, but Djokovic, he had the better run on the longer rallies, which, you know, is not terribly surprising, but in that match when he was being so aggressive, he got the better there. As Sinner serves, the far end from the royal box. First serve is missed, second serve, Djokovic. Will he be as aggressive as what we saw in Australia? The serve onto the backhand of Djokovic, up the middle of the court. Sinner with an off forehand, he's coming in. High ball from Djokovic, near the service line is Sinner. Nice overhead, easily put away to go to 15 love.
What I do remember from Djokovic in that Australian Open match was his running forehand, how hard he was trying to hit that. A lot of balls up the middle of the court, not giving Sinner too much angle to work with, but on the run, he's bringing out the old Pete Sampras forehands at one point.
Yep. It was go hard or I'm going home. And he went hard and he got the result. Sinner serving at 15 love, second game. The serve out wide's an ace to go to 30 love. You're keeping an eye on that. You talked about the ace count for Sinner throughout the tournament. In that match in Australia, 26 aces. He'll want to be meeting or exceeding that today. As he prepares again. And 30 love is the score. Serve down the tee, picked up by Djokovic. The return, clips the tape and falls in. He'll take that bit of luck. Fake apology, and it's 30-15.
The old fake apology. I think at this stage of the match, I think you are a little bit sorry for it. Just, you know, second game.
No.
Never.
Abolish it from the sport.
Okay.
Abolish it. I haven't really talked about it this tournament, but
Commissioner of Tennis.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, could run through the manifesto today if it goes 5 hours this match. There's the serve here from Sinner. Down the tee, and it's unreturned from Djokovic. Sprays off his racket. It's 40-15.
His proximity to the line. Sinner on serve is just excellent. So often it's just within that 2 foot of the line. So accurate.
Well, he's setting up again. Here is Jannik Sinner. 40-15, the serve down the tee is unreturned again. Djokovic gets a racket to it, rolls to the net. 1 game all in the second of our semi-finals. The winner of this match to play Alexander Zverev in Sunday's final. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel. The other thing we can do is we can disappear down data rabbit holes, or just statistical rabbit holes with Novak Djokovic. And it's so hard because the notes that we get stretch out for pages and pages and pages and pages when it comes to Novak Djokovic, just because there's so much to talk about. If he does get through today, it'll be his 11th final here at the Championships. His 39th Grand Slam final overall. There's the serve here from Djokovic out wide, picked up by Sinner. Half-court ball, cross-court backhand, the +1. Good for Djokovic to go to 15 love.
Yeah, it's not a bad hit rate, is it? 55th semi-final in a major, and he's converted 39 of them, or 38 of them. This would be his 39th if he were to win. That's pretty special, isn't it?
7 titles here. And his 21st Wimbledon. He'll be level with Roger Federer if he's back next year, 22. It's a serve here, down the tees, an ace. It's 30 love.
Both serving nice and accurately.
And his win-loss record, Djokovic, in Wimbledon semi-finals, he's 10 wins, 4 losses, because he did have a run of about 9 in a row, I think that he, or something along those lines, 7 in a row, something like that. There's a serve here, missed by Djokovic. 30 love, 1-all here in the opening set of the second semi-final on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. And this one will go to the backhand of Sinner. It's an off backhand. It's a winner. Going back into the juice court. Hit that sweetly. It's 30-15.
Don't underestimate how good your timing's got to be to pull off a pass, a return, excuse me, like that. The angle that he found was exceptional. Almost landing in the service box.
So 30-15, just correct myself on the score, as Djokovic prepares, and the serve onto the forehand of Sinner, stretching out for that one. Now playing backhand in the middle of the court to the Djokovic backhand. Backhand to backhand, they go into the net, goes Sinner with his reply. Djokovic looking pretty good from what we're seeing, the sample size at the moment, Arv, at 40-15.
Putting those sort of mini baseline battles, we haven't had any epic rallies just yet. We're only the 3rd game in, but you draw an error out of Sinner like that, it gives you a little bit of confidence. Maybe Sinner not quite on it yet from the back of the court, serving well, but missed a couple of ground strokes.
So far, so good for Djokovic. Serving to the Sinner backhand up the middle of the court, up the line of the juice court goes Djokovic with the backhand. Now backhand from Sinner lands on the baseline. He's going to get into another forehand. Djokovic there trying to dig out a forehand. He doesn't have to though. Sinner goes long. As we check the close call, it'll be probably a double zoomer. But we are on serve in this opening set of the second semi-final. Djokovic leading 2-1.
No, fa lo stesso, no, è solo per sapere, sai. Ho cambiato adesso.
Now, my Italian's not great. Jill, Barry, what was being said there?
I didn't catch it, no. I didn't catch it. Did you, Barry?
Sorry, can't help.
We need a translation.
To be honest, Barry's English isn't great. Don't expect him to start translating Italian.
Sorry, what did you say?
Nothing, Baz, yes. Early thoughts, Barry Cowan.
Very impressive from Djokovic. 2 brilliant service games from Novak. First serves working well, which obviously has to happen. First strike, it's working well. And it was also a good opening service game from Sinner. So everything we would have
straightforward
wanted.
right now. Yeah, everything's straightforward. I think Novak has looked really sharp, and Sinner. Barry and I were just discussing his previous matches. There have just been, during his matches, some areas where I feel like he's made a quick mistake off the ground, which we're not used to seeing.
Please.
I'm sure that consistency is going to come back, just like we were discussing. I'm sure he's going to lift his level. But no, Djokovic has been serving exceptionally well, so it's about keeping that up, obviously sustaining that level.
Our very talented bilingual production team think that conversation in Italian had something to do with towels.
Please take any seat for now.
Nothing too significant. Just a reminder, dedicated ball-by-ball commentary is available on this match next door with Arv and Peter, or you can stick with us. We'll have the overview. We'll dip into a lot of commentary, but we'll also keep you up to speed with everything else that is happening around the grounds as Djokovic blocks his return along with the first point of the 4th game. Now, a short time ago on number 1 court, the first set of the semi-final involving Gustavo Fernandez and Alfie Hewitt of Great Britain reached its conclusion. In fact, the second set as well. It's been a dramatic match so far. Here's Philip Studd.
The first set of this men's wheelchair singles semi-final was a true epic, featuring no fewer than 8 breaks of serve, with Argentina's Gustavo Fernandez then dominating the tie-break to win it by 7 points to 2 against Britain's Alfie Hewitt. The second couldn't be more of a contrast. Hewitt has raced to a 5-love lead in around 20 to 25 minutes of play. Re-energised and determined to take this the distance, which he surely will now, and the backhand just wide from Hewitt.
40-30.
He has been completely dominant in this second set. Left the court obviously frustrated at the end of the first, because he'd invested so much, coming back from a break on no fewer than 4 occasions before losing the first 6 points of the breaker, which left him with too much to do. But the serve out wide is good enough for the 2024 Wimbledon singles champion. That was the title that gave Alfie Hewitt the career Grand Slam. He's very much on the comeback trail. Having lost that marathon first set on a tie break, he has bageled Gustavo Fernandez of Argentina, the number 4 seed in the second. So we're going all the way on court 1.
Terrific fight back from Alfie Hewitt. That was a few moments ago, and I can tell you he's already got a break up in the third set as well. Fernandez at the moment is serving at love 2 and 15 all. Yannick Sinner is serving at 1-2 and 40-15 here in the first set of the second men's singles semi-final. If you are just joining us on the Wimbledon radio channel, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. You've missed the fact, if you are just joining us, that Sasha Zverev has booked his place in a Wimbledon final for the very first time. He came through in straight sets against the British wildcard Arthur Ferry, but Ferry can look back with great pride and fondness over everything he's achieved during the past 12 days or so. It's a hold to 15 for Sinner. Lots of junior matches, particularly the 14 and under events, are taking place around the grounds. And Barry, I don't know if you've got your up-to-date order of play, but we have our adopted junior, Ida Wobka, who's definitely, I think, meant to be playing in a girls' doubles semi-final at some stage. And I keep looking at the monitor, and I still haven't seen her name up there. Now, thank you, Jill, she's just handed me her schedule. Yes, court 12, the 5th match. Right, yeah, okay, she's on next. Ida Wobka, our adopted German. If you haven't heard the story, she was defaulted from the singles after hurling a racket down in frustration on the grass, and it bounced up and hit somebody in the crowd. And we don't think, well, it certainly hasn't happened many times before, but she's bounced back to make it through to the semi-finals of the doubles with her partner Denisa Zoldakova of Czechia. They're the 8th seeds, and they should be in action, I reckon, looking at the match at the moment on there, probably in about maybe 10-15 minutes, something like that.
Well, it's amazing. Just as you were saying, Marcus, I've got an email from the club to say court 12, match 5, with commentary as well. TV commentary.
Really?
Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. She's becoming a superstar, is our Wobka. Now, Novak, so far so very secure on serve. Jill, 2-30 love.
Yeah, he's serving amazing. I mean, it's very rare right now in his 3 service games that there's been any rallies. I mean, he's been getting very quick points off his serves.
He's facing the royal box. He's looking to go out wide to the Sinner forehand. Both men wearing white caps. The sun is out. It's a bit overcast for much of the first semi-final, but it's warm yet again. That's been the case every single day of Wimbledon 2026. And that is a double fault from Djokovic.
As soon as I say
dear. Jill Krabus.
It's still on his racket, though, on his serve.
Hold your head in shame. You've just let down the whole of Serbia. And much else of the tennis world, too.
That's a lot of weight on my shoulders.
That's a lot of weight. So 30-15, Novak almost freezes just for a moment, stock still, then he starts to bounce the ball. Now he's ready, the abbreviated service action, deep return from Yannick Sinner, who's going cross-court with his double-hander. So is Djokovic. They continue to exchange double-handers across court. Who's going to change the angle? Well, great depth from Djokovic. Now he's going to play the off forehand, but he's missed it.
Yeah, and Djokovic sort of looking up to the sky after he missed that last shot. They got into a good rhythm, didn't they? Both of them, hard-hitting point. This is where Sort of interesting, isn't it? The 30-all or the break point. Can Djokovic make the first serve? How will Sinner be with his return?
Well, Sinner a fair way behind his baseline, leaning forward now. Watching intently as Djokovic bounces the ball several times and serves to his forehand, and he's got that return back into play very quickly. Now he's playing a deep backhand to the forehand side of Djokovic, cross-court from Sinner. Down the middle of the court from Djokovic, who then plays his double-hander again. The depth from Sinner is fantastic. And then Djokovic whips a brilliant forehand cross-court, but he's still under pressure. He's put up a high ball. Sinner's underneath it, and he puts away the overhead to set up the first break point of the contest.
Unbelievable point. And what Sinner does so well from the central part of the court, his ability on the forehand to get as much width as he does. That's what helped create and open that point up.
Well, from the moment I said to Jill at 2-30 love that Novak was looking very secure on serve, it's gone a little pear-shaped. The double fault, and now in particular that moment of brilliance from Jannik Sinner. So 30-40. Barry mentioned break points. The conversion or saving of them could be critical. Forehand with a +1 from Djokovic. Now he's onto his double hand. He goes down the line. That's good.
That's excellent placement on that backhand from Djokovic, because he recognized where Sinner was in the court. He could have easily gone for the depth in the corner, but that would have given Sinner a better chance on that ball. And the fact that he aimed for the shorter part of the court got him the advantage.
No one has got close to Djokovic's backhand in the tournament. It has been absolutely brilliant.
So the first important stat in that line we'll be looking at, break points saved or converted. Djokovic now to the forehand. He'll play a forehand down the middle of the court. He wrong-footed Sinner there. Clever.
Just like the opening service game, Djokovic going twice back behind Sinner. As you said, Marcus, into the forehand. It seems from our commentary box these guys are hitting the ball sweet right out of the centre. Yeah, that's true.
Well, they're pretty good, to be fair to them. So from break point to game point. And that's an ace down the middle, 121 miles an hour. Breathe easily, all you Novak Djokovic fans.
He's looking good, as is Sinner.
Ah, that was Jannik speaking in English for us, asking for an ice towel. It is one of those days, and of course, we don't think it's going to be of relevance today, the fact that it's warm, despite what's happened to him in the past, but makes sense to stay as cool as possible. So they sit down on serve. We'll nip out and join Lily Coleman.
I'm still outside centre court, and the atmosphere out here, despite Ferry's loss, the atmosphere out here has been, it's pretty buzzy, I would say, and I'm joined by two lovely ladies. What's your name?
My name is Chloe.
And what's your name?
Notabo.
Is this your first time at Wimbledon?
For me, it is my first time.
Oh my goodness me, and you've got tickets to the men's semi-finals. What a day. How have you found your day so far?
It's amazing. I'm mesmerized. I'm because I've been watching Wimbledon on TV for many years. So it's quite an experience for me, and I'm really excited to be here.
I'm not surprised. I mean, this place is quite magical. It's got a sort of, there's something in the air that feels very special about it. How would you describe Wimbledon in 3 words?
I would say it's absolutely amazing.
That was 2. Let's go one more word.
Special.
And what about you? Is this your first time?
This is my 3rd time.
Your 3rd time?
First time watching the semi-final. Men's semi-final on centre court.
Just talk to me about the atmosphere that you just experienced on centre court for Ferry Zverev. Who are you going for? Who are you sort of hoping to win?
Of course, I had to support the British, you know.
Of course.
But yeah, the atmosphere is unbelievable. It's very special. It's just to be part of it feels like you know, a dream, really.
A dream come true.
It's coming true, yeah.
So obviously you're about to watch the world #1, Sinner. He's taking on Djokovic, who a lot of people say is the greatest of all time. He's won, I think it's 24 Grand Slams. Who do you think is going to win this next match?
Who do I think is going to win? I think Sinner, because he's the #1, but I'm supporting Djokovic.
The greatest of all time, I think, is Federer. So I still go for Federer. But, you know, Djokovic all the way today.
Yeah, okay. And what about you? Who do you think is gonna be securing their place in the final?
I think it's going to be Novak Djokovic, and I would like to see him play Alexander Zverev.
Okay, you're both got the same answers. Well, it's been lovely to chat to you. Thank you for giving me your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, well, she's got a wish as far as Alexander Zverev is concerned. Novak Djokovic has just tried quite an elaborate drop shot with the second point of the 6th game with the first set on the Sinner serve. He dropped it into the net, so Sinner's at 2-3 and 30 love. What I love about Jill Craibus is that she is so industrious. Although she's focusing very much on this semi-final, she's also been conducting a little bit of cricket research after our earlier conversation relating to Sachin Tendulkar, as Sinner comes up with an ace down the middle at 128 miles an hour. And you can confirm his test match batting average.
I'm trying. Well, because you went to the 50s earlier, I'm going to go 54.
You are spot on.
Is it 54 exactly?
53.8
to
be
close
precise.
enough. I'll take it.
You know it all, Jill. Sachin in the box, along with the current Indian cricket captain. Mentioned Virgil van Dijk. We've got some excellent actors. Benedict Cumberbatch is here for the 2nd time this week, Bazza.
Can't get enough of it, can he?
No. Returns long from Djokovic, so it's a hold to love. 22 minutes on the clock. We'll let Jill do a little more cricket research and go back next door and join our team there. It's Arvind and it's Peter.
So just the one break point has come and gone in the match so far. And that was for Jannik Sinner, saved comfortably by Djokovic. Apart from that, it's steady as she goes for both players out here in this semi-final. Novak Djokovic prepares from the Royal Box end, which is filling up nicely. The serve onto the backhand of Sinner up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Djokovic, backing up the line from Sinner. Cross-court forehand, Djokovic is deep. This takes the net from Sinner, falls short. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic, high ball from Sinner. Going to be easily put away, is it? Well, it was from Djokovic. He put it straight back to Sinner, though, who couldn't handle it. And it's 15 love. And it's always those nervy moments on the overhead from Djokovic, isn't it?
Well, as he said a few weeks ago, I think my Serbian fans have actually named my smash the Djoko smash. So he knows that, okay, it doesn't always go according to plan, but he got enough on that one.
It's not necessarily a term of endearment, is it?
No, and he's aware of that, and that was made up by his own fans as well.
The serve here onto the forehand of Sinner at the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand is deep from Djokovic, and that's too deep from Sinner in reply.
Onto that second shot quickly. After that serve, Djokovic, that was good earlier.
So he goes to 30 love. Another beautiful sunny day in London, as they have been all the way through these championships. Not a drop of rain to be had. It's been magnificent. The serve blocked back here from Sinner. That return's going to go long, and it's 40 love. He talked a little bit earlier about how Djokovic is conserving energy by not, sort of having a constant discussion with his box. We should count up how many love games and 15 games he's going to have on his serve today that he can get through pretty comfortably, because that's going to help too. First serve goes into the net. Plenty of time, as he usually does on the second serve, and the serve double. Oh gosh, we've done it again. We talked about the Djokovic serve. He's thrown a double fault.
Well, he can still win this game to 15. Not going to be a love game, but yeah, it's fairly big, isn't it? 112 again, 12 miles an hour. 40 love. You can take a chance just to keep things mixed up.
So now Djokovic prepares at the aforementioned 40-15, 3 games all. There's the serve here. Out wide, an ace. There we go. No problem at all there. And he keeps himself in front. His 4th ace, and it's 4 games to 3. We are on serve in the second of our semi-finals here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world from here at Centre Court. And whether you're listening on your Amex radios or via the app, the Wimbledon app, wimbledon.com, Sirius XM, the Sirius XM app in the United States, we welcome you here to a magnificent scene on centre court, and really high quality semi-finals so far.
Fairly clinical, yeah. A lot of these rallies being won on either winners or forced errors. Not too many unforced to talk about. Looking at their totals, 4 from Djokovic, only 3 from Sinner.
It's sort of trending towards sort of tie-break land as we sort of look at it at the moment, as more spectators make their way in. They've had a chance to just wander around the grounds and get something to eat, get something to drink, knowing potentially they could be sitting here for 4.5, 5 hours.
Just noticed Sachin Tendulkar in the raw box. He's always been a massive Federer fan. Loves his tennis, Sachin.
That's right, the Indian men's team was here playing England in a couple of T20s, and the Indian women's team playing an historic test match against the England women's team at Lord's.
Very cool.
So Lord's cricket ground. Talking about the sport of cricket for those around the world who don't know what we're discussing here. But back to the tennis, and it is Jannik Sinner serving a 3-4 from the royal box end, and he delivers this ball, blocked back by Djokovic. Floating ball in the middle of the court, off forehand from Sinner, slice backhand from Djokovic, floats long, and we're at 15 love.
Looked like making that one. It was just a bit floated, a bit high.
So Sinner looking to reach his second Wimbledon final. Be back-to-back finals here if he's able to do it. He won last year over Carlos Alcaraz. The serve here going long. Second serve. And we wait for this ball to come in. Onto the backhand of Djokovic. It's just gone long in the corner of the court. And they're just a little bit of a, oh, gee, I can't believe that missed.
Well, I think he was frustrated because he hit it well enough. Doesn't miss too many of those. It's his favourite type of backhand when he gets up high to it, drags it cross court.
30 love. I think the crowd just a bit subdued, just seeing where this one goes. It's the serve here from Sinner. Takes the net and misses. Second serve. And Sinner will deliver this ball. Under the backhand of Djokovic. Dug out by Sinner near the baseline. Finds the line from Djokovic. Now he's in the ag court playing it back out the other line. Sinner just happy to keep Djokovic in the ag court. Now in the juice court. He gets a short reply to Sinner. He bends down to get it. Djokovic is there. Forehand volley nicely put away by Sinner. He just kept moving forward, held his court position, and then had the easy put away. 40 love.
It really was a good looking point, wasn't it? Just worked in stages, didn't it?
40 love.
Got Djokovic on the defence and worked his way towards the net. The backhand line was exceptional to get Djokovic defending. And he made the volley look very easy. Just caressed it into the open court. No stress on the volley.
So 40 love, 4-3. 3-4, looking at it from Sinner's point of view, of course. To level up at 4-all. The serve out wide, picked up by Djokovic. It's into the net, the backhand though. It's 4 games all. Here on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. As we work our way through this opening set, but no real momentum one way or the other.
I guess you have to give Sinner the slight edge so far of the 8 games, just because he's had the one break point. But like you said, it's been, apart from that, there's not been much between the two.
Indeed, we do get to a tiebreaker. They haven't played one for a little while. Last year at Roland Garros. And that was 7-6, the third set. Sinner was able to wrap up that semi-final as Djokovic, the serve, takes the net. In fact, Djokovic has lost 4 of his last 5 semi-finals in majors. That only win come against Sinner at the AO. The serve onto the backhand of Sinner, jumping into it. Cross forehand from Djokovic, matched by Sinner. Up the line goes Djokovic with his forehand. He's back there again. He's having a scramble in the juice court, and the slice forehand is netted, and it's love 15.
Well, winning that first point is big. It puts the pressure on at this stage of the set. That was a superb backhand. Flat, hard, up the line. It was on Djokovic very quickly. Just one of 6 points, one behind the second serve for Djokovic as well. So he's got to make sure he makes some first serves in this game.
Love 15 for all. The serve blocked back by Sinner. It's going long. And it's 15 all. And that's the thing, isn't it?
15 all.
Because we talk about a lot, and understandably so, about Djokovic and the return of serve, but the serve's getting more and more love these days.
So accurate. Just looking at his accuracy, the variation is good. That was an excellent serve, close to the sideline.
Well, Sinner giving himself a lot of latitude, a lot of room behind the baseline, waiting for this ball. Djokovic winds it down to 1. High ball from Sinner, lands in. Djokovic goes with the off forehand. Sinner going up the line and surprised Djokovic. He throws in a short ball, coming forward, and the easy put away is Sinner. And he's annoyed a little bit there, Djokovic, because the net cord got in the way as well. It's 15-30.
That was tricky to deal with.
15-30.
You make your own luck in this sport, don't you? That was struck well enough for it to dribble over for... Well, it actually didn't dribble, it clipped it on the way through, but that was just enough to disrupt Djokovic. And then he was stuck in a funny position in the court, nowhere to go.
So 15-30 for all in this opening set, the second semi-final. There's the serve from Djokovic, going down the tee, misses. Amping it up at 122.
How big is this? Is he going to go on this second, or is he going to play it safe?
Well, Sinner is going to move back in the court. So he's not on the baseline, he's meters from it. So a change up here. Sinner's a return position. Djokovic delivers. Sinner waits, hits a big back out the middle of the court. Forehand back to that backhand of Sinner, dug out by Djokovic. Sinner going again, cross court this time. Full stretch, Djokovic slice backhand's going to go wide. And it worked. And now it's an interesting situation again for Djokovic at 15, 40 more break points.
Well, what a couple of backhands that was from Sinner. He launched himself into that last one, up high, airborne when he struck it. Too hot to handle for Djokovic.
So 15-40. Djokovic again under pressure on his serve. And we'll take time. We'll wind the serve clock to 1 and deliver this serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner. It sits up. Back that way from Djokovic. Cross-court forehand from Sinner. Middle of the court again from Djokovic. Now he's scrambling on a forehand to three-quarter court ball. Big forehand up the line from Sinner. High ball, Djokovic. Underneath it is Sinner. Oh, he's made a hash of the overhead. Dumped it into the bottom of the net. Djokovic survives. It's 30-40.
Well, he'll take it, Djokovic. My word. What a surprising miss from Sinner. It actually looked as if he wasn't quite in position there, reaching forward for it. That's amazing. He wasn't even anywhere near it. Halfway up the net. What a chance.
Oh, what retrieval work from Djokovic as well.
Looked straight up into the air, Sinner.
Well, there's still another break point to come. 30-40. As Djokovic prepares, and the serve. One of the forehand of Sinner just gets over. Djokovic off forehand coming in. Sinner goes up the line for a winner. And a clenched fist to his team, because indeed he has the break of serve and will serve for the opening set next at 5-4.
Well, nothing wrong with the backhand, that's for sure. That was superb, and what a recovery from Sinner after missing that smash. That would have been still rattling around the mind, but the perfect response from the Italian. That the approach was, it was a decent one, I thought, from Djokovic. Okay, ideally might have wanted it to be a bit deeper in the court, but still threading the needle. Sinner.
It can't just be decent, can it, against Jannik Sinner?
I guess not. It's got to be perfect.
And he was ready and waiting for it too. I mean, look, the conventional wisdom would suggest that the best chance for Djokovic to win this match is by winning the first set. But Novak Djokovic just throws conventional wisdom out the window.
Yeah, you can't write him off, can you? He doesn't seem to be human at times, but against the world number 1. Goes down a couple of sets, then I guess the rating's on the wall. But anyway, we're a long way away from that. Sinner's got to close out this set first. A big step in the right direction for him.
And Djokovic continuing to wear the cap too. I did his match against Roman Safulin where he did change it up. Sometimes he had the cap on, sometimes had the cap off. And now he's talking to his team. First time.
Yeah, Viktor Troicki up on his feet.
That's,
it was more like Djokovic was telling him rather than Troicki having a word with Djokovic.
Sinner serving for the opening set. The serve onto the forehand of Djokovic, but it's an ace. Great way to start. 15-love, ace number 4.
First serve's in, 74%, just lost 2 points behind the first serve. Sinner has not lost a single point behind his second serve. 5 and 5.
At 15-love, Sinner. The serve onto the forehand of Djokovic. This time he does miss the serve. It's just over the service line. Second serve. Djokovic up near the baseline. We'll wait for it. And Sinner will just take a little bit of extra time. And he'll get going now. Serve onto the backhand of Djokovic. Lands it right on the baseline. Great return from Djokovic. Sinner can't handle it. His backhand in reply goes long. It's 15 all.
That was millimetre perfect. Handcuffing Sinner there.
So now Sinner wanting to try and finish this off as efficiently as possible because he knows what's coming down the other end of the court. And delivers this ball out wide. Full stretch Djokovic cross-court forehand. It does indeed go wide and it's 30-15.
30-15.
Shake of the racket to his team.
Yeah, that's it. That's his celebration, isn't it? The shake of the racket, 2 or 3 shakes. He lost a point when he's gone out wide on the juice side, Sinner. On that first serve. Pretty impressive.
It just shows the high level that we're seeing out here right from the get-go, as you would expect with these two players. Way back in the courts, Djokovic to wait for this ball from Sinner out wide. Blocked back by Djokovic. Forehand drive volley from Sinner. Doesn't quite put it away, but it's good enough. Djokovic getting a racket to it, but can't do anything with it. And it's 2 set points here for Jannik Sinner at 40-15.
Well, it's been a very good set from Sinner. Hardly lost points on serve. Only 38 minutes.
And 2 points away from a 1 set to love lead. Sinner, the serve, and it goes long. Pops the ball back to the ball kid. Done a great job, the ball kids across the championships. Second serve. Onto the forehand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Sinner. Big back up the line from Djokovic. Hefty as well. And it's blocked into the net by Sinner in reply. 1 set point gone, 1 to come. 40-30.
Well, that's what he has to do. He has to take the ball on. He has to put Sinner under pressure with that strike. That was a beauty.
So now it is 40-30. And it's another set point here for Jannik Sinner. And the serve. Clips the tape out wide. Be slightly disappointed because I think that might have been an ace. Had it have landed without clipping the tape on the way through. Another first serve. Djokovic meters from the baseline, waiting. And the serve. Onto the forehand. Djokovic makes it. Cross-court forehand from Sinner coming in. And that forehand's netted by Djokovic. And it's first blood to Jannik Sinner. He takes the opening set in 40 minutes of the semi-final. 6 games to 4.
6 games to 4.
Well, high quality stuff, but just one moment, one just passionate. Oh, I'm trying to say the fragility is actually hard, but basically you give Jannik Sinner, Barry Can, just an inch, and well, he'll take it.
Yeah, I've seen more or less every one of Sinner's matches so far, and this is by far and away the best tennis that he's played. And just one particular area that for me that I've just got to highlight, Djokovic's second serve points won. Bearing in mind, at the start of the match, in the tournament, Djokovic's been 61% of points won on the second serve. He only won 1 of 7 points on his second serve. When they played 12 months ago, Marcus, Djokovic hit 30-second serves. How many second serve points do you think he won 12 months ago?
5.
5. 5.
I said that.
That was a big clue. I mean, Barry's holding up 5. Good job, Barry.
But
yeah,
I mean, but it's more of what Sinner is doing as opposed to what Djokovic is not doing.
I knew that. Anyway,
you looked at me when I asked you the question as if I.
Well, you suddenly put your hand up, and I wasn't quite sure what you were doing.
Your reaction, your facial reaction was I've thrown you like the worst question in the world.
Hang on, we'll come back here in just a moment. But Lindsay is out. I don't know, maybe up on the hill. She's got some fans. Give us a sense of the atmosphere. In fact, I know you're in the southern village. What's it like down there, Lindsay?
Oh, Marcus, it is a sea of umbrellas, makeshift bags, anything to try and cover heads, because it is sweltering down here in the southern village. It's a real sun trap, and for those worshippers, they couldn't have a better spot than on those deck chairs. I'm actually under a parasol near the Wimbledon radio bench when we've been broadcasting down here with a lovely mother and daughter pair. So I've got Janet and Alison with me. Alison, just describe why you're at Wimbledon this year.
My mum's 70 this year, so she's always wanted to come, so I brought her for her 70th birthday.
Now, Janet, you're all the way from Stranraer, and you've got a bucket list. How is this faring at the moment? Because you had a guide and everything.
I have loved every minute of it, and Sinner's winning.
I know, so your team Sinner, you're watching Djokovic Sinner on the big screen in the southern village behind the bar at the moment. What have you made of Sinner's game so far?
Been great, yes. I want Sinner to win because I always felt he'd been penalised last year. The year before, wasn't it? He was penalised and he's come back stronger. I really want.
He's got a great serve as well, hasn't he?
Fantastic, yeah. He's good all over the court, isn't he?
He is, and I've not met anyone that's had this experience of a package and having a guide. So you've really pushed the boat out, Alison, for this treat. You've also met some people as well from where?
Peru.
From Peru. I mean, you don't get to do that every day, Janet. Tell us about them. What were they like?
They were lovely. The young couple's married. They've been married 6 years and live in England. And the mum and dad come, and they come for the experience of watching the finals too.
And what have you been doing to cope with the heat down here?
Fans, hats under the umbrella.
That is absolutely the right thing to do. Well, I wish you all the best with your bucket list. Route 66 also on it. But Djokovic Sinner, not a bad start at Wimbledon, is it, Marcus?
It is not, and I love that accent as well, Lindsay. Please pass that on. Straight to Philip Studd.
Second match point for Alfie Hewitt, who has just missed the return on the angle with the forehand against Gustavo Fernandez, who you'll recall took that epic first set on a tie break with 8 breaks of serve, and then Hewitt took over 6-love in the second. He was 5-2 up in this decider. He's already had a match point come and go in the previous game. Fernandez doing very well to keep the match alive, but he's long with a backhand, and Alfie Hewitt will contest the Wimbledon final once again. The man who completed the career Grand Slam 2 years ago is through to another singles final at the Championships, and the chance to avenge his loss from 12 months ago to the #1 seed from Japan, Takito Oda, who won earlier today against Martin De La Puente. On that occasion, Hewitt won the first set, lost in 3. Can he make up for it this year? Well, he's given himself the chance. He's done it the hard way from a set down. What a battle it was, full of wonderful shot making. But it is Britain's Alfie Hewitt who is through to the men's wheelchair singles final in 2 hours and 18 minutes, 6-7, 6-love, 6-3.
He's some performer, isn't he? Philip, thank you very much. Well done to Alfie Hewitt. We'll go to number 3 court in just a moment. Some of the greats of yesterday have been in action again, and I know that the Brown brothers will soon start their match against James Blake and Kyle Edmund, who was up in our commentary box a few days ago. Terrific first game of the second set here on centre court. Some explosive hitting from both men. And Novak Djokovic from the Royal Box End, having lost the first set 6-4, finds himself at 30 all. And he's serving to the Sinner forehand. Cross-court return from Sinner. Now he goes cross-court with his double-hander. So does Djokovic. Same shot again from Sinner. Patterns continuing here until Djokovic, with a weight of shot, does force an error from the world number one.
Yeah, that was brilliant from Djokovic. I mean, when Sinner misses a shot, you're left stunned. He's actually finally missed the ball.
It's true. Yeah, he's been so consistent. I think that especially on the return, we've been talking about how good Djokovic has been serving, and I think the longer this match has gone, the more returns I think Sinner is getting back in play, and it's just forcing Djokovic to have to step up. It was interesting response from Novak there. You just heard him scream out, "Come on!" just trying to really back himself. It was great serve so Djokovic gets to hold in the first game, but quick, easy point. He'll be happy to get that first game under his belt.
He will. 46 minutes gone. Big hold for Novak. Breaking news, Ida Wobka, our German junior, is about to start her girls' doubles semi-final. And I reckon if she gets to the final, that is the sort of match that we should send Rob Nothman to over the course of the weekend. But right now he's on number 3 court. What can you tell us, Mr. Nothman?
Well, I've just watched a mixed invitational doubles which rolled back the years. Tommy Haas and Martina Hingis. Hingis looks still as if she could compete on the WTA Tour. Winner of 5 Grand Slam singles titles, 20 Grand Slam doubles and mixed doubles titles, and she was in sparkling form alongside Tommy Haas. They beat Sébastien Grosjean and Tatiana Golovin 6-2, 6-love in 43 minutes, and they now have a record of 3-0. They've won 3, lost none in their campaign in the mixed invitational doubles. Great fun here on the number 3 court.
Brilliant, thank you, Rob. No, Jannik Sinner is just starting the second game of the second set here on centre, and Novak Djokovic's return is wide. Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez will be on court 18 imminently to play Marcus Baghdatis and Xavier Malisse. And on court 4, well, it's disappointing news for Liam Sharkey, one of the junior Brits playing in the 14 and unders. He was part of our Wimbledon warm-up show a couple of days ago. He has just lost 6-4, 7-6 by 7 points to 2 in the tie-break to an Australian called Novak Palombo. I wonder who he's named after. Presumably Dennis Novak. It's 9 minutes past 5.
Visit the Amex Pavilion on the Hill to enjoy delicious soft-serve ice cream and win exclusive prizes. On the upper deck is a rooftop bar with incredible views where card members can bring up to 2 guests. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. 18+ terms and conditions apply.
Oh, another fiercely struck rally. Ends on a positive tone for Novak Djokovic, Jill.
It was great depth on the return, and you knew Sinner was in trouble when he just had to ease off that forehand, just left it in the middle of the court, and Djokovic really moved up well on that approach shot, his biggest forehand. He's starting to up the pace, I think, overall on the ground, Novak.
Yeah, and his spectators are upping the ante as well. Plenty of cheers for him after that point. Love won 30-15, and Sinner puts his first serve into the net. The ball ricochets back a long way off the net, so that's quite a lengthy run for the ball boy, who now settles down underneath the umpire's chair. The second serve is to the Djokovic backhand. Now he's going to play an off forehand with good depth. Down the line this time from Djokovic. Brilliantly down the line from Djokovic, and he rushes Sinner into the error.
Very good from Djokovic. I think he's played well here, Novak, even in that first set, just to put into context how well Sinner is playing. 15 winners and only 4 unforced errors. Gosh. So I think surely Djokovic is thinking, okay, I'm playing well here, just hope that Sinner's level drops, and if it does drop, I then have got to be ready to take my chance.
30-all. Good serve. He's blocked it back. The drive volley, though, is so good from Sinner.
Wow. I mean, I thought the return was great. And if he'd actually let that ball drop, Sinner, it was probably going to land on the baseline, but he takes it with the drive volley.
Well, I think that's a different intention for Sinner. We saw in the first set, the stats, he was at the net. He won 8 of 9 points at the net. So I think it's just a different mentality that maybe some of these points he's approaching to try and get to the net more. That was great. I love that move from Sinner.
Game point, good serve, and the return from Djokovic is long. Sinner just lets it bounce behind his baseline. Well, Novak was interested at 30-all, and then in the blink of an eye, the world #1 grabs the next two and levels things up. We'll nip back outside quickly. Don't forget, there is dedicated ball-by-ball commentary on this match. The choice is yours on the Wimbledon radio channel. But Lily Coleman's up to her usual tricks somewhere.
Well, I've just bumped in to someone called Marcus. Marcus, it's lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Now, you just told me you've come all the way from America to be here today. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm from North Carolina in the United States.
Oh my goodness. And when did you get here?
I got here, I think, 3 days ago.
And you've come specially for today?
Yes.
Wow, how did you get these tickets? Did you queue up or did you get them in the ballot?
We queued to get the tickets. Yeah.
What time did you have to start queuing?
We started queuing around 30 minutes ago, I think, and then we just got in.
Oh, you've just arrived.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness me. Which tickets have you got? Are they ground passes or centre court? Ground passes, wow. So what is the plan? Are you going to go and sit on Hemman Hill or are you going to walk around the grounds?
I think we're going to go over to the Southern Village to watch the semifinals.
That's a great idea. And obviously it is the world #1, Sinner, taking on Djokovic. Who do you think is going to win?
Honestly, I really think that Sinner has a really good chance because Djokovic, he's still playing well, but he's waning. So, yeah, I really think that Sinner is probably going to win.
So you think Sinner's going to win, but who would you like to win? That's a different question.
It would be nice for Sinner to have like a repeat since he won last year as well. I think that would be nice.
Okay, now obviously, as you said, this is your first time. You've literally just got here. I can't believe you queued 30 minutes ago and you're already in here. What are your first impressions? You've come into the grounds. What do you make of this place? Because I think it's pretty special, but maybe I'm biased.
I think the grounds really look magical. Like I've seen this center court balcony on TV before back at home, and seeing it in person is really wonderful. And just like the atmosphere here is really nice too.
Oh, good. Well, you need to go and get yourself to the shop because you need to buy yourself a memento that you'll keep with you forever so that you don't forget this memory. But thank you so much for chatting to me and have a lovely day.
Thank you, you too.
There we go. That's Marcus talking to Lily Coleman. I mentioned Novak Palombo, the young Australian junior, perhaps named after Dennis Novak. I wonder who that Marcus we've just heard from is named after.
Must be Marcus Buckland.
There you go.
Or Marcus Willis.
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Waring.
Marcus Trescothick.
The former, as Jill will know, Somerset and England opening batsman.
What's his batting average, Jill?
50.
No, less.
40.
Something like that, I would say.
I reckon.
I'm doing better. I'm doing better. 45.
No, that's pretty good.
I wasn't too far off.
Back to the business in hand. Novak Djokovic is serving at 1-all, 40-30. I mean, as Barry said a few moments ago, he's playing really well. The trouble is you have to play perfectly against Jannik Sinner, but that's a good serve. And it's another hold of serve, Barry Can.
Yeah, just got to keep you're taking care of your own service games. But I do feel for Djokovic, he's having to really be ultra aggressive because how hard and how strong and how deep Sinner's ground shots are.
But I think he can be. I think we saw that at the Australian Open when he beat Sinner. He was going ultra aggressive, probably the most aggressive I've ever seen him play in that matchup. This is different, of course, different surface, so different circumstance. But I think we're going to start to see him be even more aggressive. I think already in this second set, that's been the case.
And of course, in Australia, Sinner won the first set.
Okay.
Good point. I know a lot of you are very keen for constant updates on our chosen junior, Ida Wobka. Arv seems to think he knows that it's not Wobka but Vobka. Is that right?
That would make sense if it was German, yeah.
Vobka.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So
I think that's a good shout.
So we spent the last 2 weeks picking it up and getting a name wrong. Anyway, they're underway.
I always like that you say the royal we.
Good point, Barry.
Oh, you've been interested in backing.
Take some responsibility, Marcus.
Well, Vobka, and there's 3 Kovas on the court with her. Her partner Zoldakova up against Kovakova and Zakikova. And Vobka and Zoldakova have got the early break. They lead by 2 games to love. Let's get back into commentary. On serve early in the second set, Sinner at 1-2, having won the first by 6 games to 4. We can join Nick Munro, who's now with Peter Mercato.
And it is Sinner serving at 1-2. There's everyone finding their seats here on centre courts. And Sinner, the serve down the tee, blocked back by Djokovic, up the line of the ad court, it goes wide, and it's 15 love. ...107 wins at the championships for Novak Djokovic across his career. He passed a big milestone this tournament as a serve, blocked back by Djokovic. It's in the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand, good angle from Sinner. Sliding into one is Djokovic. Now he's in the ad court, playing cross-court backhand. Backhand picked up here from Sinner. Back up the line from Djokovic. Forehand into the net from Sinner. Great depth of shot from Djokovic. It's 15 all.
Yeah, and again, that was incredible from Novak Djokovic to slide into the forehand. And you know, that's what you call kind of the steal score, being able to slide and be able to go from defense to offense, because he was absolutely on the defense when he ran to hit that forehand, but then all of a sudden his balance and dexterity got him back in the point.
As now we're at 15 all. Sinner just with a little bit more pressure on his serve. The serve misses. Looking to do a bit of S&V, serve and volley. Really making that move forward. Second serve here for Sinner. Just wait for the plane to go over. Not sure if it's Nick Munro's private jet or not.
Thought it was yours.
Can't quite make out the sound as the serve here. Forehand from Djokovic, picked up by Sinner. It's like a half volley almost. He's in the ad court playing cross-court backhand slice again from Djokovic into that corner. Big topspin backhands from both players now. Sinner drops it in short. Slice Djokovic again. Topspin backhand. Sinner looking to go the other way. He goes long this time. And the pressure continues to build up. 15-30.
Yeah, good variation from Novak Djokovic, using a little bit of slice, and that ends up changing the footwork for Jannik Sinner. He's got to get a little bit lower on that ball, so Novak Djokovic not giving him a lot of pace there to work with.
So Sinner, well, at 15-30. At 1-2 in this second set. Djokovic meters from the baseline. He waits for this ball. And it's an ace out wide, past the outstretched racket of Djokovic. It's 30 all.
That's the 6th ace for Jannik Sinner. He's only lost 3 points when he's made that first serve, and only 5 points on the second. So to only have lost 8 points on serve, that's incredible from the Italian.
Which makes it a bit more meritorious that Djokovic has got it to 30 all here. Here's Sinner. Waits, and now he serves onto the forehand of Djokovic up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Sinner. He's now in the ad court, going to throw in the drop shot. Coming forward is Djokovic. He's going to play a drop shot and make a complete meal of it. Put it into the net halfway up. It's 40-30.
Yeah, and I feel like Jannik Sinner actually tried to make that drop shot. He was trying to hit a drop shot. It ended up being a short slice with a little bit of height over the net. So Novak got up to it quicker than he thought he was going to and had more options. Yeah. And so ultimately, he was like, which one do I choose? And then try to make the drop shot too good.
Yeah, the slice up the line probably would have been ideal.
I think so.
But instead, Sinner now at 40-30. As the serve coming in. Sinner into the net. Second serve. About to cross the hour mark for the match. Djokovic looking to be aggressive on the return. He plays it cross court. Good angle. Slice there from Sinner on the back out. The line goes Djokovic. He's missed it. And so Sinner holds again. We are at 2-all in the second set of the semi-final.
I mean, isn't it amazing with, you know, with the top guys in the world, you only get one or two chances to maybe get that break. Novak Djokovic had the love 30, and then he had that short ball that he missed the drop shot where he could have just played line to get into the net. You have to take advantage of those 1 or 2 points, or else Jannik Sinner gets the hold and he's sending the balls right back over.
Yeah, off he goes again. So Djokovic now at the royal box end, just clouded over, which has been great for the players and the spectators. 29 Celsius, still in London as the serve out wide. Picked up by Sinner off the edge of his racket and into the crowd. It's 15 love. Taken by a spectator there, and the ball kid just waits patiently. The spectator examines the ball and then has to throw it back. Got to throw it back. It's not baseball. Not
Keep
baseball.
that thing.
Keep them. Although we had someone who looks after the tennis ball supplies here at Wimbledon talk about that as the serve out wide misses.
And it's okay to keep them, right?
Not usually, but if they get lost, so on the outside courts, if they disappear over fences, they do have other ball that they can put into circulation. Serve here onto the forehand of Sinner. Middle of the court, big backhand from Djokovic. He will up to a forehand up the line, but put it into the nets. It's 15 all.
15 all.
And so they're always churning through all the old tennis balls just to find ones that might be suitable to put into circulation, because we only have the 6 that we use.
Yeah, and the chair umpire has some used balls under his chair just in case one does go out. It'll be similar to what they're using now.
Not generally a problem here with about 7,000 cameras.
That's true.
There's the serve here down the tee, missing from Djokovic, now muttering to himself. Second serve again for Sinner to have a look at, and this time he is back in the court. He's miles from the baseline. There's the serve from Djokovic. And he waits to Sinner. Big forehand dug out by Djokovic. Almost knocked him off balance. He goes forehand into the juice court. Big cross-court forehand from Sinner. Matched by Djokovic. Here's the big forehand battle we go. Up the line goes Djokovic. Big backhand from Sinner on the baseline. It knocked Djokovic off balance. His forehand is into the net. It's 15-30.
Yeah, and just watching kind of where these guys are making contact with the ball. Jannik Sinner is trying to get as close to the baseline as he can throughout the rally. His up and back movement has been impeccable, and so when he hit that backhand, he was able just to take a split second away by going down the line and rush Novak.
It's almost when he hit that forehand, Novak, he was in the Matrix. He's just flying back, flung back. Under pressure again on his serve. 15-30. The serve goes into the nets. Interested to see what his first serve percentage is in set number 2 here, because it certainly appears to have dropped. Overall, is at 68%, so it's dropped under 70. The serve onto the backhand of Sinner. Up the line goes Djokovic. Big forehand from Sinner. Shorter ball. Cross-court backhand Djokovic. Retreating back to the baseline. Playing cross-court backhands. Up the line goes Sinner. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic. Looping forehand from Sinner. Big forehand. Djokovic goes long. Danger time now for Novak Djokovic. It's 15-40.
Yeah, and those were shots that actually, you know, looking back at his match in Australian Open where he beat Jannik Sinner, the on-the-run forehand, he was hitting so big into corners and for winners, right, when he was on the run, down the line cross. That time he tried to go big again and just missed it. And now 15-40. Jannik Sinner just puts so much pressure on you.
Here comes the noise from the crowd. I suspect more urging Djokovic on. The serve clock has stopped. He's looked over at the Novak supporters in the corner of centre court. Just settle it down, guys. I got you. 15-40. Djokovic serves out wide and misses again. The first serve percentage continues to drop for Djokovic. Second serve. Sinner meters from the baseline, waiting for this ball. And the serve onto the forehand of Sinner. Djokovic with an off backhand. Sinner, big forehand, too big going cross court. One saved, one to come. It's 30-40.
I mean, to think that that's only the 4th second serve point that Novak has won. 4 out of 16 on those second serve points. I mean, you've seen the pressure that Jannik Sinner has been able to put on that second serve and really force Novak off of his mark. But he's going to need to do it again here. Needs a big first serve.
So first serve percentage. Yeah, it's dropped off. It's at 50% for Djokovic. 8 of 16. Winning plenty when he does go in. Onto the backhand here is Sinner, just like that. But it's so important. I mean, if we're circling stats at the moment, it's his first serve for Djokovic in this period of the match he needs.
And he's only gone 29% out wide on the ad side. So that kind of caught Jannik Sinner off guard because he hasn't gone there very often.
thinking his way through this situation, as he's done so many times on this court, Novak Djokovic. We're a deuce 2-all in the second set. And the serve from Djokovic onto the forehand of Sinner. Cross-court backhand deep from Djokovic, dug out by Sinner. Half-court ball, back that way, clean winner from Djokovic. And the fans who are supporting him get up out of their seats. He's got game points.
Yeah, Novak's coaching box was up on their feet just to let him know. Obviously, as he already knows, big moment here. And at 30-40, he went big out wide, caught Jannik Sinner off guard. Will he go there again?
So, Djokovic with game point to keep himself in front in this second set. And Djokovic serves onto the backhand of Sinner. Djokovic back in that direction. Slice there from Sinner. Djokovic again going to the Sinner backhand. That's heavy. It's a clean winner. It was just a fraction short. That's all that Sinner needed to hit the winner, and we're a deuce.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that was an absolute laser of a backhand. Novak Djokovic felt like, okay, I'm just going to reset this point with an inside-out forehand, but it landed too short. Jannik Sinner took the backhand off the single sideline. Novak didn't even move.
Yep, he has smoked that one. But Djokovic now again feeling the pressure on his serve. We're a deuce, we're a 2-all in this second set. There's Djokovic, the serve. Sinner picking up the forehand, a shorter ball. Going the other way is Djokovic. He lands the +1 in the corner of the ad court. Only just.
Literally only just. I think Jannik Sinner actually stopped running for it. He thought it was going to be out. And just catching the line. That's all you need to do. Catch a little bit of the line.
It's 99% out, 100% in.
Thank you.
6 minutes, almost 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's only the third forehand winner for Novak.
He's got game points. There's Djokovic, the serve. He's missing to put it into the corner. Out wide. Second serve here for Djokovic. Looks down the court, then looks at the tennis ball. And the ball bouncing. The second serve. Onto the forehand of Sinner. It sits up. Djokovic goes forward the line. Slice backhand into the ad court from Sinner. Slice by Djokovic. Sinner runs around, plays an off forehand this time. Onto the backhand of Djokovic. Up the line goes Sinner. Big cross court forehand from Djokovic. Big up the line. Too big from Sinner.
Djokovic.
He hung in that rally, did Novak. And he holds serve. It is 3 games to 2 here in the second set. Sinner by 1 set to love.
Well, it's another good hold of serve for Novak Djokovic, but goodness me, he is having to work so hard just to hold on to his serve. Not the case with the Bryans, who've gone 4 love up in next to no time against James Blake and Kyle Edmund. Come on, Kyle. And our girl Wobka, well, she and Zoldakova have been broken back in that girls' doubles semi-final. Now, Lily Coleman, as you know, is out and about, and she has caught up with the British actor. It's Alex Hassel.
How was the atmosphere?
Oh, it's really fantastic. It's just such a shame our boy didn't win, of course. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing atmosphere. It's just a wonderful place to be, and what a privilege to be here.
And you've obviously got the most amazing match coming up, Sinner Djokovic.
Right now.
Who's your money on?
Oh, I mean, Djokovic is just going to dig in, isn't he? That's what I wonder. But
always does.
Could be anyone's.
Now, just lastly, if you could have your dream doubles partner, they don't have to be a tennis player, they don't have to be alive.
Okay.
Who would it be?
Well, I'm an actor, so in a really random way, it'd be like Marlon Brando or something, wouldn't it? Just to spend some time in his presence. I don't know if he can play tennis, but it'd be nice to be with him.
Oh, I love that. Well, have a lovely day. Thank you for chatting to me.
Cheers.
Alex Hassel, star of Rivals, which is rather an appropriate series, bearing in mind we are witnessing one of the great sporting rivalries, which at the moment, as things stand, is going in Jannik Sinner's favour. If you're just joining us, delighted to have your company. I'm Marcus Buckland. I've got Jill Krabus, who beat Serena Williams once at Wimbledon, alongside me, and also Barry Can, the former British Davis Cup player. Novak Djokovic is playing well, and yet he finds himself a set down. Sinner at 2-3 in the second from the royal box end. A little bit of movement from the crowd, but he's going to start this game anyway, and he puts his first serve into the net. Royal box almost completely full. Backhand return driven up the middle of the court from Djokovic, and the +1 from Sinner is long. And the nature of the task facing Novak is that when he gets to like love 15 or even 15 all on the Sinner serve, you're thinking, oh my goodness me, he's got half a chance.
first time he is at love 15 in the whole match.
Wow.
I mean, this is like a big victory to come through that last service game as well.
Well, he has barely won a point on the Sinner serve, but can he make inroads here? He's returning on the forehand up the middle of the court. Sinner with a big forehand cross court. Likewise from Djokovic, who's really leathering this ball, finds the baseline. The point continues up the middle of the court again from Djokovic. He's hitting everything, and Sinner's getting everything back until then. He puts his forehand into the bottom of the net, and here we are, love 30.
Yeah, he's stepping up, and you knew he would. I mean, he's trying to put as much pressure on Sinner as much as possible, and now he's just unleashing completely on both wings. He's been able to cough up a couple unforced errors from Sinner.
Well, if anyone can wrestle back the initiative from a world #1, it's Novak Djokovic. 2-3, love 30. Djokovic a long way behind his baseline, looking to seize upon anything coming his way. It's a terrific serve. The return comes back into play, but Djokovic was all of a tangle, and Jannik Sinner was able to cruise in and put the ball into the open court.
Like Sinner has done for most of the tournament, if not all the tournament, just serving so well when he needs it most. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an ace or two here.
Novak still very interested in this Sinner service game. 2-3, 15-30. They've been playing for an hour and 12 minutes. And Sinner serving down the middle. The forehand return clips the top of the tape. That took Sinner by surprise a little bit. The point continues. It's backhand to backhand, and then Djokovic tries. Oh, he tries and so nearly succeeds in going down the line, but just misses.
I like that he went for that, actually, because he's going to find his range. I mean, he's one. You have no doubt in him that he's going to find that corner. We've seen it a couple times already, but I like that Djokovic is taking that risk to go for that. He barely missed that.
Sunshine over centre court. Still a large number of these spectators fanning themselves, trying to stay cool and watching with intent what's going to happen next here. Oh, I'll tell you what's going to happen next here. Jannik Sinner has just thundered down another magnificent serve out of the reach of the Djokovic racket at 121 miles an hour.
As Barry predicted. He said he was going to come up with an ace in this game.
Oh, it's like that, is it? What's happening next then, Baz?
Ace.
Down the middle or out wide?
Out wide.
The voice of Barry Cowan. Sinner. Well, he finds the bottom of the net. He was looking to go out wide.
It would have been an ace if it went in.
Okay. Second serve. Djokovic drives it straight back at Sinner, who clubs a half volley on the forehand, and then Djokovic tries to go down the line. He was slightly off balance, and from love 30, Sinner holds 3 games apiece.
And how well does he hold the baseline?
Yeah.
Off power. It's just strong legs. So the ball just comes back to Djokovic even harder.
But to hold the baseline and to be able to produce the shot that he produced, he hit a hard shot from Djokovic on the rise, got this spin. It was the perfect shot to go for. It was a little bit heavier, and it really jumped up on Djokovic. Just that slight change of rhythm, the bounce of the ball, that's why Djokovic completely lost control of the forehand.
In the battle of Vobka and the Kovers on court 12, that girls' doubles semi-final, it's 4 games apiece. Brian and Brian, 5-1 and 40-15 against James Blake and Kyle Edmund. And on #1 court, we've got the second of the ladies' doubles semi-finals underway, and that's being watched for us by Abigail Johnson.
Hello, Marcus. Yeah, we've already got one team waiting in the women's doubles final, and I think that the #2 seeds, Gabriela Dabrowski and Luisa Stefani, are going to take some beating. They've been hugely impressive, haven't dropped a set, but it could be #10 seeds, Kristina Mladenovic and Hanyu Guo, to really give them a battle. They are into this semi-final clash on the #1 court, having taken down 2024 champions Taylor Townsend and Katerina Siniakova. They were the top seeds. They won Roland Garros, and Mladenovic and Guo are so so in sync. They've played the entire Grand Slam season together. They made the last day at Roland Garros, and their energy as a pair is really eye-catching. They ran to the baseline to begin this match, which is kicking off on the Guo serve, and she is up against her countrywomen, Jinyu Jiang and Yifan Zhu. They are the surprise package of this tournament. Non-seeders have beaten seeds numbers 11 and 7 to get here and fought through in 3 sets to get into this first ever Grand Slam semi-final as a duo. So it is juice on the Guo service game to begin this match on the #1 court. I shall keep you updated.
Thank you, Abigail. Back here, Novak, remember he had Sinner at love 30 in the last game. Sinner held, and now Djokovic finds himself at 3-all and love 30. A double fault started this game, and then he's just missed going down the line with his backhand. More bounces of the balls than usual. The serve down the middle, backhand return up the middle of the court. Now the forehand cross court from Sinner, running forehand cross court from Djokovic. Miss hit, Jannik Sinner.
Oh, and he leathered that forehand, Djokovic. Sinner's just walking to around the service line and just putting his foot down as if to say it got a bad bounce.
Well,
I don't think it was there, though, was it?
Well, the way Djokovic also set up for that forehand, you know he's just going to go as hard as possible. So you're already on your back foot. You're thinking of a huge shot, and it just landed a lot shorter than Sinner predicted.
3-all, 15-30. And Djokovic is, well, he's looking to go down the middle, clips the top of the tape, as we've learned. And Jill and I are holding our heads in shame about this whole net call business, because apparently for the last 2 years the umpires have been calling the lines because of a dispute over
calling the net.
Calling the net,
yeah.
Sorry, because of a dispute over the whole net system. As Djokovic, oh, he was coming to serve and volley. Finds the net again. Absolute hush around centre court. Just the movement of fans from a large number of spectators. Second serve to the forehand, drilled back low by Sinner. He's there again with his forehand. Djokovic slightly off balance with not too much pace on his, and that allowed Sinner just to come in, shorter ball, and he hammers it away. And here we are again with more break points on the Djokovic serve.
Yeah, he decided to stand a lot further back to return that second serve, but then sprinted forward onto the baseline after a good return. And the backhand again was out of this world.
Well, Novak has fought tooth and nail to stay on serve in this second set. He's up against it once more at 15-40. Would love a good first serve here. Can't find one. Ball flew back off Sinner's strings, despite the call. Actually hit Djokovic on the ankle. And there was a negative look in terms of Djokovic's body language. The second serve to the forehand, it comes back so quickly again, but Sinner's got he's got a lot of room to try and cover as he races across his baseline, and this time even Jannik Sinner can't get there.
110 mile per hour second serve out wide, and then a backhand to match the quality of the serve. He's on the edge, isn't he?
Well, he knew how effective that serve was too, so I mean, he covered the line perfectly because he saw Sinner on the stretch. Yeah, that was the double fault that he had too. The first point, he went for 119 mile an hour second serve.
But that's what he's been forced to do.
Right.
Still break point at 30-40. 20-6 on a sunny Friday evening in southwest London. And Djokovic is serving to the forehand, and then his +1 was a forehand cross court. There's another one. Sinner goes down the middle, slice from Djokovic off the backhand. The drop shot from Sinner, and Djokovic doesn't even move for it. Absolute perfection, and Jannik Sinner already a set-up is now a break-up in set number 2.
Wow.
Sinner leads by 4 games to 3.
Wow.
You could not read that. It was unreal.
Because he's been going hard against Djokovic, and Djokovic has, you know, been trying to stay in those points. So that was really brave but smart tennis from Sinner, and the semi-final version here is different level for me than the other 5 matches he's played.
I agree, but just understanding the moment of when to throw that drop shot in as well, and that perfect, absolute perfect disguise. He was just a foot inside the baseline, so do it from that much of depth and feel the short part of the court, that was unbelievable.
Just before we focus on this one again, we're going to go to court 12, and I'm going to blame Lucy Ahl, because the early stages of this girls' doubles semi-final saw our girl Vobka and Zoldakova in control. The moment Lucy turned up, it started to change. Explain yourself, Lucifer Ahl.
It's all about on-court coaching, isn't it? And they allowed me to get involved, and I was able to get the girls over the line. We've got the all-Czech pair, the 5th seeds, Kovačková and Zajíčková, who were managed to break serve against your girls, as you've named them. You're obviously your coaching duties need to step up a bit, Marcus. They broke it at 4-all, and then they served it out to 30. So 5th seeds, they're a set up.
We might come back to you, depending on how things go in the second set, but come on.
I can switch teams if you want.
Please. Give every bit of support you possibly can to Vobka, because she had that awful experience in the singles, got defaulted, and now she's just one match away from a place in a Wimbledon final. But she's a set down. Thank you, Lucy. Here, Jannik Sinner's a set-up and a break-up, and he's about to serve at 4-3, facing the royal box, serving to the Djokovic forehand, and then another. I mean, this backhand of Sinner's is extraordinary, and actually finishes off the point with an imperious forehand.
I think it's just the way he can organize his feet so quickly. I mean, he's just so quick off that first step. And also out of the corner of his eye, just being able to see Djokovic all of a sudden try and take the ball so early, but he's so ready for the ball.
I wonder what Sasha Zverev is making of all this. He won in straight sets earlier.
No, seriously, don't watch it.
Yeah.
Especially with his head-to-head against Sinner. He's lost the last 9. He's lost 14 sets in a row.
Maybe not watch it, and then maybe not turn up on Sunday. Sinner, ace down the middle, 120 miles an hour.
Do you want an update on these winners to unforced errors? 22 winners, just 10 unforced errors. And when you're hitting the ball as aggressively as this.
4-3, 30 love. Novak needs some inspiration. He's found it so many times before. There's nothing he can do about this, though. It's another ace down the middle, this time at 129 miles an hour.
And I think this set as well, Jannik's putting even more pressure on Djokovic. I mean, it's taken Djokovic a lot to be able to get through a couple of his service games in this set, and even more pressure now that Sinner rolling through this game so far.
Oh, he's done it again. 125 this time, 3 aces, bang, bang, bang. And Sinner extends his advantage to 5-3, which means Novak Djokovic now has to serve, first of all, to try and stay in the second set, and then attempt to do something on the Sinner serve. We'll go next door again and rejoin Nick Munro and Peter Marcato.
So work for Djokovic to do now at 3-5 in set number 2. As Djokovic serves out wide, and this first serve percentage is a real problem now, as it has been throughout this second set. Second serve from Djokovic onto the forehand, big forehand from Sinner, clips the tape on the way through, dug out by Djokovic, and the backhand, well, it was a bit low, was netted by Sinner. 15 love.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often where Jannik Sinner kind of stopped his footwork and then just reached for that ball. Normally he gets well in balance for each shot. Just a little confused on that one.
So 15 love as the serve. Onto the backhand. Serve and volley from Djokovic. The forehand volley sublime. He had to get down really low. It's the first serve and volley point we've seen for the match. It worked. It's 30 love.
Yeah, and why not mix it up? I mean, you're down a break. It's 15 love. Show him something different. Great volley to get down on his knees there for that forehand.
So 30 love. As Djokovic will deliver this ball out wide. Big forehand into the net from Sinner on the return. It's 40 love. Again was looking to S&B.
Yeah, just shortening up some points here, kind of rushing in between. Now at 40 love, already ready to serve Djokovic.
To move through this service game swiftly. The serve onto the backhand Sinner. Forehand volley again from Djokovic. The lob from Sinner is superb. He was on the run, heading towards the juice court. The forehand lob, magnificent. It's 40-15.
I mean, it was almost like deja vu with the forehand volley. It was in the same spot as the 15 love point. And then this time, Sinner on the full run, quick wrist snap, lob over him.
Got the thumbs up from Djokovic too. Game points Djokovic, ball down the middle, that's better. It's unreturnable. For Jannik Sinner to serve for a 2-set-to-love lead in the semi-final. It's 5 games to 4 on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world. An hour and 25 minutes on the clock. And it's looking like the top seed, the world #1, is going to get it done here.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, look, his last service game was a statement. I mean, hit ace after ace, and you know, you don't see any nerves, obviously, from Jannik Sinner. Been in this moment before. No agitation as well. You see the agitation on the Djokovic side of things. But for Jannik Sinner, now it's just come up, stay in the process. He's already got his ice towel around his neck, trying to keep his body temperature cool. Jannik Sinner.
Well, it's a big day coming up tomorrow here at the Championships, and we'll have it all for you on the Wimbledon radio channel on centre court. Here's a 1 p.m. start for the gentlemen's doubles. Saliavara and Patton. They've been to this big dance before. They're taking on Arevalo and Pavic. And then Karolina Mukova will take on Linda Noskova. That is a 4 o'clock London time start. We'll have all the build-up. We'll have both of those matches and plenty more going on around the grounds. We'll have that all for you on the Wimbledon radio channel. But for now, it is Jannik Sinner, 1 game away from a 2-set-to-love lead.
Quiet, please.
There's James Gyothevong, our chair umpire, just silencing the crowd. Sinner serving from the raw box end. And the serve out wide's just missing. Second serve. And this one onto the backhand of Djokovic. It's a floating ball in the 8 court. It lands off forehand from Sinner. And up the line, Djokovic, heavy forehand. He's got to run for a heavy backhand, I should say. Runs for a forehand and then slides over in the juice court. And it's 15-love.
Yeah, Jannik Sinner just keeping Novak Djokovic on a string here, just testing the legs. As you mentioned, hour and 27 minutes out here. He's been moving him side to side to see what Novak's got, and Novak went for the Hail Mary on that last forehand, not to beat.
So 15-love, 3 points from a 2-set-to-love lead for Jannik Sinner. And the serve, out wide, misses. Second serve. And the serve, Djokovic stepping in, plays a off forehand, picked up by Sinner up the line. Cross-court forehand from Djokovic, matched by Sinner. Up the other line goes Djokovic, he can't nail it. It goes wide, it's 30-love for Sinner now.
30-love.
I just feel the confidence, just the control that he's got over this contest now. 2 points away from a 2-set-to-love lead in the semi-final. As Sinner prepares the serve. Down the tee, has missed. Second serve. Djokovic will go towards the baseline to take it. Takes it as a backhand right in the middle of the court. Dug out by Sinner. Off forehand from Djokovic. Scrambling is Sinner this time. He's on the run. Now he can really lead into a cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go. And a big forehand into the net this time. Djokovic, he just can't keep pace with Jannik Sinner right now. And it's 3 set points.
Yeah, Novak Djokovic tried to get up closer to the baseline on that last forehand, but it was almost kind of a kamikaze because the ball was coming at him so fast and he couldn't catch up to that forehand. And as you mentioned, now 3 set points for Jannik Sinner.
Chance to take real control of this contest if he hasn't already. Sinner, the serve, blocked back by Djokovic. It's into the net. And indeed, it is a 2-set-to-love lead for Jannik Sinner. He's looking particularly good right now. He took the first 6-4, and now he's taken the second 6 games to 4.
Well, if Novak's going to do it, he really is going to have to do it the hard way. Of course, he lost in straight sets to Jannik Sinner in the semi-finals last year. At the moment, Jill Krabus, it doesn't look possible, even for the great Novak Djokovic, to get back in this one, does it?
Right now, no, but you can never rule out Djokovic, as we all know. He's done it before, but the way Sinner is hitting off the ground, I mean, he's just so quick. Everything just seems a little bit faster from Sinner's side, whether it's the serve off the ground, how quick he is with the feet. He's forced Djokovic to have to go full throttle when he's out of position. It's just been quite a performance from Sinner.
Professor Cowan, what stats can you throw away at this stage?
Well, of course, he did come back from 2 sets love down against Sinner 4 years ago here. But the 2026 version is so much better than the 2022 version. You know, he's the serial Grand Slam winner, world #1, and he's playing like the world #1 today. Unfortunately, I can't find right now any hope for Djokovic, because I felt certainly towards the end of that second set that Djokovic realised he's got to play even more aggressive tennis, but of course that comes with a huge element of risk.
Both men have changed their shirts. Jannik Sinner is just putting his cap back on, but quite refreshing actually to see that, you know, we've had 2 sets now and we haven't had any players go off court up to this stage. We'll nip out briefly though, because Lindsay's waiting for us on the hill.
I am, and the last time you were with me, Marcus, I was with a Sinner fan, so I thought for balance I would get a Djokovic fan, and if we're talking prime real estate on the hill, this is the best spot. Just describe where we are, Manny.
Oh, we're under a nicely shaded canopy area just behind Henman Hill. If you're not on court, it's probably the best place to sit, because you've got a nice breeze and certainly a great view as well.
And you've had a great view of Djokovic. You're a huge fan. What is it about Djokovic that you like?
Oh, it's his legacy here. You know, he's 7 titles at Wimbledon. He's battles with Federer and Nadal, and even now he's this younger matchup. He's giving Sinner a great game as well. So it's just the legacy that he's got.
What do you think of this match then so far? We've seen the end of another set, and he has played well in parts.
Absolutely, I think since his last game, because he played a great matchup recently, and 5.5 hours or 5 hours 15 minutes, and he's over here today in the heat. I think he's doing great, and if you consider his age, 39 years old, I think he's playing very well.
And probably got still a few more years left yet, and he'll have been recovering for this one. Could it possibly go to 5 sets? Give us your thoughts.
I don't know. I hope so. I'm not too sure.
Oh, it doesn't sound like you're too full of confidence there. Marcus, I've also got Gwil from Wimbledon next to us here. He wanted to say a big hello. It is a brilliant spot, and I don't want to move. I might stay here for a while.
I don't blame you. Sounds fantastic.
Oh, yeah, join you. Yeah, join you. Yeah. Thanks,
Well,
Marcus.
Lindsay, the way this is going, we might all be coming to join you sooner rather than later, because start of set number 3 on the Djokovic serve, and he finds himself at love 30. And now a stretch backhand return from Sinner, the off forehand from Djokovic, high ball from Sinner. Djokovic is underneath it, and well, you almost put your hands over your eyes when Djokovic has got an overhead to deal with, but he got that one okay, Jill.
Yeah, he didn't try and go for too much. You saw the opening, put a little bit more slice on that overhead, played it safe, perfectly placed.
15-30. Every service game, though, for Novak has been a battle. And as Lindsay's guest was saying a few moments ago, he's done well. He's done really well, but he's playing against a man who, at the moment, is on a different level from everybody. Certainly in the absence of Carlos Alcaraz. Second service to the backhand of Jannik Sinner, who goes across court and plays another double-hander. It's a double-handed fest until we see the forehand from Sinner. Now he's driving on the backhand again. Djokovic down the middle with his forehand. Flat power from both men. Who's going to blink first here? The off forehand from Djokovic. Now he's stretching and he's netting on his backhand. I mean, that rather sums up the match. For so long, he's fighting, he's on an even keel, but ultimately he just can't keep it going.
Yeah, I really felt that last point is a great illustration of what we've seen and the difference between the two. On the stretch, Sinner sliding into the ball, he's balanced. Djokovic, when he's sliding, he looks off balance.
And the way that Sinner is serving, you could argue that these are virtual match points, never mind break points. 15-40, first game of set number 3 after an hour and 34 minutes. Djokovic clips the top of the tape. James Kyotovon was able to hear that.
He's still only made 11 unforced errors.
Sorry.
You couldn't resist that, could you?
I mean, this whole thing, Baz, you've got to go into more detail about this whole net court business. It's extraordinary. That's a good serve, and even Jannik Sinner with his lightning reactions couldn't get that one back in court.
Yeah, and Djokovic so finally a cheap point. His unreturned serves today 28%. Sinner 44% against one of the greatest returners we've ever seen.
Tell us in a moment, Baz, how many break points Sinner has now had. Forehand return with this latest one. The off forehand from Djokovic. He's coming in behind it. Doesn't have to do anything because Sinner's wide.
That was better from Djokovic. I think he moved through that ball. Didn't allow Sinner to get away with just a little bit shorter reply on the return.
He's at 8 break points. Excuse me, 9 break points, Sinner.
And
Djokovic's had none.
Yeah.
It's because of Sinner's serving.
Well, he's got himself back to deuce, has Novak.
Or should I say, the serving, but also he's got decent backup to the serve, hasn't he, with the forehand at the backhand.
That's backhand today. I mean, I know he's quick, but Roadrunner wouldn't keep up with him. Backhand return, straight at Djokovic. The double-hander again from Sinner. Djokovic steering his across court. There's slice from Sinner. The off forehand from Djokovic. He's coming in again. He's stretching with the volley. He's going to get past.
I mean, another instance where Djokovic didn't do anything wrong. I actually like the play. He's trying something different. He's hitting and coming forward in that point, and it was still just too good from Sinner. But he's also quick. As soon as he hits the pass, he doesn't wait. He's immediately going forward. That's why he's been able to get up on the ball so quickly.
So a 10th break point here for Sinner. Just wiping a little bit of sweat off his face, the Italian. Now he settles in the sunshine in front of the royal box. As Djokovic serves down the middle, stretch forehand, it's in the court. The off forehand is a winner, though, from Djokovic with his +1.
Better placement on the serve. I mean, the serve has to be so accurate. We know how well he can hit his serve. He's been trying to overpower Sinner sometimes on these second serve, but he needs to make sure he hits his spots.
Everybody's got their boaters on in the royal box because they're staring into the sun. Is Novak shortly going to be staring into the abyss? Serves to the backhand. It's a good serve, and the miss-hit return lands wide.
Yeah, this will be a big victory for Djokovic if he can come through this service game. I mean, the one thing that is in Djokovic's favour, at least the 2 sets that he lost weren't over 2 hours.
Mind you,
You've got to find a positive.
True, yeah.
Yeah, but Baz, the longer the match goes, the better for Novak. Based on those stats we were giving you beforehand. Deep return from Sinner, and Djokovic, well, again, he was just backpedaling a little, maybe lost his balance to a degree, and goes wide with his forehand cross-court.
Djokovic like with the return, just the accuracy, the ability to be able to put that ball back in a really tough position.
At the end of this game, we'll get an update from Abigail on #1 court, where we've got the ladies' doubles, the second of the semi-finals being played. We'll also go back to Lucy, who's, well, she's been a kiss of death for our girl Vobka, who's barely won a game since Arl turned up. But here's Djokovic again at deuce. The return. Not too much pace on that return, and now Djokovic has his double-hander. He's driving it down the line. Sinner goes cross-court with the forehand. The off-forehand from Djokovic is long.
I mean, he slid into 3 shots.
3 times, yeah.
I mean, this is not grass he's playing on. This is clay.
But that's exactly why the court feels smaller to Djokovic. He's not hardly giving up any ground. Because he's sliding, he's able to get back into the court even faster.
So another break point for Sinner. He's rattling up the numbers, and you feel it's only a matter of time before he takes full advantage. Djokovic misses with the first serve again, looking to go out wide to the backhand. He was coming in for a spot of serve and volley. Trudged back to just behind his baseline for a second serve, facing an 11th break point. It was a deep one. He's going to serve and volley again, and he's put the volley into the net, and Sinner, 2 sets up, breaks right at the start of the third, and surely it's only a matter of time now before he books his place in Sunday's final against Sasha Zverev.
Well, the go-to stat, really, which is why he was forced to serve and volley there on the second serve. He has only won 7 of 25 points on his second serve, Djokovic. There's just been no way out once you get into that baseline rally.
Right, before we settle into some more commentary here, let me tell you that the Bryans are 6-1, 5-2 up against Blake and Edmund. What about that ladies doubles semi-final on number 1 court. Abigail, what's the latest?
Yeah, I've got eyes on it, and it's been a really stunning start for the all-Chinese pair, Yifan Zhu and Jinyu Jiang. They are in off a 3-set hard-fought victory in the quarterfinals against another pair of non-seeders, but went 3-love against Kristina Mladenovic, who's the 9-time former Grand Slam champion on court, alongside Guo Hanyu, who is a woman on the rise, the 28-year-old, just 4 spots off a career-high ranking at 22. But they looked a little bit stunned at the beginning, Mladenovic and Guo. They are coming off a massive victory, the biggest of their season, over the top seeds Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend. Always a challenge to back that up on a bigger stage as well. Yifan Zhu, she's an interesting profile. The 37-year-old across the net is a former top 10 player herself. She peaked at number 7 and has made the final at the championships previously, alongside one of the women already into the final, Gabriela Dabrowski. So she's looked very settled, and it's been a big dig from Mladenovic and Guo to pull it back to 2-3 in this opening set.
Thank you, Abigail. And to court 12. Oh, Lucy, Wobka. It's not happening, is it?
Well, it's not, but I think the good news is she's still out here playing, but she's been broken twice. She was broken in the first game of the second set after losing the opening set 6-4, and just the last couple of moments she's been broken again. But I have to say, Kovachkova and Zajikova, the 2 Czech players, there's Czechs everywhere here this year at Wimbledon, they have played really well. They have been looking to get forward, they've been more proactive at the net, and at the moment they're in charge, leading a set and 4-1.
Well, thank you. I suppose on court 18, Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez, who played together for a long time so successfully, of course, on the tour, took the first set 6-3 against Marcus Baghdatis and Xavier Melisse. I mean, in age terms, it's a bit of an unfair battle, I would suggest. But Baghdatis and Melisse are up by 4 games to 2 in the second. Sinner serving at 1-love 30-15 at the start of the 3rd set here. It's another terrific rally of crisp striking. Djokovic is coming in with a slice backhand. Now he's playing a volley up the line, but he can't control it.
It's perfection. He's able to do what he wants with the ball. I mean, that was a really tough backhand volley for Djokovic, because you're just aware of the movement of Sinner. It's jaw-dropping tennis, Jill.
But the control is unreal. I mean, the awareness of Djokovic coming in, and just the control to be able to dip the ball to his feet right at that moment.
So, a couple of chances to open up a 2-love lead, having already built up a 2-set lead. And I will pose this question to you at the end of the game. Is this the day when Novak Djokovic has to finally accept that he will never pick up a 25th Grand Slam title? He's missed with the return, goes cross-court wide, hour and 42 minutes. It is 2-love. The gulf in class between these two has to surely suggest that Novak's time has come.
Well, maybe everyone else should give up then. That's basically what you're saying. Maybe the US Open is just a one-man event.
I'm just posing the question, Barry. And I'm glad you're disagreeing with me.
I disagree as well.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, he made to the finals of the Australian Open, semi-finals of Wimbledon.
Yeah.
I don't think he's ready to accept yet. I mean, this isn't over yet either.
It's not over, and this is an unbelievable performance. The great champions don't think like that, Marcus.
I was just checking.
Just checking as well. Just checking as well, Marcus. When's the boys' singles finals? You said it's tomorrow. Always tomorrow.
I think it's on Sunday, isn't it, Baz? Backhand down the... Oh, Djokovic has missed. Down the line. 15-0. Is it on Sunday?
Yeah, it is on Sunday.
I thought so.
But he was adamant, wasn't he? Oh, it's Saturday.
It was so adamant. Yeah. Yes.
It's going to be a terrific final as well, because Cruz Hewitt is in it, and everyone's going to be having a look at his dad, seeing how he reacts on the sidelines as Djokovic misses going down the middle.
Well, his dad was never a boys' champion.
How good a junior was Leighton?
Well, he won a tournament at 16.
Oh,
beating Agassi.
He was half decent now. You're on fire today, Baz, aren't you? Love to. 15-all forehand return from Sinner. +1s down the line from Djokovic. He's onto his double-hander now. Here comes Sinner again. Oh, easy as you like. He just rolls that backhand up the line. He makes it look so ridiculously easy. It's 15-30.
And I did sense from Djokovic's body language there, the head drops as if to say,
I'm never going to win a 25th slam. He agrees with me, even if you two don't.
Yeah.
But the body language is, he was looking to come and serve and volley again, and his head's lolling about the place. I mean, he's arguably the greatest fighter of all time, but even for Novak on the ropes here, surely there is no way back. Forehand from Djokovic, another stinging backhand from Sinner. I mean, everything about him today looks so good. He's stretching again now behind his baseline. I'm amazed he's actually not got a ball back into the court.
Well, it has to be that good. That one was smack on the line from Djokovic. It was so purposely put on. I mean, it was just that's how good it has to be from Novak right now. But he's still fighting, even though you know he dropped his shoulders. He's still fighting. He's not going to go away.
Well, he is attempting to reach an 11th Wimbledon final, a 39th Grand Slam final as Sinner puts his forehand return into the net. I mean, the figures surrounding him over the years have been quite extraordinary, and let's not forget he was involved in a 5-hour, 15-minute quarter-final against Felix Auger-Aliassime just 3 days ago, the longest quarter-final in Wimbledon history. I know he's had a couple of days to recover, but at 39 and playing a rejuvenated Sinner, of course he was going to be up against it. But I like the way that Barry and Jill are still not saying it's over.
Well, how can it be?
Well. Forehand return from Sinner. Oh, now he's slicing on his backhand. Djokovic is going to go across court. He's going to try to. It's into the net.
Just look what happened at Roland Garros. There was no Alcaraz and Sinner lost early. Then it was opportunity knocks. You know,
well, I thought you were going to originally say Sinner Alcaraz final at Roland Garros, where Sinner had match points and Alcaraz came back and won. That's what I originally thought you were going to say.
But I mean,
you can look at both instances.
This isn't over, and you just never know.
What, this match?
Yes, you never know.
I think there are times when you do. But of course, anything can happen. It's live sport. As Djokovic misses again. Is it over?
Someone can get injured.
The way you're going about things, it'll be you. Another break point for a double break.
It is close to tennis perfection, this, for me.
Backhand return off balance from Sinners into the net. I mean, for Djokovic fans, the more I suggest it's over, the more subconsciously he is going to fight to prove everybody wrong. That's what he has done so magnificently over the years. I remember some of those US Open finals against Roger Federer when in front of, what, 20,000 or whatever it is, people at Arthur Ashe, 19,500 were cheering for Federer, and he said, no, I'll win. And invariably he did.
Here, too, he had match points down against Federer. I don't remember what year that was in the finals.
That was 2019, wasn't it?
19, yeah.
That was that the same day as the World Cup final when England beat New Zealand in the cricket? And Sinner nets. So Djokovic, having diced here with the possibility of going a double breakdown, can reduce the deficit to 2-1 if he can get this point as we get a cutaway of his daughter. She watches, everyone watches, as her dad clips the top of the tape. Of course, it's such a buzz for the players who have children old enough to appreciate what they're doing on court. Marion Bartley now has a 5-and-a-half-year-old who understands tennis. I think she wants Mummy to play again. Forehand off balance return, and Djokovic with a drop shot. I'm not sure that's a great shot to play. Sinner got there, but he clipped the top of the tape, and that took the speed off the ball, and Novak was there to put it into the open court. It isn't a double break, it's 2-1. He's still just about hanging on, Barry Cowan.
Yeah, that's all you can do. There's a good service hold from Djokovic. But the level, as we've said, has been extraordinarily high from Sinner. Do you want a performance rating?
Yeah.
You getting into your performance ratings?
Yep.
It's a 9.51, which 9.5 out of 10. That's what you got to think about it.
Says who based on what, though?
It's based on all the shots. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Well, to your eye,
yeah,
What would you give this performance?
10. But 9.5 will do.
Well, the best is actually 9.9 because no one can be perfect.
Yeah,
you are.
Okay. Definitely not. But it's high. And what's Novak said 8.21. 8.21. But that's been consistent over the course of the 3 sets, pretty much. The numbers have been pretty consistent.
It's all over on court 12. Kovachova and Zajkikova have won 6-4, 6-1 against Argol, Vobka and Zoldakova. Lucy, your thoughts on how that panned out?
Just under the hour mark, 58 minutes. It was a tight opening set, but Kovachova and Zajkikova ran away with the second. An early break, a long game there, and then it all went pretty quickly. They look good, actually. They work well together. They look to move, very dynamic at the net as well, use the lob well. So a well-deserved win. Unfortunately for your girl, Vodka, she's out of the championships here, but she did manage to complete that one.
Our girl, Lucy, our girl. We were all behind her, not to be. On court 18, Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez are into a champions tiebreak against Marcus Bagdatis and Xavier Malisse. Murray and Suarez won the first set 6-3. Bagdatis and Malisse the second by the same margin. Murray and Suarez have a mini break at 2-1 early in the match tiebreak. The Bryans beat Blake and Edmund 6-1, 6-2. And of course, we've got Abigail watching the second of the ladies' doubles semi-finals on number 1 court here on centre. Yannick Sinner 2 sets up, serving at 2-1, 15 love. You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. The time is 12 minutes past 6.
Experience more at the Amex Card Member Lounge just behind number 3 court. You and up to 2 guests can relax, enjoy small bites, sip signature cocktails and get in on exclusive giveaways. Visit the 2026 Wimbledon app and tap the Amex banner to learn more. Amex Gold Card representative APR 85.8% variable. Annual fee applies after the first year, subject to status. Your rates may vary depending on circumstances. APR correct as of 25th of February 2026. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply.
Welcome back to centre court. I'm Marcus Buckland. An hour and 52 minutes of this second semi-final. Sasha Zverev earlier today booked his place in Sunday's final with a straight sets win over the British wildcard Arthur Ferry. And as things are going, it looks as though Yannick Sinner is heading towards a straight sets victory as well. And Sinner goes long, 30 all.
Can he create his first break point?
This is the closest he's been. I think there was a 15-30 on Sinner's serve at one point. This is the...
I think he had a love 30, didn't he?
Did he have a
once?
love 30? Okay.
He did have a love 30. But yeah, this is a rare opportunity. Sinner's at the royal box end. He's serving to the forehand, pushed back into play by Djokovic. The off forehand from Sinner. He's coming in behind that high ball from Djokovic. Sinner's going to let it bounce, and he smashes it away.
Well done. Just good to let that ball bounce. It was such a high lob from Djokovic just to allow Sinner to judge that overhead a little better.
Barry will know this better than us because he's been in the royal box, but at this time in the afternoon, the sun is right into the eyes of the special guests. They've all got their, or most of them have got their straw hats on. The fans are being waved furiously. We've got a cutaway just now of Dame Anna Wintour, one of the fashion icons of the 20th century. Backhand return from Djokovic, down the line from Sinner, lots of slice on the forehand from Djokovic. Now he'll go over his forehand, huge power, but it's negated by Sinner. And then the off forehand winner from Djokovic. That's good, that's very good.
It's exceptional from Djokovic. You hear the crowd, they want a match. And Djokovic, what he did was go back in behind Sinner. I think he realises he's actually not. He's playing well.
I think he's enjoying that shot. I mean, that was his best shot of the match so far.
Thank you. I do think he's playing well.
And there are a lot of Djokovic fans who are desperate to get behind him as much as possible, many in red T-shirts, thinking maybe their man's going to get a chance, at least to force a break point in this game. It's Deuce, it's 2-1 Sinner. He came close to the double break, but now he's being asked a few questions on serve. Backhand return from Djokovic was deep. Now he drives a backhand down the line, sliced back into play by Sinner. Another drop shot from Djokovic, and this time it's good. Oh my word.
Unbelievable. And it reminded me, actually, Djokovic hit the drop shot that Sinner hit in the second set.
The red t-shirts are up. They're clapping, they're cheering, they're appreciating that this might just be a turning point.
But you said it was over.
Oh, never. With Novak around, it's never over, Baza. 2-1, advantage Djokovic. Sinner is ready. And he's serving an ace down the middle.
And Djokovic just dropped his head. He actually took a much more aggressive return stance. He was looking to really attack that serve. That's too good.
The TV monitor actually a couple of games ago showed the accuracy of the Sinner serve. It's unbelievable. He's got the pace, but he hits his spots.
Well, Novak's still in this game, 2-1. Deuce, Sinner to the backhand, straight at the body. Djokovic fended it back into play. Sinner's come forward. Another high ball has been lofted by Djokovic. Again, Sinner lets it bounce and puts away the overhead. He had one horrible moment early on in the match with one of those, but since then he's been very good with the aerial bombardment.
I really feel he paid attention there to where Novak was going to move on the baseline. You can feel it, you can tell, and he, again, did well to let that lob bounce and took his time.
Somebody has said something funny, and the crowd just getting a little more vocal now, especially the Novak fans. They realise they've got to get behind him now, because it's now or never, that there's nothing he could ever do about a serve like that. Out wide, another ace, 132 miles an hour. The opportunity to break comes and goes.
Yeah, it's just brilliant serving. When they played here 4 years ago, when Sinner was up 2-0, only 39% of his serves were unreturned, which actually ranked him at 52nd, Sinner.
Wow.
This year, he's 52% of his first serves are unreturned.
That's a massive jump, yeah.
And it's not like hasn't got ground shots to back it up either.
Yeah.
Well, Novak's won the first point of the fifth game. Return from Sinner was not quite what he had in mind. And now he's off balance, slicing his return inside in forehand from Djokovic. Oh my goodness me. It was a half-decent inside in from Djokovic, and Sinner basically just leant across and whipped a forehand winner with the minimum of fuss.
That was so quick that I felt like Djokovic was still finishing his shot by the time Sinner got over there to hit that winner.
That's a good
That's
serve.
a great serve.
It has to be, doesn't it, Jill? I mean, he's forcing Sinner to stretch out on the forehand.
Well, surprisingly, he took a lot off that serve. That one was dropped down to 106 miles an hour, but he was aiming for the shorter part of the service box to spread the court more.
Precision is required, but more often than not, you need precision and pace and maybe a touch of good fortune as well. Backhand to backhand with this next point on the half volley from Djokovic. Oh my goodness me, that must have caught the very back edge of Sinner's line. I was waiting for a call, it didn't come.
40-15. I think Sinner might have been waiting for a call too. It was too good. That's why it took a little bit of a different bounce. It was right on the baseline.
I forget who it was a couple of days ago who said that if there were line judges here, there'd have been a lot more calls of out. But I guess we've got to trust the line calling system. Another serve that forces Sinner to stretch on the forehand. It takes him out of position, and Novak comes in and creams a forehand winner. So he's clinging on. He's still got a chance in this third set, Jill Krabus.
I mean, that's what he has to do. He's just got to keep holding serve. I think it's good news for Djokovic that he finally was able to test the last service game of Sinner. We were just talking about how he hadn't really gotten that close. I mean, he got a break point opportunity. Okay, it was too good. Sinner just served too good, but he's got to take some energy from that.
Jamie Murray and Bruno Suarez have just won that Champions tiebreak on court 18 against Marcus Baghdadis and Xavier Malisse by 10 points to 7. Now, of course, most people are focusing on this second men's singles semi-final, but Lindsay, out and about, has found a few who aren't.
At the back of number 1 court, near the practice courts, is the clubhouse by Barclays. I thought whilst Djokovic and Sinner was on, I'd go and see who was crazy enough to be missing that match and what were they doing. And I came across Zoe, Gracie and India, who all happen to be graduates from Barclays as well. You're from London. Just tell me what you've been doing.
We've just all created our own scent.
Your own Wimbledon scent. Now, you're going to have to explain to me how this process worked.
We just queued up and you had to be a Premier Banking customer, and then you talked to AI and he generated a scent based on your Wimbledon experience.
Now, there's a few people at Wimbledon Radio that I think could do with a bespoke Wimbledon scent. And actually, I don't blame you. With the crowds out there on the hill, it probably is a bit pongy out there, so you've come to get a nice new scent. Now, law of averages, we're going to get some good ones that get created. And India, I'm looking at you, yours doesn't smell as good.
No, it doesn't smell very good. I'm not quite happy with mine, but it's a fun experience. It was super cool.
Yeah, really good. I had no idea this was here. Just describe your scents to us. Yours is lovely.
Thank you. Mine's supposed to be like citrus and fresh linen. And the way I came to that, it asked me what my experience at Wimbledon was like. And I was like, oh, freshly cut grass and, you know, being focused. And here we've come with fresh linen, and I said add some citrus.
See, maybe that was all in the description there, India, maybe. Gracie, what did you...
Now, he was on top of the baseline, trying to take that on 111 miles an hour, that second serve.
So the world number 1 prepares again. And the serve. Down the tee, misses. I can tell it's been a tournament without rain, because you can see that the sort of dust flying up as Sinner moves around for this serve. Backhand picked up cross court by Djokovic. Backhand to backhand they go. Sinner up the line but into the net. And it's 15 all.
Small little chances like this to get your heels in to the game for Djokovic. Because Sinner won't be taking anything for granted right now. He knows, you know, this is still a tight set. Yes, 2 sets up, that's great, but it's all about this set. It's about winning 3.
So now Sinner at 15 all. And the serve. Down the tee, misses. The second serve. Sinner onto the forehand of Djokovic. It misses the baseline.
I'd love that one again.
That
was on his racket.
Yep.
Should be making that.
Djokovic says, I still try to prove to myself and others that I can compete with the best in the world and beat them on the big stage. He's going to have to do something extraordinary from here, you'd have to say. As Sinner is 30-15. Djokovic has discarded the cap, actually. He's down the sunny end of centre court. That's blocked back here by Djokovic. A 3-quarter court ball. Cross-court 5 picked up by Sinner and Djokovic. Good return. And into the net goes Sinner with a big forehand, and it's 30 all. He's clinging. It's clinging.
30 all.
Could he have a break point? 2 return games in a row. Got the support. You can hear the cries of Nole. Should feed off that. Should energize him.
So Sinner at 30 all. As the serve comes in. Down the tees, an ace. Again under pressure. Again the ace. It's been a hallmark of this match. He's 13th to give him game points.
For good measure, he had Djokovic going the wrong way as well. So tight to the middle line. The accuracy, excellent once again.
So now Sinner, can he be comfortable with this service game? He'll deliver this ball out wide, blocked back by Djokovic, up the line. Cross-court forehand from Sinner is deep, but Djokovic cross forehand goes wide. Just depth of shot, weight of shot, getting it done. And it's 4-2, couple of games away from a spot in the final again for our defending champion.
Well, Djokovic right now certainly not pulling off those running forehands that he was in Australia. That was nowhere near. He knew he was in serious trouble.
So now Djokovic will step to the line. Everything is just must hold for Djokovic from here, as it has been for a little while now. The serve out wide, big forehand from Sinner, lands on the baseline. Off forehand from Djokovic. He's in the ad court, scrambling to play back up the line. He puts that into the net, and again the depth of shot getting it done. It's love 15. So we wait now for Djokovic as this ball down the tee has missed. Second serve. And the serve here. Backhand picked up by Sinner. Serve and volley, a little dropper. Oh, that was nice from Djokovic. A little backhand volley dropper. Just dropped it over the net. That's what he's got to do. You've got to conserve some energy along the way as well. 15 all.
Yeah, the serve was excellent. He was right on that sideline. I was just looking the last time he was under 30% points won behind the second serve. See, right now he's just ticked above that 32%. You have to go back some way.
How far back are we talking?
Oh, I'm now in the midway through 2025.
Djokovic, he's got a second serve here. Onto the backhand of Sinner. Sinner will hit a big forehand, and bigger forehand from Djokovic, but he missed. And it's 15-30. He was sort of almost dared into. Sinner said, right, you hit it harder. And so he did. But he missed.
You have to go back to Miami, actually. Go back to in Wales, actually, against Van der Zandt, scored 29% of points won behind the second serve in that match.
Serve down the tee is missing from Djokovic. Was that Miami this year?
Last year.
Last year.
Yeah. 2025.
Second serve. Big forehand from Sinner. Djokovic with the cross-court backhand. Matched by Sinner. Backhand to backhand. They're going up the line. Goes Djokovic. Cross-court forward again. Sinner. He's missed it, though.
Wasn't far off.
Fine margins. It's 30 all. Just clinging on is Novak Djokovic. Boy, his absolute fingernails. But he's still there. Sinner way back from the baseline. And the first serve goes into the net. Again, Djokovic just collapsing into that ball. Second serve. Sinner just stepping up a little bit. Still 2 meters from the baseline. And Djokovic goes to his backhands up the line. This is a drop shot coming in. Is Sinner cross court. The lob from Djokovic. It's missed. It's missed the baseline.
Oh, it's the right shot to play, but just slightly overdone.
30-40.
And it's 30-40. Now you're saying we're in virtual match point territory now. There's Djokovic already at the line. As the serve comes in, out wide's an ace. Only his 7th for the match. He catches the edge. We're at deuce.
He was trying to serve and volley as well. A couple more of those, that's what he's probably hoping.
So now Djokovic, he waits, and the serve. Block back, no, he can't Sinner. That's a great serve. He just needs to nail the first serve, says Djokovic. And he's got avantage. Just got to eke another one out here, and again, just be clinging to something as the serve from Djokovic out wide, an ace. He's 8th, and he just walks to the chair. It's 4-3. Jannik Sinner up a break of serve in this third set and leading by 2 sets to love here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
He is still in it. Didn't look likely. Did well to save the break point. Big serve out wide.
It's all the hard work that Djokovic and all the energy that he's expending, that even if he does happen to jag this set, it's just got to have a wearing effect, and it's not going to have a wearing effect too much on Sinner.
I guess his only hope is that he gets that shot of adrenaline that gets him going. Fire him up. The crowd can get him going as well. They would love to see a couple more sets, I'm sure, late on into the evening. So Sinner, he won't be panicking. He'll be looking at the scoreboard. 2 sets up, break up in the third, in complete control still.
Certainly is. So players walk out from the chair. Let's see if he can do something here, Novak Djokovic.
Ready for play. Thank you.
So down the sunny end is Jannik Sinner. And just a bit of disturbance at the back of the court. So now Sinner prepares. And the ball blocked back here by Djokovic. And it's going to go wide. So it's 15 love.
Only 6 points. Lost behind his first serve. All match, 2 hours and 10 minutes.
So now, yeah, it's been maintained at high level. He's only had 1 break point to stave off, hasn't he? First serve goes into the net from Sinner. Second serve. And the serve onto the forehand of Djokovic. Dug out here by Sinner. Djokovic goes a big forehand up the line. Forehand up that line from Sinner. Off forehand from Djokovic. As Sinner now moving side to side. It's across forehand. Big forehand up the line from Djokovic. Dug out by Sinner. It's off the baseline. Just lands in from Djokovic. Now he's got to try and hit a wild forehand. Oh, a bizarre rally that was in the end. Players stopping for a moment in time. Djokovic realised he had to hit the ball because it was in from Sinner. It's 30 love.
He was just thinking, get out of here. Had nothing left on that final forehand. He sent Sinner his best midway through the rally, and Sinner's backhand came back at him so quickly, so deep. Didn't know what to do with it.
So Sinner now. Take a little bit of extra time. Wind that serve clock to 4. The serve takes the net, flies long. Second serve. And the serve here. Backhand picked up by Djokovic. It goes long the return. And it's 40 love. So game points for 5-3 in the third set. So now we wait for Sinner to prepare, and the serve comes in. It's an ace down the tee. He's 14th and possibly the last that he'll hit in this match. It's 5-3 now for Jannik Sinner.
Sinner leads by 5 games to 3.
He has averaged 19 aces a match. A little down on that.
Yep.
Today 14. No double faults either.
Thank you.
So now Novak Djokovic fighting to stay in this semi-final. The first serve goes into the net. Sinner, a metre or so from the baseline. The second serve, Sinner, big forehand. He's gobbled it up nicely as Djokovic gets a half-court ball, throws in a ball that sits near the service line. Sinner gets there, but Djokovic comes forward and he plays the backhand volley up the line. Bit fortuitous there, it's 15 love.
He did get away with that. Drop shot was not a good one, but sometimes you just take a guess. So many of those short balls go cross-court, so it was an educated guess from Djokovic.
There's a serve from Djokovic onto the forehand of Sinner. Djokovic with a cross forehand, matched by Sinner. Big up the line for Djokovic, too big again. The radar is off. It's 15 all.
That's where he struggled, when he's being pushed out wide right now. Hasn't had the quality to hang in the rally. Doesn't believe just getting that ball back into play is going to be good enough, so he's going for a lot and he's missing.
So Djokovic, the serve. Blocked back here from Sinner. Three-quarter court ball. Cross-court forehand for Djokovic. Blocked again by Sinner, but that floating ball goes long. And it's 30-15.
30-15.
Just again hanging in. And must admit, his last couple of service games have been better just in terms of first serves into play. So I'm just isolating that particular stat. The serve from Djokovic goes into the net. And of course, I've mentioned it now.
And he's missed it.
Yeah. And
always.
Whenever we've talked about the Djokovic serve, bad things have happened to it. Second serve. Onto the backhand. Cross court from Sinner. Dug out by Djokovic. It's going to be easily put away. Djokovic's not going to run for the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's so unusual to see. He just bails. No interest in trying to get back into court.
And we're at 30 all. 2 points away from a spot in his second consecutive final here at the Championships for Jannik Sinner. There's Novak Djokovic. The serve, big forehand, serve and volley from Djokovic. The forehand lands on the baseline. The cross-court backhand, missing the winner is Sinner. And it's 40-30, so game point here.
40-30.
Just force him to serve it out. Strange things can happen.
Djokovic with game point. And the serve out wide is missed. Again, looking for a bit of S&V action. Serve and volley. Second serve. Taking plenty of time, as he usually does Djokovic. The serve. Onto the forehand. Big forehand from Sinner. Blocked back by Djokovic. It's a floating backhand. It goes long. And we are at juice. He jumped all over that second serve to Jannik Sinner, as he's been doing all match.
Stretch across. So good from Sinner. So much power at the end of his range.
So Djokovic prepares again. The serve. Down the tee. Blocked back by Sinner. It's a floating ball over the baseline. The return. And another game point. Quickly getting up to the line. So now Sinner waits as the serve from Djokovic into the nets. Catches the top, falls back on his side. Second serve. Sinner again will jump into this, the pressure. Big second serve, it's effective, 119 miles an hour. And it's unreturnable. So now Jannik Sinner will serve for a place in the Wimbledon final. 5-4 in the third set on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world.
All right then. Here we go for Sinner. Pretty much faultless, hasn't it? All match long. Just had to save the one break point, and he saved it with an ace. And he's got the pressure of having to close it out now. Might be a bit different.
They always say that, don't they? The players, the hardest game to finish or to complete is the last one.
Yeah.
But he'll be serving for it, and well, he's been pretty good. No, he's been excellent. 63% first serves into play. Probably want that a little bit higher. Was at 70% at the end of the first set. But he's winning 87% first ball, 61% if the second serve has to go into play.
It's just been a massive goal from that number, hasn't he? Djokovic at 34%, and he's been at 61. 45% of serves unreturned. That's behind the first and second serve. So lots of free points. Throwing the 14 aces.
And now Jannik Sinner collects the tennis balls from the ball kids. Our defending champion. Will he be back to the final again? He's serving at 5-4 in the third set, a 2-set-to-love lead. And from the far end, from the royal box, there's the serve from Sinner. Down the tee's an ace.
What a start. And a shake of the racket, the trademark shake.
It's his 15th for the match. 3 more and he'll be shaking hands. Sinner prepares again, the serve. Out wide, blocked back by Djokovic. Sinner goes the other direction, a high lob from Djokovic. Sinner's going to let this bounce. It's near the service line. The overhead up the line. Djokovic got a piece of it, but he can't get it back over. It's 30-love, 2 points from the final now.
Well, he's played it perfectly so far. 2 points, 2 first serves made. And Cahill, Magnozzi up on their feet. Final bits of encouragement.
Yep, just to get him to the line. It's 30-love. As Sinner deliver this ball Another ace down the tee. And he's racing to match points. It's 40 love. 2 hours and 19 minutes on court. It's been clinical from the world number 1 today. 3 match points for Jannik Sinner. And the serve onto the forehand of Djokovic, lands in, dug out by Sinner, drop shot by Djokovic, coming forward is Sinner, playing over the top of Djokovic, he just gets the overhead, but he puts it wide. And Jannik Sinner has steamrolled his way into his 2nd consecutive Wimbledon final. He embraces Novak Djokovic, he's got his arm around him. They have a good conversation at the nets, but the world number 1 has done nothing wrong today. And he is through to another decider of the championships. Our defending champion, 2 hours and 20 minutes on court, dismantling Novak Djokovic, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4.
It was simply faultless today from Sinner. Just what he was hoping when he woke up this morning. That one little bit of pressure facing that break point, he snuffed it out so quickly. That was some performance by him. Stepped it up today, a couple of levels up from his previous matches. Rising to the occasion.
And credit to Novak Djokovic. Again, he gets himself to a major semi-final. There's now 5 of his last 6 semi-finals. He hasn't been able to take that next step. As he gets up and leaves the court, a huge ovation for Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, we hope to see him back.
2 thumbs up. He applauds the crowds as he makes his way off centre court. And I'm with you, Arv. Let's see if we can see him again. He thanks the Novak supporters who've been following him all through the tournament, and now takes his leave from centre court. A mighty tournament again from Djokovic, the entertainment he was able to provide and the quality of tennis. But Jannik Sinner yet again, 1 step ahead, as he was 12 months ago at this stage against the same opponent, winning at the same margin, straight sets. He's packing his bags and getting himself ready, and he will take on Alexander Zverev in the final. And it promises to be a very interesting final. The head-to-head, actually, Sinner leading it 10-4. He picks up his bags. He doesn't have far to walk. He gets to the microphone. And he'll have plenty to say, preparing for, yet again, making the Wimbledon final his 2nd consecutive year. 2 hours and 20 minutes on court. And he's chatting with Annabelle Croft on centre court.
Well played, Jannik. How special is it to be back in a Wimbledon final again?
Yeah, amazing. First of all, thanks for staying, thanks for coming. The atmosphere has been always amazing since the first day, and it means a lot to me that I can play one more final here. It's the most special tournament we have, and it means a lot to me. And of course, playing against Novak, you know, that what he is still showing is true inspiration, not only for you guys, but also for the new generation. What he's still doing is amazing, so incredible.
You had to face a great rival in Novak Djokovic today. How and when do you come up with the game plan to face him in such a big match, and what was the key?
Yeah, I mean, we always have very, very tough matches, and the last one he won in semis in Australia, so I tried to make a couple of adjustments, even though, you know, here on grass it's very difficult. He had a very tough match, the last one against Felix, which we'll remember, I think, forever here in this arena. And yeah, you know, I tried to stay quite aggressive, serving very well, which helped me a lot today. And you know, he's, from my point of view, the best returner we have in our game. So I tried, you know, to mix up, and yeah, so I'm very happy about today's performance.
Absolutely. It must seem a long time ago you were taken to 5 sets in round 1. Is your game where you want it to be right now?
Yeah, I mean, beginning of the tournament is always tough, you know. especially coming here. I feel like every round is different because of because of the grass. It's changing a lot. So you need to adapt yourself. I knew mentally that today I had to raise my level, which I've done. So I'm very happy. I'm glad that my team puts myself in the best possible position to perform in this way. And yeah, so of course I'm happy where I am. I'm happy to be back in the finals, and of course we hope for a good final on Sunday.
We know you like your fashion. What's it like to play in front of so many fashion icons in the Royal Box?
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, but in the same time, the most important for me is to perform in the best possible way, and but we also try to combine it, with the best possible outcome. But at the end of the day, I'm a tennis player, so I try to put the ball in court as much as I can, and yeah. So, but we are standing in a good point, so I'm very happy. So thank you so much, and thanks everyone for coming. Thank you.
Jannik Sinner into Sunday's final. We wish you the very best of luck.
I'll stick to talking about tennis.
Yeah.
They can stick to fashion.
And by the way, I'll just wrap up the interview as he tends to do now. I'm just wrapping it up. I'm out of here.
Don't ask me another awkward question.
Thanks and all the best, Annabelle. I'm gone.
I don't know enough about fashion.
I don't think anybody knows anything about anything, but what a dramatic turn of events. Novak Djokovic out of Wimbledon. World number one, last year's champ Jannik Sinner going through. And we've got one more going on at the moment on the number one court. That's all that is left at the moment in the doubles. So we'll switch back over to that now.
And Sinner's won the last 14 sets as well, which, doesn't spell good news. But I guess for Zverev, he's playing brilliantly well. He's now a major champion himself. He's playing really well. And he's got to think, you know what, this run's got to end at some point.
Yep.
Why can't it end at SW19 on centre court on Sunday?
With the confidence that he has now that he's won at Roland Garros. And yes, it's a bit of history that he could make, but that won't be primarily what he looks at there. But Sinner the player to beat on Sunday?
Yeah, I think he goes into that favourite, absolutely heavy favourite, the way he's playing. This was a real statement win, wasn't it? Everyone was talking about he's not playing that. He hasn't played that well. He's just done enough to win. But today he knew he had to step it up, and he did. So that's a real message to Zverev come Sunday. Look, I've gone up a couple of gears today. What have you got on Sunday?
Yeah. And, well, the gauntlet was thrown down, but both players pretty comfortable, you have to say, in terms of their semi-finals. So fatigue certainly won't be an issue for either of them. The conditions will be exactly the same. So everything is set for what will be an interesting final on Sunday. But for Novak Djokovic, very quick word before we finish up here about Novak. And, again, he makes the semi-final and he continues to defy those odds, but just not necessarily able to get that next major.
Yeah, it's at that final couple of percentage points that we're talking about against 2 or 3 other players. I mean, you've got to put Zverev in the fold as well now there. Alcaraz, let's see where he is when he's back. But there were times today, actually, where I was a little bit surprised. He looked well beaten out there. The belief had kind of drained away from him at the start of the third set. It was just, I think, for him mentally, where he's actually so good, I think he realised the challenge ahead of him was probably going to be too great today. He expended a lot of energy against Auger-Aliassime. It doesn't get any easier the older you get as well. And on top of that, across the other end of the court, you're playing against a player that is just playing so superbly well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it is Jannik Sinner to play Alexander Zverev, and it is seed 1 playing seed 2 in the final. We'll have plenty of chat, of course, across the Wimbledon radio channel over the next coming days, the next 2 days, as we build up to that final. But that's the action for today. We look ahead to tomorrow, and we've got 2 great matches here on our dedicated centre court channel for you. We start off with the men's doubles, Heliovara and Patton taking on Arevalo and Pavic, seeds 1 taking on seed 6, and then Karolina Mukova in the all-Czech final taking on Linda Noskova. Just one word on the women's final tomorrow. Who wins?
Can't wait for that one. I picked Mukova at the beginning of today. I was asked who's your winner, and I'm gonna obviously stick with Mukova.
All right. Well, that will be on our dedicated channel. Thank you, Arv.
Pleasure
working with you.
Pete.
And this is my last day here on the channel, so it's been good fun as always. So Switch across now to our main channel, who'll have a full wrap of the day with Marcus and Richard and everyone else. There's a cast of thousands next door, actually, as they wind down what's been a very interesting day. And we will be back on our dedicated channel tomorrow from 1 o'clock London time. So make...
You saying, what did you end up with?
I went down the cotton route, fresh white cotton, with a bit of citrus as well, and I got Radiant Citrus. And it smells amazing.
Well, look, I would take either of those. India, you can keep yours. Whilst I was over here as well...
Way, Marcus. That's not even up for debate. He has to come out and play as aggressive tennis that he's ever played. Now, he can do it. He can serve great because he consistently serves great, and the way he hit his forehand today against Ferry was magnificent. But that was Arthur Ferry. On Sunday, he's got to do it against Yannick Sinner.
He beat Arthur Ferry. Do you give him half a chance?
Yes,
on
of
Sunday?
course I do. Yeah, he's got one of the best serves in the game. Of course I give him half a chance.
No,
but
half a chance. Do you see what I was doing there?
What?
Half a No, I don't know. Wasted.
Still going with the story.
Wasted on her.
It was still, it went right over my head. Yes, of course I do. I mean, he's got one of the biggest serves in the game. It's got to be firing on all cylinders. I think in that final, I agree with Barry. He's got to be just as aggressive as he was today. On the forehand side, it was some of the best I've seen him play from that side, the most aggressives I've seen, and he's going to need that against Sinner.
Jill, Barry, thank you very much. Just remind us, Jill, of Sachin Tendulkar's batting average at Test match level.
53.8.
You are a genius. That is Jill Krabus, who, another hour's gone by, beat Serena Williams here a few years ago at Wimbledon, thanks to Barry Cowan, the former British Davis Cup player. Richard Connolly is poised to guide you through the evening. There is still one match to be decided. It's the second of the ladies' doubles semi-finals on number 1 court, and Abigail Johnson will update you on that shortly. Raj is poised to come in and give his thoughts on, well, 2 straight sets semi-finals. And while they get into position, we'll head out to Lindsay, who I think has some rather excited Italian fans with her.
And there we have it, the reaction on the hill to Yannick Sinner going through to another Wimbledon final. And the gentleman clapping next to me is Italian. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Mauro.
And you're from Treviso?
Treviso, yeah, in the north of Italy, yeah.
You must be very proud right now, seeing Yannick Sinner through to another final.
Yeah, pure class, pure class. We are very proud of Sinner, definitely. But we all love Djokovic as well, for what he means for the sport.
Was this the best you've seen him play at these championships?
Yes, it seemed a very focused, and like if he had an extra gear available, yes, it seemed very strong.
What are the parts of his game that you think he's improved? We know that he's got a killer serve.
That's really technical. It seems just very confident. I think his confidence has improved a lot. That's my impression.
Have you been to Wimbledon before?
Yes. Yeah, a few times, many times, yeah.
And are you going to be back for the final on Sunday, by any chance?
I'll be watching the final in Italy. I live here, but I'll be watching the final in Italy, so with the rest of the Italians.
And have you bumped into many fellow Italians here today? There's a lot of Italian tennis stars coming through as well.
Yes, it's a fantastic moment for Italian tennis. It's unbelievable. We have so many names doing very well, and there are many Italians here in Wimbledon. You hear lots of people speaking Italian, so it feels really nice.
And in terms of sporting moments, so far from an Italy perspective, has it been Yannick Sinner lifting the title here that's been one of the top memories for you?
Yes, after anything we have achieved, after football is still is the greatest achievement for Italy in sport, definitely.
His opponent on Sunday, is going to be Alexander Zverev.
Yes.
What do you think about the matchup there, the rivalry potentially for this one?
I think Sinner can do it. He seems much more focused and confident. I think he has a level of talent.
Well, you heard it here. He thinks that Sinner's going to go all the way. And Mauro, thank you very much for making yourself known. The hill, hardly a spot on it for me to try and find people or even get to people. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Well done, Lindsay. Good stuff. And good evening from me, Richard Connolly. Thank you to Marcus and to Barry for the last few hours. To our commentators on Centre Court, men's semi-finals day is always such an exciting day at the championships, and still some of the people who've been watching on centre court, we're kind of in that golden hour as the sun sets, and there are a few rays of sunshine just dissipating into the seats here, and people are taking a moment and taking it all in and taking some photos and memories away of what's been an exciting day again at the championships. The ground staff are out there on centre court brushing away an awful lot of dust from behind the baseline where Messrs Sinner and Djokovic have been sliding away back there. My goodness, Raj Chaudhary has joined, Jill Krabus remains with me, Richard, here on centre court. And Raj, to what extent is Jannik Sinner taking what Novak Djokovic has done in terms of movement and pushing it even further into the future?
Yeah, it's a great observation. I mean, we were all up here just watching that match in awe of the way that he covered the court. And you mentioned sliding around. I mean, Djokovic would do that on grass to some extent, but Sinner is doing that with consistency and such control. He's able to shrink the court because he doesn't have to get outside the court. You can't stretch him off the court. He slides, he hits a very high quality shot, and he's back in the court. And he did that to Djokovic, who was the man who was the master of it for so many, many years. And it was just odd to see that the level was so high that Djokovic, you rarely see, even when he's in charge of a point, you never see him feeling like it's not on his terms. And you saw that a lot today. He threw a bunch of big punches, and Sinner still had the answers, and Djokovic had to press just that much harder when he had the opportunity and made some errors that he wouldn't normally make.
I mean, clearly, that's a tough picture in the moment, in the match, today, the next couple of days, just to deal with this defeat. But in the bigger picture, it's also tough, right? Because Sinner's not going anywhere, Jill, and his level, you know, he's still seemingly finding things to improve year on year. We note the serve today. I mean, he mentioned it in his post-match interview. Of course, Djokovic is one of the great returners of all time. He managed to eke out a single break point against the Sinner serve today.
Yeah, he did. He served incredible. He was winning almost 90% of his first serve points, won just shy of that, which is an astounding number. And he knew that was going to be a huge factor. I'm sure his team looked at the numbers of how Djokovic was serving this tournament, because I felt like that was something that was a topic of conversation, how well Novak was serving this entire 2 weeks. And so he knew he had to step up. And what was interesting is he was hitting a lot of his serves out wide on both the deuce and ad, so he was automatically looking to spread the court. But when it started getting closer in the third set, he did mix it up, in my opinion, and he was starting to pay attention a little bit more where Novak was standing on the return. He respects Djokovic's return, so he knew he had to be really smart about when to change it up, and I just felt like he was so aware of what was happening. It was so clear.
I thought I detected during the course of that interview that when he spoke about mixing up the serve, there was a little look up to the box as if to say, aren't you proud of me, guys?
Possibly.
Did you notice that? I felt like that was part of the bigger conversation that they were having, that they really wanted that from their guy. I mean, it's stunning, isn't it, to witness a player that we all respect so much beaten so clearly. It's kind of, it's where we are, I suppose.
Yeah, but I mean, and I think the respect was there, right? We heard it in Sinner's interview, how much he has respect for Djokovic and the players before, of course, Nadal, Federer, all of them. But the reason Jannik is as good as he is because of those guys too. They pushed the boundaries for these next guys that are coming up, like a Sinner and Alcaraz, even Zverev. Obviously, he's had to push himself to get to this stage. He had to adapt his game this year. He said he's playing differently this year. So it's a credit to those guys that why these guys are playing at even a more amazing level.
Zverev, Raj, today was exceptionally good, wasn't he?
Yes.
And we were saying as we came off air on the commentary earlier on today, Barry and I, well, you know what? He gets to sit back now and watch the second semi-final. They could hit 7 bells out of one another, be here for 5 hours while Zverev rubs his hands. Now it's a little bit different. He's thinking, maybe I'm not sure I want to watch this at all, because the guy who's beat me up several times is now beating Novak up, and oh God, what's going to happen again on Sunday? So Yeah, if you were in the Zverev camp, would you have turned off the television?
No, I think they wanted to see if they could scan for any possible detail they could find.
Right.
Sadly, I'm not sure they found something in that performance. Having said that, Zverev had an equally impressive performance. Now, you can argue that Ferry maybe didn't have the punching class that a Djokovic would. So, but he can only do work with what's in front of him, Zverev, and he did that extremely well today. So that matchup will be really, really interesting coming forward.
It will. Yeah, Zverev has this time, Jill, I suppose, he's got the major under his belt. That's the intangible that we're all thinking about, really, is to what extent can he go at this match in a different way, in a freer way, because it's not, oh, these guys are always in the way now. It's, oh, well, they weren't in the way and I took advantage and I've got one. So now I can do whatever I can. I'm a liberated, changed individual. But I mean, this is, you know, a slightly airy-fairy concept, as Barry Cowan's been saying. You've got to have the tennis, right? You've got to have the tennis. You've got to deliver.
I think he will be a lot looser, actually. I think having that French Open title, I even feel like he's come in this tournament differently. I've been listening to a lot of his press conferences. He just seems so at ease, a lot more calm. I think getting that Grand Slam title on his belt has loosened him up in general, both on the court and off, actually. And so I think he's going to, I really do feel like he's going to approach this final differently. I think he is going to be freer, like you mentioned, and he knows he's going to have to step up, especially if you watched his Sinner's match against Djokovic today. But I think he's willing. I don't think he's going to hesitate. Sometimes we see him back off a little bit. We haven't seen it this season. That's something that he's wanted to change. And even if he's taken some losses, he hasn't backpedaled from that approach. And so I think we're going to see him go after it.
Yeah, I actually agree that I think he's built that from the beginning of the tournament. You saw him early in the tournament taking a better court position, better meaning earlier, not hanging back, and he's now practiced it in matches. I think that was the other issue, is like he was sort of trying to work on it, but we see him back off of it. Now he's doing it more consistently in matches, and I think he knows he doesn't have a choice, especially if you watch that match today. He's going to have to come out firing, and he has to try and get up on top of Sinner as early as possible.
You can hear in the background that the court staff are, well, there's some watering of the court going on already. There's a watering can spraying extra water on those dry bits where the players land after they serve. The lines are being blown to move the excess dust away. The courts are being mown by the staff at the back of the court as well. Most of the spectators have now made their way away from centre court, and, well, plenty on the hill will still be staying, because there is still action on the number one court. The ladies' doubles semi-final match is underway over there, and actually we're going to bring you some extra bonus coverage of that in due course. So we are going to be here with you for a little while. Do get in touch with your thoughts on how the men's semi-finals today have gone and how you think it affects the final for Sunday. As always, we are on X at Wimbledon Radio. At Wimbledon Radio is the handle. Let us know where you're posting from as well. We're on the email, which is radio@aeltc.com, and Instagram at Wimbledon Radio Channel as well. And there's lots of behind-the-scenes stuff and videos with the various celebrities that we've been catching up with over the course of the championships. TikTok at Wimbledon Radio as well. Yeah, it's been a fun day. We only got the 6 sets in the men's semi-finals, and it feels like we've been offered some terrific tennis. Did you see much of Zverev today?
Yes, I did.
Zverev match?
Yep, I saw pretty much most of it. Yeah.
I mean, he was even moving forward and serving and volleying a little bit in the third set as well.
Yeah,
I mean, that's an expression of the
I like that
confidence that he's got.
I love that he was doing that, and I always thought He was good at the net. I think there's still some improvement there as far as his comfort level to continue to come forward. But when you have a serve like that, I think he can definitely throw a serve and volley in. It's the biggest I've ever seen him hit his forehand, the most aggressive I've ever. I love that he's going after it.
Some of those forehands were truly monstrous, weren't they?
I mean, sometimes I didn't even see it. It went by so fast. But yeah, some of them were absolutely, he just annihilated.
And he can disturb Sinner with hits of that speed.
Absolutely, yeah.
As long as he can set up the opportunities to be able to do that.
Yeah, and as long as he can do it consistently, because Sinner can do that consistently. I mean, we saw it in flashes today, I think, but he's going to have to produce that over and over again.
Two magnificent servers here. We're talking about guys with big weapons who are landing it in Zverev's case at consistently very, very high speed. And Sinner, the placement today, off the charts, really, denying Djokovic an opportunities. Is that where this is going to be decided? Is that where Zverev can say, well, I can take this guy. Why shouldn't I play tie breaks against Sinner and put the pressure on in that way?
I mean, certainly, as always, Zverev is going to be looking to use his serve as a weapon and create opportunities and hopefully back them up. I think the challenge there is that Sinner is an incredible returner, and he's going to get some balls in play. And then again, against Arthur Ferrite, some of those massive forehands, I would venture to say that Sinner might track a couple of those down and make him have to produce one or two more in those circumstances, which could, over time, really test his resolve in staying that aggressive.
Arthur Ferry, how's he feeling tonight? How long is it going to take to sort of, for the thoughts that you started to have? My God, the whole thing, could be me lifting the trophy. How long does it take for that, do you think, to disappear, and for this the excitement of the incredible new world that's opening up for him to take over?
Well, I think we've heard a lot about his mentality since we've grown to know him in these 2 weeks. And if anything stands out is how he's able to take the positive, I think, out of everything. And I think he should be very proud of what he's accomplished here. It's been an unbelievable story, and it's been fun to watch and fun to learn about him. I think this would have been his toughest challenge, right? He hasn't really been in this, not only this position, but facing someone like a Zverev, that level. And so I think he's going to probably reflect and just absorb what's happened at first, and then just take some time to enjoy the road that he had here. And then I'm sure he's going to reflect and go right back, because I know he's got incredible work ethic, and it probably won't take long for him to want to get out there and reproduce what's happened and actually get better and learn from this encounter today. He's
been talking in his press conference, we may hear in due course, but he's talking about Canada maybe, but certainly Cincinnati and the US Open, and then the Asian swing he sounds very excited about as well. Has he got enough power to compete regularly? We hear about the hard-hitting world so often. Obviously his movement and the consistency of his ground strokes, probably not quite today under pressure, but against Caboli was phenomenally good. The movement exceptional, net skills there, but do you have to have that, the pop? Does he have quite enough?
Well, I think he's going to step away, just like Jill said. He's going to learn from this. He might need to see where he can add a little extra juice into his game, because his court sense is really incredible. He sees the court. You can tell when he's in the forecourt, he rarely makes a shot that doesn't produce the end of the point where he wins it. So he's found that way. I think a challenge for him is he's going to be facing opponents on hard court now coming in. It's going to be a little bit easier to get up above the shoulders, even up above the head, and that caused problems for him today on the Zverev serve when he was returning, especially on the seconds. He really struggled. So he's going to have to find some solutions for that, but he's well on his way. I mean, he's 36 in the world now, right? I believe that's going to be his new ranking. So he's going to have the opportunity to play test things against a higher caliber of player.
Would you like to hear some more live tennis?
Would love to.
Yeah, let's do that. I think it's time, right? Ladies doubles semi-finals. We've had one pair get through to the final today, Gabby Dabrowski and Luisa Stefani, who are very good indeed. But will they face Hanyu Guo and Kristina Mladenovic, or Zhu Yifan and Jiang Xin-Yu? Guo and Mladenovic, the number 10 seeds, took the opening set. And our teams over there, Lucial and Abigail Johnson, I think a significant moment has just come in the second set, ladies. Over to you.
They are making a hugely emphatic case for themselves here, the number 10 seeds Kristina Mladenovic and Guo Hanyu, who were on the brink of losing that opening set. Their opponent served for it at 5-4, and it was actually Xinyu Jiang specifically who served for that set and looked quite obviously tense. The world number 41, the least experienced player on the court, alongside her fellow Chinese woman Yifan Zhu. And it is Jiang who was just broken again for her side to trail by a set, and 3-2 with Guo Hanyu serving here on the number 1 court. There were a couple of double faults in the mix at the back end of that game, and you've got to give some credit to Guo Mladenovic for really imposing themselves. There's a lifted forehand down the line from world number 22, Guo, to begin this game, so it's love 15. But Lucy, alongside me, we've been so impressed by how Mladenovic is absolutely ripping the ball of late.
She's hitting the ball really well. A lot of pace through the court, and with her experience, she's leading the team out here, has really good positive energy, and that's made a big difference. I've watched Mladenovic and Guo this year, and Mladenovic has done such a good job with that, even just off the court in practice and in the warm-up. She's really given Guo a lot of confidence, and they've been a good pair this year, haven't they?
Yep.
Started the year, their opening tournament, winning the title in Auckland.
Third round of the Australian Open off the back of that. They've gone one step better at each of the slams, but targeting a first major final as a team. Concerning moment for Guo, it was a touch return into the corner from Yifan Zhu that she just misjudged, so that was a clean winner, and now it is Yang ripping the ball cross-court to the waiting forehand of Guo, which has given way, gone long, and credit to the stability of the non-seeders here. This is triple immediate break-back point.
Yeah, they've done well, because it was a poor game really to get broken, the double faults, and Tamara's thrown in there along with Mladenovic hitting the ball well, but to be able to bounce back this quickly is vital.
Guo, 4 spots off a career high ranking, serves into the body of Zhu. That is essential jamming of the lefty, who really was the star player on court for the opening half of that opening set. Before Mladenovic and Guo showed trademark tenacity. They were down 5-1 in the opening set tiebreak to top seeds Katerina Siniakova and Taylor Townsend yesterday. They saved set points in the second, and they won that match in straight sets. Can they fight here? Mladenovic with the reach volley, the off backhand from Jiang to close the net, and through the middle goes Guo, clean winner. 2 of the 3 break back points have been fended off.
Great play, smart shot there, just going straight down the middle of the court. And neither player there at the net made a move to try and make that ball.
Relentlessly upbeat, the number 10 seeds. Mladenovic jogs back to the forecourt and bends low beneath the height of the tape. Guo under the visor, serves body into Yifan Zhu, who chops to approach, and it's a brilliant off-forehand passing winner from Guo. Not at all phased by the 37-year-old's charge up the court.
Yeah, it was a charge, wasn't it? But the return there, just tried to chip that back. She was trying to just keep it high enough so Mladenovic couldn't intercept, but in the end it just sat up there, and Guo able to move around and use the inside-out forehand really well.
Calm and clarity from Guo Hanyu, who serves into the body, just clips the tape. She's got, I cannot remember if she was wearing these at the beginning of the match, but she's got her sports sunglasses perched on top of her visor. So she's wearing them, but she's not wearing them where you would expect her to be. I don't know if that's to do with fading light, Lucy, at 7:15. Serves long.
Yeah, I think so. You can see that from players if they're in that period of time where the sun is starting to come down, and from certain parts of the court, certain sides that they serve from, they might need the sunglasses, so they're there just in case.
Early move from Mladenovic was well seen by Jiang. Just took the double, or the forehand return down the line as the French woman left her spot. And so it is a 4th opportunity to get back on serve for the all-Chinese duo. Guo serving. Right-hand side of the chair umpire here on the number 1 court, goes into the body of Zhu. It's Mladenovic over to intercept as the return sits up. Double-handed drive volley gets the job done. Back to deuce.
It was better timing of the move there from Mladenovic. Just held her position until she saw that the ball was up high. That gave her the extra time to then get across, and doing a good job there is always important. You want to get the volley off the court.
Extended deuce game. There were in total 7 deuce games in the opening set. Who called this being the most competitive match of the day here at the Championships, day 12? 7-6, 3-2 and deuce on the Guo serve. The off backhand return is wide, and there's a real show of displeasure throwing up the arms from Jinyu Zhang as we go back to game point for the number 10 seeds.
It wasn't the fastest serve there, but it did have a bit of kick on it. It just jumped up away off the court as it bounced there.
So from love 40, a chance for the 28-year-old from China to hold. Guo Hanyu just catches her toss, wasn't happy with it. Pleated skirt is billowing out a little bit, just a swirling breeze here at SW19. Serve into the body, Yifan Zhu falls off her return, but gets it nicely cross-court, and into the net goes Guo. There's a smile, a wry smile, as she reconvenes with Mladenovic.
Again, Mladenovic just staying positive with her. So important in doubles that you've got that connection as a team. Mladenovic, as I say, does a brilliant job to really keep that confidence, keep the energy.
6-minute mark in the longest game of the second set. Unreturned out wide is the serve from Guo. That'll be welcome relief as they climb back to advantage.
96 miles an hour, that one, but it was the back edge of the line, and again, she has that ability to just get a bit of swing on it, so there's some movement, always moving into your body as a returner.
Can they consolidate on the break? Yes, they can. Mladenovic swats away a volley that the serve has set her up for nicely, and the sun might be sinking here at the All England Club, but there is daylight on the scoreboard now in the second set. 4-2, the number 10 seeds lead.
Great game, and again, Mladenovic there, when she has the opportunity at the net, she's smart with where she looks to put the volley, getting that one off the court once more, creating that angle, not allowing her opponents to be able to keep themselves in the point, and you just feel that was a huge game there, just to fight back, fend off those break points, keep their lead.
So all the pressure on the former world number 7, Yifan Zhu. Backhand return from Mladenovic goes inside in long, so up and running with the first point.
Does like to go up the line, Mladenovic, and it was the right target, just didn't quite get enough cover over the top of the ball, get that extra bit of topspin to keep it in play.
Fair amount of jewellery on the Yifan Zhu, dangling pearl earrings, but the double gold chains around her neck. Serves lefty serve out wide, and it handcuffs Guo. The chop volley to finish things off from Jinyu Zhang.
Great serve. Stands right in the tram lines, so she's able to create even more angle with the lefty swing. Still, sometimes we'll mix it up and go down the tee, so it is tough to read.
Tee serve into the double-handed backhand of Mladenovic is long. So can the French woman, the former world number 1 in this discipline, capitalise on a second serve? Staying behind the baseline for it, Mladenovic moves at the last moment, anticipates tee, and she'll be disappointed because Zhang was stood up and waiting at the tee junction to swat the volley away and generate 3 game points.
Yeah, good move there. It's able to just absorb that pace of the ball, got down low, really controlling the centre of the court brilliantly there.
Guo and Mladenovic remain upbeat, the racket twiddling in the hands of 28-year-old Guo, who's going to get a look at a second serve. Stands slightly sideways on with her left foot in the tram lines. And now a full body inside the court to whack the ball at Zhang in the forecourt, rushes her into the net.
Just trying to position herself angled so she can get a good read and a good play on the lefty swing, that time going into her forehand there, and she does generate a lot of pace, and that can be a good tactic if you're able to take the return early, just go straight at the net player.
So this game just in question. Mladenovic with the off backhand return. The backhand angle is great from Yifan Zhu, and she leans out of her forehand. So from being 40 love down, Mladenovic and Guo, the tenacious team of the tournament, suddenly just 1 point away.
Yeah, and can make a difference. Trying to keep fighting, trying to keep working hard to get themselves back into the game. Obviously did that in the previous game. That can just keep adding constant pressure.
Yifan Zhu subbing into the body of Guo, now taking the forehand cross-court into the backhand, and the outstretched volley back behind is into the net from Jiang, and there is going to be some nerves up front now for the world number 41. Missed a couple of volleys in this game, and now the number 10 seeds have the wriggle room of deuce.
Yeah, Zhang there just was making a move to intercept. She almost managed to get the reaction volley, just slightly behind her, which made it a little more difficult to control.
Well, wouldn't they love to have the insurance break, the French-Chinese duo? Even for Mladenovic, an illustrious doubles resume, 9 Grand Slam titles, but hasn't been to a major championship match in the women's doubles in a couple of years. Off forehand return, just wide. She didn't need to go that big, Mladenovic, but she's missed it, and it's game point rather than break point.
As soon as she saw the ball toss go up, she just moved around so she could find the forehand, and she didn't hold back there. It just didn't quite get the contact point out in front enough. Just catching it slightly late, sending it wide. Getting the intents there. They're the team that are looking to be more aggressive.
Will it carry some weight as Yifan Zhu serves, down into the net on the first delivery? Guo is already just pacing around inside the baseline, continuing the twiddle of the racket in both hands. Follows the wide serve, drives the backhand winner down the line. It was brave. It was almost beyond the baseline, but it was perfect precision.
Wasn't it? I mean, just drilled down right over the top of that backhand return, and they're just constantly looking to be so aggressive, taking the ball early.
Can they get the double break advantage in the second set? Mladenovic goes cross-court and forces the volley error off the outstretched racket of Zhang. They are massive strikes on these first balls from the receivers, and it is break point.
I mean, just sat up a little bit too much there, the serve, and Mladenovic not holding back. And it's tough then. Zhang positioned in the middle of the court. She's got that ball coming back so quickly.
And from triple game point, it is a break point that Yifan Zhu has to fend off here. Does it with help from the world number 41. That is nice poise from Jinyu Jiang, who's not been having the best time of it up front, but they battle on from deuce.
Just staying confident and positive, still keeping that position, and that time just a bit calmer on the ball as it came back to her. Didn't panic at all, managed to get the contact point in front and angle that forehand volley away past Mladenovic.
The unenviable task of serving in this position, and then this little bit of breeze from Yifan Zhu, but she gets herself up the court for a drive volley behind the serve and forces the error from Guo. So we rock from break point down back to game point up advantage.
Yeah, must-win game, isn't it? And it was a good move forward, taking the ball out of the air. Guo there just couldn't handle the pace. That drive volley drilled straight at her at the net.
Can they swing some momentum here with a hard-fought hold of serve? Zhu goes long to the body of the world number 22, Guo Hanyu. Staying just astride on the baseline. Will there be a late move? The toss goes up. She just creeps inside the baseline, drives up the middle of the court and pulls a dipped volley long from Jiang.
It's difficult. I mean, you're wondering whether they should just try and mix things up. They're continuing to try and use the I formation, but it just gives a nice target to Mladenovic and Guo, who are stepping in and really ripping the returns. They've chosen that strategy again.
You're still striking with confidence. Fourth deuce. One break point has been saved. Can Mladenovic generate another? Yeah, again, rips into the net player who spreads her arms and yells a few words of frustration down to the coaching box to the right-hand side of the chair umpire. Yet again under scrutiny. Another point for Mladenovic and Guo to serve for this encounter. That was a cry of encouragement from Luka Mladenovic, Kristina's brother, in the corner at every single tournament with his sister. He played football, I believe.
Yeah, he's on the road with Mladenovic now.
Cross-court return from Guo. Southern volley approach from Yifan Zhu. She backed herself up solo. Jiang was at the back of the court, and it was good enough. Guo into the net. Back to Juice we go for a 5th time in this game.
I like the change-up, giving them a different look there, and it certainly paid off. And that's always so important that, you know, if you are struggling and that your opponents have got the momentum and they're controlling the points, you've got to change things up. You've got to try and give them something different to look at.
This is going to be a lifeline game if Yifan Zhu can find a way through it. Jiang just ducking in the forecourt to get out of the way, but couldn't get her footing right as Mladenovic rips into the forehand cross-court, draws another error, and generates, after 8 minutes played in this game, yet another break point.
Big ball striking again, and well, it's paid off. The aggressive mindset there, particularly with Mladenovic. The pace that she can produce, particularly off that forehand side. Full commitment there from the French woman.
2 back from the non-seeders. Is this too little, too late? Down the tee goes Zhu, and at the back, Jiang putting a backhand into play, the forehand into Guo. Mladenovic darting in the forecourt, looking for her moment. Wide of the line goes Jiang, and the insurance break belongs to the number 10 seeds. Is this their time? Guo Hanyu looking for a first ever run to a Grand Slam final. Mladenovic hoping to get back there for the first time since the 2024 US Open. But at that tournament in New York, she partnered a Chinese woman. Zhang Shui was her partner on that occasion. That could provide some good memories as they look to get the job done. 7-6, 5-2.
What a couple of games. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, love 40 down in both of them there, but just kept fighting, kept sticking to the tactics, and well, it paid off. And again, just so positive at the change of ends, both of them, particularly Mladenovic, you know, nodding her head. She really does such a good job. And as I say, you know, she's got that experience. She's still motivated, still keen with the doubles, with the mix. Will look to play singles as well, but has had a real focus on the doubles over the last couple of years.
The belief factor seems to be so high for the number 10 seeds. They had to come from deficits in both sets yesterday against Townsend and Siniakova, the 2024 champions, but they've only dropped 1 set. It's incredible that the all-Chinese pair are here, because they've only been playing together since they made the quarterfinals of Miami earlier this season. They'd lost 10 of their last 11 matches coming into this tournament. Way to turn around a landslide. It's not surprising if the confidence is a little lower, but it is Kristina Mladenovic, former world number 1, looking to put the lid on this semi-final. A transition volley up the court, and now she's on balance for the backhand volley. On the reach with the forehand, pulls Zhu, but time on the ball for Zhu in the forecourt, and she puts the backhand winner down the line. It is love 15.
What an opening point. Great tennis there.
Love 15.
And a good move from Zhu, able to just get that ball past Mladenovic. She's still fighting hard, but probably one of the better exchanges there.
You're just able to get the ball down on Guo in the forecourt for the finishing backhand Zhu. Still a lot to fight for the non-seeders. Mladenovic misses her first serve down the tee. They were in the I formation, the number 10 seeds. Now Guo takes up position midway between the tee line and the sideline. Mladenovic going into the body of Zhu, who charges immediately to the net. She gets a transition volley into the forehand of Mladenovic, who plays the defensive lob, and now it's Jiang at the back, taking the backhand down the line. Guo dynamic in the forecourt, looking to close the space. There's a driven off forehand from Jiang, and Mladenovic with the defensive lob at the back of the court. Goes long, love 30.
Zhang there generating a lot of pace, really likes to use the forehand, who's excellent footwork from her, and kept going after the ball. And this is a great reaction from Zhang and Zhu, who have been disappointed with the outcome of the last couple of games, but they've still got the belief out here. I know how tight the opening set was.
ignited by urgency here on the #1 court, where Mladenovic is still serving for the win. Goes T-serve, now on the stretch with the forehand. Volley exchange in the forecourt. It's the slice approach from Jiang, and Guo's missed her forehand on the reach. Pushes it long. It is triple break back point. And Lucy, this is exactly why they needed that insurance break.
Yeah, absolutely, but they've been here before. I like the move, though, from Guo there. She kept moving across the net, looking for the ball, just couldn't quite keep it in play. Surely they can't do it for the 3rd time in a row.
Well, they don't mind a deficit, the #10 seeds, based on recent history. Out wide with the serve goes Mladenovic. Lob return from Zhu, and it's a slammed overhead from Guo Hanyu in the forecourt. So break point 1 of 3 has been saved.
It's amazing how you get one back, and then you look to get the next one. You grow in confidence. You'll be drawing from the belief with the fact that you've done it a couple of times before.
Mladenovic, left-hand side of the chair, long, dark blonde braid dangling over the back of her visor. Serves out wide, misses wide. How nervous is Xinyu Jiang on this second serve? The world #41 with a tough time of it as late. Slams a return down the line, brings Guo into play in the forecourt, who again pushes a volley, but this time just long beyond the baseline. And the non-seeders are still alive. Mladenovic takes that break of serve with a smile on her face, just seems to tip her head to Guo and say, we're doing the right things, we're still in a winning position. Now it's a case of can they break for it, because it's 7-6, but 3-5, and it is Jiang Xinyu with the serve to stay in it.
Oh, she hit the ball there, that last forehand, with so much pace. She really has a loose arm, can produce a lot of power off that wing, and that was good game, really good response. Disappointment not spilling over from the previous couple of games where they had the chances.
The question now is, can she find first serves? Because Mladenovic has already got a big second serve return in play with depth. Forehand inside in. Jiang looking to trade forehands up the sideline with Mladenovic, who goes cross-court, extreme angle, almost made it actually, but into the net, and it is 15-love in the favour of the non-seeders.
Almost hit her partner Guo there as well with that backhand. She's trying to get the ball across at the net past Zhu, but didn't quite get enough up the back of it that time. Of course, you're trying to keep it so low over the net to make it difficult for the net player.
27-year-old Jiang with the solid T-serve, and Guo rips a forehand into the net, so 30-love. If we hadn't seen so many mini comebacks in this 2-hour encounter, you might already think that Mladenovic and Guo have half their minds in the next game trying to serve it out for the second time, but they have shown great grip throughout their tournament. It's Guo, though, a little wild on the drive volley with Jiang redirecting line. It was in her strike zone, but took too big of a cut at it, and it is triple game point.
It was a big swing, wasn't it? Didn't need to try and do that. Wasn't really looking for extra pace. It was more about the placement, just making that swing a little bit more compact.
Can they make the #10 seeds do it the hard way here? Jiang, career high world #25 attained last season. Down to a second serve. Guo on top of the baseline. Whacks it at the net player. Zhu handles it. Mladenovic is wide. And it is back-to-back games for Zhu and Jiang. They have asked the seeded players to serve for this for a second time. And it'll be Guo Hanyu looking to get across the line to her first ever Grand Slam final. Best result in the women's doubles was alongside Mladenovic at the most recent major when they made the last 8 of Roland Garros. But it feels like they've just had a steady build, Lucy, across the course of their first season as a team.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, do you? You know, players will look at different people if they're looking for a partner. I mean, first and foremost, you want someone that you're going to get into the events with, and then you're trying to see what would be a good matchup to complement each other in terms of the game styles, how each other plays. Often, you know, you want someone who can hit big from the back of the court, maybe has a big serve as well, and then one of the team looking to be more proactive. And then the energy, which is always important. It isn't perhaps always the case that the players are best of friends, but I think having the energy and understanding how to be as a team, how to combine is always important, and that's something that Grau and Mladenovic have got, and I just feel they're going to go from strength to strength.
Can they do so here? A couple of games against them, but Guo Hanyu serving for a spot in the championship match at the championships. Just caught the toss, but gets a solid serve in play from Mladenovic to take advantage of. Slams a volley, gets the first point, 15 love.
That's what you want, isn't it? Your partner to land a good serve. Gives you then the opportunity as the net player to get involved, try and finish the point. Mladenovic, something that she does particularly well.
Guo with a perfect serve down the tee, and watches a dead net cord return trickle over. How tough is that in this biggest of games?
That is tough to take. I mean, it just did just roll over there. I mean, I think all four players were just thinking, is that coming over? Is it going to stay on their side?
There was a raised hand of apology from Yifan Zhu, the lefty who did that with her backhand, but she knows it's a lifeline because Zhang has just fallen into another return into the net. So the number 10 seeds move 2 points away.
Good serving, and again, I could change up there, just adding a little bit of slice. Good pace on that 103 miles an hour, but it just kept swinging into the body of Zhang.
7-6, 5-4. 30-15, body serve. Mladenovic does not blink on the volley, swats it away, and in doing so, 2 match points are generated.
So sharp there, Mladenovic, and quick to get forward and make sure that she got that volley as early as she could. Gave her the chance to once again get it right off the court.
Can Guo Hanyu close it here? Stops for a moment before the process of the serve. Out wide to the forehand of Zhang, who's missed! Guo Hanyu and Kristina Mladenovic are Wimbledon finalists! Huge smiles and a warm embrace between the number 10 seeds who have backed up their monumental defeat of the top seeds, and are 1 win away from claiming a first Grand Slam title as a team. The number 2 seeds await in the final, but right now it's all about the atmosphere and the occasion on the number 1 court. You can see it in the eyes of an emotional Mladenovic, mixed doubles champion here in 2013, but how special would a first women's doubles crown be? They're punching the air, they have arms around each other's shoulders, and the healthy crowd here on the number 1 court are rightly on their feet.
Still just hugging each other there, and again just showing the relationship that they've got with each other. I mean, what a way to finish that match there. I mean, it's great serving from Guo, having been 5-2 up and then suddenly back to 5-4. It does add that extra bit of pressure as the applause there for Zhang and Zhu as they leave the court. It was all smiles for them as well. They obviously be disappointed, but it's been a great championship for them, given how little they'd won coming into Wimbledon, so they can take a lot from it. You know, the run of matches that they had and the way that they played, and it could have been a different story had they have been able to take one of those games where they were love 40 and 40 love up in, but it was clutch tennis from Guo and Mladenovic out there, and yeah, Wimbledon final. I'm not sure they would have perhaps been thinking about that at the start of the year when they teamed up, but it was a brilliant first tournament, and that can make a difference. And again, just all smiles, thumbs up to their box as well, and well, quite incredible. They're just getting better and better, aren't they?
Yeah, they absolutely are. We saw immediate emotion from Mladenovic after match point, but actually Guo Hanyu just sat there for several seconds with her towel over her face, taking it all in. Had never been beyond the quarterfinals of a major prior to Roland Garros with Mladenovic just a handful of weeks ago. Kristina Mladenovic, 33 years old now, a former world number 1. All 6 of her women's doubles titles have been on hard courts, so it would be doubly special to get it done on the lawns. We're seeing celebrations from their coaching team. And now Mladenovic and Guo getting saluted off the court. 20-8 this evening. They take in the scenes, they high-five, and we will see them again in the final when they take on Gabriela Dabrowski and Luisa Stefani. So that brings the curtains down on action for Friday here on the #1 court. We can head back to our main man, Richard Connolly.
Abigail, Lucy, thank you ever so much indeed. Enjoyed the commentary hugely here from centre court, where the ground staff are just finishing off their work for the evening. In fact, the cover is about to be pulled over the grass here. Lovely to see the emotion of the players, how much it means. Raj Chaudhary is still with me here on centre court. How much it means to reach a Wimbledon final. That dream for all these players. It's just everything, isn't it? To get the chance to play on centre court, to play for the trophy, and maybe to win it. It doesn't matter if it's the mixed or the doubles or the singles, whatever competition, it's everything.
Yeah, I mean, we forget sometimes. We talk about all the pressure and all the challenges of excelling at this level. But in reality, every single one of these players is living out the dream. And if you are lucky enough and you have the skills to get yourself into a Wimbledon final, well, there will be some emotion around it, won't there?
There certainly will, yeah. And to watch last night, as Arevalo and Ostapenko won the mixed, and to see the names getting embossed on the roll of honor, and for them to immediately get the chance to take the picture in front of that, holding the trophies, and just the pride on the faces. It was a special moment. And tomorrow, of course, we're moving into the weekend. We're going to see a lot of these championship matches here on the court in front of us, which as we speak is being covered by the staff. The Wimbledon badge in the center of the light blue covering that I'm sure you can picture wherever you're listening. And it's being spread all the way across the grass. Men's doubles final tomorrow, and the ladies singles final here on center court as well. Couple of quick hellos. We've had emails galore coming in from listeners to the Wimbledon radio channel, Raj, in the last few minutes. Hi to Joseph Francis Kelly, who is listening in Galway in Ireland. Great to hear from you. David Mark Lane is in California wine country, Raj.
Oh, there you go.
That's an area that you're pretty familiar with for obvious reasons. He says, well, yeah, tough for Novak Djokovic, but has he had his time now? Is it time for him to let the young players move up? I don't think he's going to be listening to you, David. I mean, it's going to be a tough loss for him to manage today, but he's not going to give up on the quest for number 25, Raj, is he?
Yeah, I mean, the question around that is, did he realize today that he's maybe not in that class? But let's just remind ourselves that he has been a consistent performer. He's always at the business end of Grand Slam events, even at this age. So I don't know that that's going to say anything about whether he continues his quest or not. That's going to be a personal decision to him to see if he has the internal fire to keep going and doing it.
And we've also heard from Red Sox Devil in the last few minutes as well. Thank you to you. Very, very impressed with Yannick Sinner today. Red Sox Devil says that Yannick Sinner had 15 service games, 6 to love, 3 to 15, 5 to 30, and that left the one game in the third set that went to deuce, and Yannick saved the break point with an ace, underlining what we've been saying tonight, Raj, that it was an awesome performance from Yannick Sinner, and the serving department was right up there as one of the very best.
Yeah, well, let's not forget who he was playing. I think you can arguably say that Novak Djokovic is probably the best returner in history, and on this surface especially, he finds ways to neutralize serves, and that says something about the Sinner serve. Needless to say, the rest of his game that showed up around it was also incredibly high.
Raj, it's been quite the day, hasn't it? We had our two semi-finals today. They were two straight sets matches, but they brought drama and intrigue, and we love the journey that Arthur Ferry was on during the course of this Wimbledon. It came to an end today, the so-called fairy tale at an end. Didn't have the perfect ending, but for him, memories that will last a lifetime, and actually for all of us, and certainly for us Brits. I'm not sure if we mentioned, but it was a real lift after An inauspicious start to the championships. It got everybody going today. The sun is setting here on day 12 from the championships, but still so much to look forward to over the weekend. Raj and Jill and everybody else will be back with you on air in the morning tomorrow from 10 as per usual. We've got the men's doubles final. That starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Harry Heliovara and Henry Pratton, another Brit for us to get excited about, against Marcelo Arevalo and Mate Pavic, the number 6 seeds against the number 1 seeds. And then we've got Mukova and Noskova in the ladies' final from 4 o'clock. We will see you tomorrow from 10 a.m. Bye-bye.
You've been listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM, and the official Wimbledon app.